The January 9th meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Please stand for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item number 2.3 is approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Are there any board corrections or additions to the minutes? All right. Then if there are no things, we can pass that by consensus. So, Ms. Schalheim.
Oh, sorry, I was jumping ahead to your next part. Oh.
Okay. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, I move that in the interest of people's time that we move 5.07 to just above 5.01 to the benefit of the folks in the audience.
Are there any board questions or comments on that item? Okay, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll to move item 5.07 to after item 4.04?
Yes.
I'm starting with Ms. Urea, today's meeting. Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
And Mr. Brannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Do I have a motion to establish the agenda as it now stands?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Ms. Connolly, if you call the roll.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland. Ms. Antoine. Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Brannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer. 9-0, motion passes.
Okay. Item 2.05 is recognitions, and we do not have any recognitions today. Item 2.06 is Educator of the Month, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. High school band directors need to be masterful musicians who are well trained in music, theory, history, musicianship, and artistry. Being an accomplished musician is not enough. Band directors also must be excellent teachers. To be effective, they must find balance between their musical artistry and their teaching skills. They must learn how to identify creative sequential learning processes for students, guide them through these steps utilizing a variety of methods, and check for student learning. One such band director is our Educator of the Month for January, and we honor him today. Ian Burns, band director at Arundel High School, has a unique and powerful impact on the students he teaches. He encourages them to stretch themselves both within and beyond the music program. He is an advocate for out-of-the-box thinking and will encourage and support students in the development and execution of their ideas. He looks for opportunities. He looks for opportunities to involve students where they might otherwise step back. It is not uncommon to see students of the Arundel High School music programs in the limelight, excelling and contributing to the world around them. Mr. Burns has initiated several outstanding programs that reach students, staff, and the community. He initiated and developed a percussion-specific course which drew dozens of interested students and continues to be a popular course. Each year he develops a memorable marching band show where he has his finger on the pulse of the type of shows that excite and interest students, and he has the talent to lead them into top rankings at local, regional, state, and national competitions year after year. If you have frequented the Annapolis Boat Show or the Crofton Farmers Market, you have undoubtedly heard Arundel's jazz ensemble performing to the delight of the crowd. And then there is the High School Nation Festival Tour and Mr. Burns' trademark event, the annual Arundel's Got Talent production. Ian Burns has an uncanny ability to set the bar in a high yet reachable place for his students in every ensemble. This allows students to stretch their skills and abilities, resulting not only in polished performances but also in more confident students. He is a consummate professional whose love for the programs and the students is evident in how much he gives of himself beyond what is required. Because of his efforts, the reputation of Arundel's music program has reached our county high schools who have annexed into some of Arundel's programs. Some of these other county schools are working to enhance and strengthen their programs and have come alongside Arundel for the next level experience. Ian Burns teaching students skills beyond music and the arts by instilling leadership, enthusiasm, and a cooperative spirit is the norm for you, and it's done by giving your students a task and allowing them the room to explore and determine the best way to approach the execution of it. You are highly respected for your dedication, inspiration, talent, and strategic thinking. So, for these reasons and more, the Board of Education honors you as Educator of the Month for January 2019. Congratulations. Will you please come up to receive? I also want to announce from here that I am a Wildcat, so it's a great honor for me to present today. Thank you. Here's your award. So how did you get here today? Why did you think you were?
Well, I thought we were working on some funding for music technology for the new passion courses that we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was well done.
This is your award.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, so I have some students that are our leadership organization for Tri-M here. I have some previous students, and my wife is here. So, and she's an educator at Nantucket.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Awesome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Ms. Urea.
Thank you. Today we honor an employee in our school system who truly understands and works diligently each day in support of her school's mission to inspire, educate, and empower students to become independent, lifelong learners who impact our diverse and ever-changing society. The school, Oakwood Elementary. The employee, Learning Lab Technician, Pamela Harris. For over 7 years, Ms. Harris has successfully fulfilled her responsibilities as one of the most effective school system's learning lab technicians. Her dedication and high-energy work ethic serves her students well. Each morning, Ms. Harris begins her day by checking in with all her students to set the stage for a successful day. She leads her students through a review of their hand-picked strategies and reminds them that they are important, capable, and cared for. She then spends her day meeting with individual students and small groups to support them with their identified needs by reading social stories, constructing stress-relieving objects, discussing feelings, and building self-esteem and confidence. Ms. Harris is a critical member of the Oakwood school team. Last year, the school opened 2 new alternative curriculum classrooms, and Pamela played a vital role in the success of this endeavor, while supporting the students and the teachers as logistics were determined, structures were learned, and students were settled into their new home. Ms. Harris is always willing to lend a hand. She is often called upon to provide coverage in a classroom if necessary, and she contributes to the smooth and safe functioning of the school by fulfilling high-demand arrival and dismissal times. Ms. Harris understands the importance of Oakwood's vision and supports the school mission by fostering a nurturing, safe, and supportive school learning environment. She is always researching and engaging conversations with colleagues to expand her toolbox of an already wide array of strategies. She consistently looks for additional techniques she can provide to her students and school to make an even greater impact. Pamela Harris, you are a trusted and treasured staff member at Oakwood Elementary School. You are a resource to many, always providing ideas, strategies, and resources to support your students and classroom teachers. Because you care deeply about the achievements of your students and work tirelessly each day in support of those achievements. Your students overcome obstacles and prevail in the classroom every day. So, on behalf of the Board of Education, the students, teachers, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, congratulations as being recognized as Employee of the Month for January 2019. Please come join me up front. Here's your honorary bell. So, how'd they convince you to come today?
Amy was supposed to get an award.
Wonderful. So they surprised you?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you have anybody here with you today?
My husband and the Learning Lab team that I look forward to every day. And my principal, who is a great support.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for everything you do for the students.
Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Corkadell.
Time is precious. It's one of the most valuable gifts we can give. And at ACPS, we are fortunate enough to have many volunteers who generously share years, sometimes even decades, of their time with us. Today, we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Mrs. Stacy Webster. The Board of Education is thrilled this morning to honor you as our January 2019 Volunteer of the Month. School Principal Melissa Brown wrote that Mrs. Webster is one of the unsung heroes of Lothian Elementary, and it's time for her song to be sung. Well, we definitely agree. For over a decade, Lothian has profited from the time she has so willingly shared. Mrs. Webster took the lead at the PTA Santa Shop, ensuring that every student takes home gifts for their families over the holidays. Principal Brown noted that at the level of poverty at their school increases, she has, quote, made it her mission to have a shop where nothing costs more than $1. It is through her leadership that there has been an outpouring of support to supplement the shopping budget for Lothian's neediest students. Volunteer Coordinator Megan Cretin, who can't think of anyone more deserving of recognition than Mrs. Weber, explained that Stacy knows almost every student and is quick to make new families feel welcome. She greets families at pre-K and kindergarten registration, coordinates the Sea Perch after-school club with her husband, helps with Chessie's reading club, is an active PTA member, seeks out new volunteers, helped unpack and organize the science lab. The list goes on and on and on. She is not only a hard worker, she is also well loved. As school librarian Tammy Phelps remarked, the students adore her because everything she does is with a big smile and an infectious attitude. She is such an asset to me, to the students, and to all of Lothian Elementary. What is most amazing about these many accomplishments is that Mrs. Webster was able to carry out these duties despite being diagnosed with breast cancer and undergoing intense chemotherapy during the 2017 and 2018 school year. Principal Brown noted that she never stopped volunteering, even when we would question if she felt up to helping us. Mrs. Webster let us know very clearly how important it was for her to be a part of our school and continue supporting us whenever possible. Mrs. Webster, you are an invaluable gift to both Lothian Elementary and the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community, and we are truly grateful for your years of service as a volunteer. Because of volunteers like you, we are better together. Would you please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I present to you the Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell.
So how did you land here this morning?
My principal called me last week and said there was no way anyone could make the meeting today, and there was a new volunteer opportunity that she needed to, download. So I was on a fact-finding mission for her.
Well,
so
you found some facts.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So would you like to recognize the folks that came with you today? And
I'd have to say Lothian's probably pretty empty right now.
So too.
The PTA board is here. Lenore, Sarah, and thank you. I have to say Monique Jackson is here, and she was very good. She had a very good poker face. But I was concerned that you didn't know what the agenda was today. When I saw you last Friday. And my husband snuck out of work and brought my two children. So, and my friend Lisa is here, and we have my Principal Brown and Miss Phelps, the media specialist, and Miss Creighton, and I know there's too many. The vice principal and too many people came to honor me. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So we are going to take a brief recess that all of our honorees can get their pictures taken with their families, and so we'll meet back in just a few minutes. All right, folks, we're going to get started back. Wait for Miss Antoine. Okay. All right. Item 2.09 is the CAC report.
Good morning, President Hummer, Vice President Gillian, board members, some new faces I haven't met yet, so good to see you guys, and Dr. Arlato, nice to see you. My name is Brandon Gully. I'm the chairperson for the Citizen Advisory Committee. We did not have a meeting in December, so our last meeting was back in November, but we have been working on things. So in the November meeting, we established the subcommittees that we'll be working on, so we put together reports every year for you guys with some different ideas and things like that. And so the 4 committees that we'll have this year is one around social emotional. We had that last year, went really well, and we expect that'll be a really strong subcommittee again this year. One around communication. We're always hearing feedback from parents on how do we best manage and get information down to the parents through the school systems. Focus on college and career readiness, so looking at what the schools are doing and what we can do to continue to improve that, and then equity. So those are our 4 subcommittees. They're very similar to ones that we had last year, so we expect some good things to come out of there. It's kind of nice to get into the January meeting because some of our newer members are starting to catch their stride a little bit, and things are making sense, so we're excited to see how things will evolve over the next couple of meetings. The only thing for you guys that did come up again in November was some comments from parents that worked their way to us around recess and recess being used as a punishment. We know there's guidelines out there for that, but there's been some interest in maybe a policy being developed around that. So if you guys have some time to work on that at some point, that's the only thing I have for you guys today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Ms. Shawhan.
Yes, if the policies around recess can come up in policy committee, I would love to see that if that's possible.
Ms. Urea.
Yes, I just wrote that down.
Item 2.10 is school and community highlights. Mr. Live.
Madam President, I was very, very fortunate to be invited on January 3rd to the Avid Student Leadership Conference at Anne Arundel Community College, joining Ms. Hummer and Ms. Schallheim. Having been associated with the school system for quite a few number of years, it was very rewarding for me to see the results of something that was put into place, that I can remember, the transition we made to have Avid included in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and to see firsthand the results of that program really reinforced to me how successful that investment has been in the students of our county. And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Arlato and the Avid team on everything they've accomplished in the years since we introduced that back in, I believe, 2006. It goes back that far. But it was a very rewarding morning, and I congratulate you on a job well done. Thank you.
Ms. Schallheim.
Oh, I totally agree. What an amazing program. It was a delight to be there to witness those wonderful, articulate students speaking and hear their stories. This was incredible. And I just think it's an amazing program. I really do. So, yeah, thank you for inviting me, and it was just fabulous. So, hats off to y'all.
And I will echo that, and I'll put out a statistic. They told us last year Avid students were offered more than $43 million in scholarships, which is just incredible, because you think our Avid students are, the majority of our Avid students, I believe, they would be the first generation of their family to go to college. So that's really an amazing testament to that, and it really was a very powerful morning to have that. I had the pleasure also that same day to go pop into the annual high school jazz festival that was taking place at the community college at the same time. And this is such a wonderful opportunity for some of our musicians. All the high schools were there, and they had professional musicians, professors and professional musicians from around various states, and who listened in and gave them feedback, provided workshops for them. It was just an incredible opportunity for our music folks. And then yesterday, I was taking one of my children for auditions for the all-county chorus, and I've got to say, we have some amazing talent out there. It was, but I will also say I have learned the total definition of cacophony because I was in the cafeteria while they are all waiting to be called for their auditions, and it's 40 different kinds of instruments all playing at the same time, different things. Oh, my goodness. But it really is just, it's between the Jazz Festival and then just to see the amazing talent and the amazing programs and opportunities that are given to our kids, it was just wonderful. I attended the Glen Burnie Meade High School basketball game last week, and those of you know, that's torn loyalties for me. Very hard of who to root for, and so I kind of clapped for both and sat on my hands. But Meade did win that one, but we'll say go Gophers for their next matchup. And then on Monday, the board hosted our annual legislative breakfast, where we invite all of our elected officials from the county, from the city of Annapolis, and from the state to come out. We had a wonderful turnout, and we were able to share with them our legislative program and our priorities for the year, including getting some calendar flexibility, increased funding for pre-K programs, and construction and capital budget things. So it was a wonderful opportunity for us to interact with so many of our newly elected officials, and we hope that this is just the first step in us all moving together, moving forward to accomplish great things for our schools. So, Ms. Ellis.
I just want to give a huge shout out to the jazz ensemble that was at that legislative breakfast. I think they were Broadneck High School. They were amazing.
And we had wonderful artwork on all the tables from the Broadneck art students. So Broadneck really got to showcase their talents that day. So they were great. So, all right. Item 2.11 is superintendent's update. Dr. Olato.
Yes, ma'am. I just have two quick things to talk about. The first is, I think as this board and our community know, we've really put forth a newfound effort in professional development for all of our colleagues, for all of our the folks here in Anne Arundel County. That small but mighty office is being led by Helen Matioski, and they are an amazing team. And what they did this past Monday evening was we had what they developed was the first Carver at Night, and Carver is our professional development building in Gambrels, where the building was just radiant with energy. There was a dinner, there was jazz, there was yoga and massages, and there was professional development. I think when it was advertised, it sold out in a matter of minutes. It was just an amazing evening of professional development, people volunteering their time to both deliver and take on professional development. I understand one of the highlights of the evening was our very own Monique Jackson and her delivery of professional development to groups. But it was just a great way for us to celebrate ourselves, to celebrate the work that we do, to learn more in a collegial environment. It was a lot of fun, and so my hat's off to you and your small but mighty team. So thank you. That was wonderful. The next is we've put some information out about our, on Thursday, January 17th, we will be facilitating a community conversation for the Chesapeake Cluster on Race, Acceptance, and Inclusion. We hope this will be the first of a number of conversations that we'll have not only in that community, but taking these facilitated conversations with communities around to other clusters. But this will be our first. The community conversation begins at 6:30 at Jacobsville Elementary School, and we'll look forward to that community joining us and having some conversations about race, about acceptance, about inclusion, and how we can work together to better support our children in these areas. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you.
Our next four items represent something that we're very excited about that will now become part of our agendas at the beginning of each month, and that will be reports from various departments. This was an initiative put out by Ms. Antwine that will be, we'll have reports on safety and security, bullying prevention, diversity and inclusion, and transportation. These will be, they're designed to be 2 to 3 minutes of highlights, challenges, and to bring up different topics that come up. We will have opportunity that the board members may ask questions if they like after each one, and public comment will be asked for after all the 4 reports have been given, if there's public comment that wants to come forward. But we're looking forward to this. Everyone be a little patient as we go through. We'll work through it each month to find the best format and the kind of information that everyone wants to hear and be presented. So this will be a work in progress, but we're excited to get this started today. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Hummer. I want to first announce that this is a very sweet moment for me. Today, this week actually marks the 2nd anniversary of my mom winning her battle against cancer. She was a retired school teacher, and it's overwhelming that I am influencing the school system in such a blessed capacity. These 4 items were near and dear to her heart, and I requested this in her honor. The fact that Dr. Alato and your team took the time and took the initiative that you did, I sincerely appreciate that for so many reasons. So with that said, because Kleenex is not available, I appreciate that you all took the time over your holiday to make this happen. I will have been requested to be the moderator of these monthly reports, and I plan to moderate well. So with that said, what you present, please keep it to the 2 to 3 minutes, and the public comments, we welcome them, but in the essence of time, we also request that you keep your comments or questions to 2 to 3 minutes as well. With that said, Ms. Jackson, thank you.
Good morning, President Hummer, Vice President Gilland, and members of the Board of Education. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. Later, I will be joined by Mr. Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, for the purpose of providing the monthly department updates as requested. Item 2.1 is the monthly security report. Please be advised that this month's update will not include school security, as it is a separate agenda item, item number 6.02. Item 2.13 is the bullying prevention report. I will begin with a brief overview and update on the bullying initiatives by giving an overview of this progress in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Our definition of bullying can be found in the student handbook and is in alignment with Maryland law. It's repeated, conscious, willful, and deliberate intent, direct or indirect, to physically or psychologically intimidate or distress someone else. Physical, social, or verbal actions or intimidation towards another person with negative intent. The student handbook further defines bullying to distinguish between bullying and peer conflict. The parent handbook outlines how to get help with bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, intimidation, hazing, and biased behavior. The first step is to report the incident. This is important, as school-based administrators cannot address what they don't know about. Even if the action is determined not by the school personnel not to be bullying per se, the behavior will be addressed per the Code of Student Conduct. A student should report the incident immediately to school personnel, or a parent or guardian may complete the reporting form available in the parent handbook or available on the Anne Arundel County Public Schools website. Forms are also available at the school or counseling offices. Once a bullying report is filed, the administrator, usually the assistant principal or the principal in a few instances, meet with both parties, conducts an investigation, and concludes with a follow-up report, including information on the discipline sanction, referral to the counselor if needed, or other points of corrective action. The alleged victim is typically referred to available resources as well. Copies of the reports are then forwarded to the Regional Assistant Superintendent, the Office of Safe and Orderly Schools. And these offices, as well as the Deputy Superintendents, regularly monitor the data in order to provide resources and perhaps professional development where needed. We are excited that on October 24th, Anne Arundel County Public Schools engaged in AACPS Wear Orange for Unity Day, aiming at bringing attention and awareness to anti-bullying across the county. We were joined by various community partners in this effort. and we collaborated with Anne Arundel County Department of Health in October as well in their report to their county council. AACPS hosted a Tuesday summer series for the public in July focusing on bullying and respect to the Code of Student Conduct, and it can still be viewed at our website at AACPS/Summer Series 2018. Although we have seen a slight decrease in bullying in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, cyberbullying continues to rise and be of concern. Parents, in partnership with our school system, can assist in regularly monitoring and setting parameters for social media usage. At the end of the last school year, under the direction of Assistant Superintendent Sally Egan and Regional Assistant Superintendent Chris Treffer, the bullying work group was reestablished to ensure monitoring and follow-up at the central office was effective and assisting schools in bringing closure to bullying reports, as well as providing support for preventative initiatives. This group will provide the update in February. Some initiatives that we have been working on in our school system that they will present and talk about through the upcoming months include, but are not limited to, the anti-bullying programs in school, the school counseling curriculum, social and emotional advisory lessons, the Code of Student Conduct lessons, cyberbullying and cyber safety, the kindness campaign, restorative justice circles, our peer mediation program, the Girl Talk Club, after-school unified sports programs, peer mentors and student ambassadors, and student contests such as the Olivia Constance Foundation. We continue to work together with our community partners to make a difference for all children, and subsequent reports will review prevention initiatives in greater detail. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Hi there. Good morning. So I'm concerned about, first of all, thank you for that presentation. I know we're working hard in a lot of different areas to try and address these issues. When I was a candidate, I remember reading about Josie Urea's achievement in becoming a student board member, and in the Capitol back in April of 2018, Mr. Mosier reported to the Capitol that after Josie's call for having a program or initiative similar to Not My Child that has been used for drug prevention, when I read about her statements, about Ms. Urea's statements about tackling bullying and inclusion and school culture in that framework, I was very excited about it. I thought this speaks to students. This is something that we already know works. It was very successful. So my question is, when it was reported by Mr. Mosier in the Capitol that Josie had called for this initiative, Dr. Arlotto has had meetings to look at what a Not My Child type initiative on racism would look like. And it was also quoted, to the extent that students or anyone has ideas or suggestions that will make us better as a school system, we're 100% interested in those discussions. So my question is, what were the results of those meetings where you were exploring this initiative, and is what we're doing next week, is that a result of Ms. Urea's idea, or can you just speak to that?
Well, first let me clarify. So the presentation's about bullying, right?
Right.
And I think what you're talking about and what Ms. Urea and I have been speaking about over the months is really about race and inclusion and bigotry and getting to those issues. It wasn't so much about bullying. So you've got me a little confused here because the conversation on the table right now is about bullying. But to answer your question, yes, that's what next week is about. What in our conversations, what we've gotten to is what we believe is this is the first of what we believe will be many around other clusters. We're starting with the Chesapeake cluster for obvious reasons. We don't know how this is going to go, right? And I can't exactly equate the presentation of Not My Child and the same kind of conversation you would have about race and inclusion and bigotry. Because I think we can all agree that heroin is bad. We don't have everybody on board that hatred is bad. And so it's a very different conversation about how we structure that. So yes, the team has been working under the leadership of Dr. Gillens and others to put together what next week will be our first of what we hope will be many. I'm certain we're going to tweak it after next Thursday night to see how that goes before we take that on the road. But that is, in essence, will be our not my child in terms of race and acceptance and inclusion. That's where that is headed.
Okay, and I get your point. I was very torn whether I was going to ask this question now or in the next item, but I do think that they've been very closely tied together considering a lot of what's been reported in our schools.
Of course they have.
So, you know, we could have this conversation now or in 2 minutes, but really, so my interest in perhaps tapping into how the Not My Child initiative got going was that it was so successful, and a big part of the success was the way they were able to get so much participation. Because I know that it used to be that there were so many parents who thought this doesn't apply to my family, my neighborhood, my community. And so the great success of that program was the way the information was able to get out there that yes, this impacts all of us, and we had an amazing amount of participation because of that. So I'm just thinking of following best practices and tapping into how that success was created in that way. And so my question was, when it was reported that you were having meetings to analyze this, I was wondering, who did you meet with? What were the results of those meetings? How did that lead to where we are?
So it's where we are for next week. Been meeting with the team and talking about how we best go about that and how you present that information and how you engage. Our plan is to get the community to talk to each other, right? Not us talking at them. We will certainly do a little bit of that at the beginning as an introduction. We're going to share some data as it relates to the Chesapeake cluster, and then it's about bringing folks together. We're also going to have some students that are going to share, like people that were in Not My Child were on stage and sharing how the heroin use and abuse affected them and their family and their community. Likewise, that's what we took from that, and through Ms. Urea's suggestion to put students up front to say, how are these things that are happening in schools impacting me? And that's what students will be there to do.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto, for taking some of my suggestions and everything. I really look forward to seeing how next week goes. And I think, just to follow up on Ms. Ellis and what she said, I think going forward, one thing that I want to see, and I know she wants to see, is something that specifically targets students as well. Just something that has to encompass all students, and because a message to a parent is definitely different than a message you're going to say to a child or a student. So going forward, I hope that we see something that targets students specifically.
Absolutely. I think in what you heard from Ms. Jackson, a series, a listed of things that we use to impact students, whether that's advisories at the middle school level, whether that's counselor lessons that are happening at the elementary school level, whatever it is. There are a number of things that she listed that we try and get with students, right? That's how we impact students during the 6.5 hours a day that we've got them, right?
Ms. Hummer, can I ask a question to Ms. Jackson? Yes. Ms. Jackson, I have just a question for you. So regarding the kindness campaign, can you just explain to me how that is essentially translated to the schools? Just how you, with that whole campaign, target it to the schools, get the students to know about it.
Absolutely. It's about creating an environment in which students feel that they are comfortable, as well as the adults in the building. We've also, to answer the earlier questions, we've also started some of the assemblies, kindness assemblies in some of the schools. We haven't started it, district-wide, because we want to see, how does it work in a large school? How does it work at a small school? What does that look like? Because, you can't have the entire school there at one time, and, there are logistical things that we need to work out. It also, it gives students the opportunity to interact with each other. And it goes back to what we were talking about with the Carver at Night. My session was on building relationships. And if you remember, the first 2 weeks of school, through Dr. Arlotto's initiative, we worked on building relationships because you are less apt to have an adverse interaction with someone when you've taken the time to build a relationship with them. And so that's really what the kindness is about. The kindness campaigns are about. Mr. Truffer will also speak to it about specifically in the middle school, because as we know, we were either middle schoolers at one time or we have had middle schoolers. That typically tends to be where the peak of the adverse behaviors come from.
All right. Thank you. Next, your next report.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, Ms. Ray has one more question.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I have a couple follow-up questions. Because, for example, I actually last night talked to my elementary school sister, and she told me all about the kindness campaign and all about move, 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 and all these restorative practices that she does, and it's great. But my personal experience and speaking to my SPOM Advisory Council and other high schoolers is that there's a lot of discrepancy between what goes on at elementary school regarding all those campaigns and then how it translates to high school students. For example, before last year when I talked about it in front of the board, I had never heard of the kindness campaign. So I'm wondering, what are these assemblies that you mentioned, which I think are a great idea in my personal opinion, how that is going to move forward in the school system and the way what schools it's going on at right now, and just how to get more high schools and students involved in actually these campaigns to try to promote that good school culture.
If you remember, we had the superintendent's advisory at Southern High School, and they talked about the kindness campaign that they hosted at Southern High School. So Principal Furherd was one of the first to host the kindness assembly at
Southern High School?
Southern High School, at the high
wonderful.
school level. And so again, we are very cautious because we want to make sure that when we roll something out, we roll it out appropriately.
Yes.
And we're speaking about children. And so the message is one thing, but how the message is interpreted is another thing. And we also made a conscientious effort when we're meeting with people, and again, it goes back to the question, who do we meet with? We meet community members all the time. We meet with the NAACP. We meet with the Caucus of African American Leaders. And what we determined in some of those meetings is, when you're in high school, there's a lot that you have set, both socially, physically, and emotionally. And that you will see a greater increase in what we are teaching at the elementary level because we want the message to start there so that 10 years from now, when I'm giving this report to the board, we want to make sure that the instance that we are experiencing, the adverse issues that we are experiencing have almost dissipated.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just wanted to comment. I was a visitor liaison for the Business Advisory Council down at Southern, and it was definitely a collaborative effort with the community. In South County, we actually have a group who is trying to make sure that all of our elementary schools, middles, and high schools are kind of coming together on kindness. So I think the profile is probably going to be a little different in each community, but I know Southern is a really good model, but they are a smaller school, you're right. So its applicability to some of the larger schools may need to be different, but I think that the business community, the HOAs, the parents, this was an effort that they were excited to embrace, and we're almost kind of doing it before it had a name. But I look forward to seeing it at the other schools because it is very successful down there, I think.
And so I will reiterate that, again, we want to be very cautious and we want to make sure that we roll it out in a manner in which will be beneficial to students. Instead of just, okay, all 12 high schools on March the 1st, we're going to have the assembly. That would not be appropriate. We would need to analyze the data to make sure what we are presenting is applicable to that community, as you have mentioned. Thank you.
All right. Now, diversity and inclusion.
Thank you. Item 2.14 is diversity and inclusion. So my second report will focus on equity and accelerated student achievement per your request. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss some of the initiatives that we are undertaking to elevate all students, eliminate all gaps, and develop climates of acceptance and inclusion. My report will focus on the many elements that we outlined to the board last spring and during the Tuesday Summer Series. The 2005 Memorandum of Agreement between Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the Anne Arundel County NAACP focused on 3 areas: academic achievement, safe and orderly environments, and community collaboration. And the spirit of that 2005 agreement has continued to be carried out through the work of the Blue Ribbon Commission, our strategic plan, the District 203 initiative on equitable practices, which includes restorative practices, the hiring of community ambassadors, which are strategically placed in 3 high schools, Annapolis, Chesapeake, and North County, and the continuation of the Equity Advisory Committee, formerly known as the OCR Committee. Our strategic plan focuses on relationships, rigor, and readiness. They are the cornerstones to academic achievement, safe and orderly environment, and community collaboration. The plan's driving values, all means all, ready, set, launch, and sound stewardship further support the systemic approach to equity. School discipline also continues to be a priority. We continue to annually review the Code of Student Conduct and are providing professional development on proactive practices to address behavioral concerns. Our work to address discipline issues include the implementation of a wide range of restorative practices in schools. Those efforts focus proactively on building the social-emotional capacity of students by helping them learn new behaviors rather than simply punishing them for past behaviors. It also allows individuals to understand and acknowledge the impact of their behaviors on the larger community. We have seen positive results through this work. To advance the work of building equity, each school is assigned an equity liaison. And among their other duties, the liaisons advance the work of equitable practices at their schools, assist in analyzing data by student group, and take appropriate action to ensure that the school improvement plan is responsive, supportive, and equitable. In addition, all equity liaisons deliver professional development on equitable practices for their staff on the 4 very sacred designated early dismissal days adopted by our Board of Education several years ago, aimed at eliminating the achievement gap. The 4 days are strategically placed to coincide with the availability of data so that the schools can make informed decisions about professional development. Professional development has also been conducted for various central office departments and different employee groups, such as the Division of Human Resources, the Division of Curriculum Instruction, our bus drivers, secretaries, behavioral assistants, bilingual facilitators, and the list goes on. Modules this year have included implicit bias, as well as trauma-informed instruction. The 4 early dismissal days that the board has built into the calendar over the last several years are used exclusively to focus on eliminating the achievement gap. Across our schools, our employees are working to recognize the importance of showing empathy and understanding of others' perspectives, as well as the awareness of diversity to generate ideas for supports, services, curriculum, and projects. Analyzing data is critical in our commitment to elevating all students and eliminating all gaps. In addition to achievement and attendance data, principals and school teams analyze results of surveys as well as employee diversity. These profiles help drive the work of the school improvement plan. And within our school system, the Executive Oversight Committee works to provide supports to schools that have difficulty meeting some of these established indicators. The EOC provides a support network to schools in meeting their identified school improvement goals through the use of problem-solving protocols, which are shared among schools. As Dr. Gillens mentioned to the board in her update last spring, we and our community have many challenges to address in the areas of equity, acceptance, and inclusion. Our charge is to attack those challenges, and they can be summed up in her 3 words. She said we must be brave, bold, and skilled. Dr. Gillens will provide updated reports during subsequent meetings, including a report on the upcoming Chesapeake Community Meeting to be held at Jacobsville Elementary School on January the 17th. Thank you.
Ms. Shulhan.
Thank you for the report. I really appreciate it. I have a couple questions. The first, with regard to the ambassadors, they're only at 3 high schools presently. Dr. Leto, is there a plan to expand that to all high schools?
At present, no.
Okay. Just from hearing some stories, some really dreadful stuff at Severna Park on occasion, I think that I would love to see that expanded, just on the record. And then the surveys, how often are those given out, and to whom, and what's involved with that? And then if you can speak to that, I would
It's once a year, and it's an opportunity for parents, students, and faculty to take part in the survey. Now, please be advised that going forward, MSD will be providing some sort of platform or format for the survey to be delivered.
So then do we not have a input into what we're asking that's specific to our school system?
That's correct. So we have had we've worked with Johns Hopkins University, and we have over the years, and we've created this survey, we've tweaked it over the years, and that's what we've administered. That's been sort of our satisfaction survey, right? Climate survey, what's happening in the buildings from the vantage point of the students, the staff, and parents. Based on the new accountability system of ESSA, the state of Maryland is building a new survey. That will be a survey that we will now be required to administer, that they piloted last spring. We've had very limited input. When I say we, the LEAs, the school system superintendents, have had very little input on that, but that will, we believe, be coming out this year. The results of those surveys will then be factored in some way, shape, or form. I can't tell you what that is, but in some way, shape, or form will be factored into the new accountability system in the report card.
Got it, but are we able to modify that or add to that survey in any way to meet our own needs? So it's a standardized survey across all Maryland districts.
So that the comparisons on the report cards can be made across the state for accountability purposes.
But what happens here might not happen there, vice versa, et cetera. I mean, we have our own unique set of needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Lindale, Chesapeake, just saying.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, so can we, in addition to that prescribed model, can we do our own thing too?
We can. I would caution against it, just because we get to survey fatigue. It's a known entity in the statistical world that we survey on a number of different times, and sometimes we're required to do it when students have to take a certain test or we have to send out a certain survey, so we can get to survey fatigue. We would be worried about that.
Yeah, I understand, but because we're talking about inclusion and diversity, and to be frank, I mean, we're growing in diversity here in Anne Arundel County, but not as much as, we're not as a diverse of a community as other places for sure. I just think that having homegrown data around that and feedback is always useful, so we can continue to do better and honor our diverse student bodies, of which my kiddo and my family are one. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So just to piggyback on her request, I respect that with surveys coming to you throughout the year that can be overwhelming. However, I think the surveys that are put out, perhaps we can modify those to include some of the local concerns as well, just as a consideration, so that they're getting the one survey at one time, but answering the mail for what's going on overall and what's specifically happening. But that wasn't my question. The equity liaison that you say is at all schools, is that an office or is that a duty for a specific person?
It's frequently it's a teacher in the building who also serves as the equity lead for that building. Sometimes it's a secretary, sometimes it's a counselor. It is the person that, in collaboration with the principal, has a passion for leading the work of equity. So it's not someone who we assign other duties as assigned, right? But it's someone who has experienced expressed a passion for leading the work, and then that, along with the principal finding their identified needs for the school, and if that marriage fits, then that person becomes the equity lead for the school. And that's fluid from year to year. You know, people move schools, people get promoted, and so that is one of the things that we probably are most proud of, because it gives us the day-to-day, someone in the school building on a day-to-day basis that has access to the data, but most importantly, access to the students. And that's what we're here for. And they can hear the stories of the students. And so then on those professional development days, they can help tailor the modules to meet the needs of the school.
Okay. So on that note, could we also, when the teachers say on the list on the websites, for example, when they list the teachers, if that person is assigned that, could that be part of what's listed under their title?
That's a good idea. Thank you for bringing that forward. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Just real quick to go back to the survey. I agree with the concern about survey fatigue, but is it not possible to put out the state survey and have just an additional page with our local concern?
I don't think we know yet, because the state hasn't put anything out, and so we were supposed to have gotten it already, and they're delaying it. So I think that's probably premature to say one way or the other until it is actually released.
And it's going to be electronic. It won't be us sending anything out. It's going to be electronic. So you would sign in as a parent. You'd get a login for your school, and you would complete the state survey online, is our best guess. I don't see Jason. Is that right? Yes. So it wouldn't be an extra page we could just include in the mail. I sort of get what you're going, but it's going to be done online.
Ms. Urea.
Hi, Ms. Jackson again. I just want to start off again by saying thank you so much for all the work that you do. Every time I hear something, you guys are amazing. But could you explain more about what the community ambassadors are specifically, how they're chosen per school, or like what divided up between schools, and what essentially they do?
If I could ask Dr. Gillens to come forward and sort of, she would help be much better at explaining it than I.
Thank you.
There's a job description that exists. Hi, I am Maisha Gillens, the Executive Director for Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. When I came on board this position last year, there were two community ambassadors at North County High School, so they were already established. We, again, new to the position, did institute a community ambassador at Chesapeake High School for a specific reason, which will look very different than North County High School. So to go to North County High School, specifically, we're talking students are struggling with coming to school each and every day. These are folks who will go into the community and knock on doors and say, we miss your student today. Where have they been? Are there any resources that are needed for the student to, is that the reason, what are the reasons for why the student is missing school? So that would be North County. Chesapeake High School was a very different situation. Again, this is the reason why we're meeting next week in the community. There were racial concerns occurring at Chesapeake High School, and we felt like some healing was needed. We needed an individual to help with healing for the students and the staff in the community. For Annapolis High School, there is an agreement between the City of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County Public Schools, where the City of Annapolis was helping to fund community ambassadors at Annapolis High School. So there were some specifics, communities in which the community ambassadors at Annapolis High School were assigned to, again, to assist with attendance concerns, behavioral concerns, just being that liaison between the school and the community.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Just another thing, Ms. Jackson, is something I've been seeing and talking to other student members around Maryland is that I don't know if it's their board, but some entity hosts specific town halls per se for students, especially talking about diversity and inclusion, and they invite multitudes of students. It's open to all students, and it's essentially to moderate conversations between those specific topics because sometimes they're very touchy. And I've heard great things about it, so I don't know, just maybe looking into something like that in the future, because I know students in our county really want to be involved in these conversations and able to take part in them to learn more about not only our board and like what the work you guys are doing, but to just be able to say that they have a part in it and to learn more about our county. So.
Thank you so much. If you would forward any information from your contacts to Dr. Arlotto so that he could share it with our team, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Michelle Heim.
Yeah, I agree. That sounds like a wonderful idea, so I'm glad that you're excited about it too. Thank you.
And this has gone a little long, but I have one quick question. You mentioned that for professional development, our 4 days that we do that target equity and closing the achievement gap, you said that those are strategically placed in the calendar around when specific data is released. Could you give an example of what kind of data might be released and then that we would try to target our professional development toward?
Yes, ma'am. So, for example, when we have information about F&P, and which
tell people what F&P is.
Francis and Pinnell, which is our reading level, when we determine the reading levels of students, and so we can collaborate with our school teams to find out the best approach to take based upon this new set of data as well. In addition, something that's really important to focus on is that having them spread out throughout the year affords a school the opportunity to respond not just to quantitative data, but qualitative data. And what I mean by that is if there is an incident in the community that happens in December, we can help respond and, again, tailor the modules to meet the needs of that school. So it's both qualitative as well as quantitative data.
Thank you very much. All right, and the next one is transportation.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Alex Shaknova, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 2.05, which is the board's transportation overview. For school year 2018-2019, about 63,351 of our approximately 83,000 students are eligible for transportation services. That's about 75% if you run the math out. We've got about 700 buses on the road each and every day. More than 90% of them are contracted out. We anticipate that over 10,000 road miles will be driven by those 700 some odd buses this year alone. The transportation zone boundaries that are established within board policy and regs are for kindergarten half a mile, for elementary school 1 mile, and for secondary school, that being middle and high, 1.5 miles. Buses on the Western Shore have to be retired after 12 years of service. That's a state law. The estimated purchase price of a new bus this year is about $138,500 per copy. Our capital budget requests about $800,000 each and every year. That allows us to replace 5 to 6 county-owned buses annually. We as a school district run an effective and efficient tiered system whereby each bus runs between 3 to 4, or services between 3 to 4 schools each morning, and then services 3 to 4 schools each afternoon. And then obviously in between is running things like activity buses, athletics, supporting field trips, etc., other miscellaneous work throughout the day. It's important to note that our transportation services are funded well below statewide averages on a per pupil basis. In fact, according to the most recently published reports from the state, only 4 counties in the state of Maryland spend less per pupil on transportation than Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Again, largely tied to our requirement to run this multi-tiered, efficient, effective system. The challenges included, in terms of transportation, ever-expanding demands upon the system, inclusive of increasing number of students that require transportation each year as our system continues to grow, increasing number of activities and programs that we're required to support, again, both during and after and outside of the school day. There's an acute and ever-increasing shortage of drivers, and this isn't just locally, but nationally, but specifically locally as well, as the economy continues to improve and folks have different and or better options elsewhere. There's a continuing diminishment in the number of firms in the private sector that are even interested in providing public school transportation services at all. We have an ever-increasing number of non-public students, and these students are being placed at an ever-increasing number of non-public facilities and at locations that are increasingly further and further away from Anne Arundel County. Each year, we see an increase in demand on transportation because of new subdivisions that are springing up across the county. And that will continue to occur as growth and development continues to expand. And finally, the unavoidable reality that each and every one of us likely face every day is traffic and congestion just continues to get worse and worse, with limited solutions to that situation, at least that are obvious to me, on the horizon. And with that, I conclude this morning's transportation briefing.
Ms. Schulheim.
Thank you for your report. I really appreciate it. Going back to the figure you gave around bus purchases, $800,000 to replace 5 or 6 buses. In the budget, there's a $4.6 million, upwards of $4.6 million increase for this coming year. So are you planning on correcting late starting elementary schools with that money? Like, that's well beyond the $800,000 that are needed for extra buses.
So we, Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the public sector, owns about 60 plus buses of our own.
Mm-hmm.
We have to replace, if they can only live for 12 years, essentially we have to replace 1/12 of our fleet each and every year. So the $800,000 in the capital budget allows us to replace that 5 to 6 buses per year cyclically, so that as our oldest buses exit at the end of their 12th year of life, that's by state law, they can't continue into their 13th, we have to have an equal number of replacements on the front side. And because the duration of those buses are such that the IRS will allow us to consider them capital items, they're allowed to be funded from the capital budget. And we have had a long-standing partnership with the county government. The bus replacement line item in the CIP had existed prior to my arrival here in 2001. So it's an arrangement that we have and a recognition by the county government that this is an ongoing request. And as you know, the buses to which I am speaking are the ones that we own, and they are primarily utilized to service our special needs population, and even more specifically, they're largely buses that have lift assist equipment on them to help support our students that either have disabilities or mobility impairments and require those additional supports. We have analyzed that multiple times across time, and again, I said earlier, more than 90% of our fleet is outsourced, but time and time again, for the limited amount of our population that does require those specialized services, to lift adaptive equipment, et cetera, it is simply more price effective for us to self-perform that, and we do for that carve out, but the rest we contract out.
Okay, thank you. Can we speak a little bit about the software? So it was recently brought to our attention that, that things are still being written out on pieces of paper in terms of scheduling. How is that going? Is it fully implemented, and are all the staff fully trained on how to properly utilize that software that also costs around $800,000 a few years back?
Sure. Well, this is the year that we're running parallel. So this is the year that we're running both the automated system and the traditional system on a side-by-side basis.
Okay. So have people been fully trained? Are they utilizing it to? Have they made any efficiencies as a result? Because at the beginning of the school year, to be frank, it was kind of a hot mess. And so I'm just wondering if those problems that we faced early on, and also there was a lack of data, arrival times at schools too, have those items been cleared up?
I believe so.
Okay. And next year, will it be solely the use of the transportation software?
That's our anticipation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
I will say, however, I'm a belt and suspenders guy. I'm not throwing out my papers or my clipboard or my pencil, because should anything happen with computers being the way they are, I mean, you may recall that just this past Thursday, Microsoft had an issue that affected hundreds of millions of people across the United States of America on a glitch that was completely outside of our control. So to say that I am forever going to cast aside the good old way of doing things and rely 100% technology, you're never going to get that out of me.
Of course, granted. But I want to make sure that it's being used to the best of our ability. And I also noticed, I know we're not talking about budget today, and boy, do I have a lot of questions for the transportation office in general. But it's one of the few offices in the entire budget that doesn't utilize consultants, and that would be something to obviously look into. You know, if we're struggling, or if the timeline to fully implement is long, it's like asking for directions when you're lost. You know, sometimes we need to ask for directions, and then you're able to like run scenarios and start to develop healthier school start times in general. So I'm just throwing that out there. I hope that we're considering that.
Ms. Ellis.
Thanks for coming today. Thanks for your report. So you mentioned that we are funded well below the state average per pupil in transportation. I've heard it touted a few times over the years that Anne Arundel County is extremely efficient on transportation. Is that what we're basing it on? What we're spending? Is that what makes us efficient? Because I'm asking the question because I see a number of problems. I hear from the community continuously problems that they experience with our buses. As a parent, I'm still experiencing problems. That, I guess that's my first question, is what are we using to base the statement that we are extremely efficient? Is it based on spending?
It is as a result of the funding levels that we have no resort but to be efficient and effective, correct? And so if you're going to buy an asset and use the bus once a day at the morning and once a day in the afternoon, the bus is sitting fallow for the greatest number of hours. The way to maximize the efficiency of your capital outlay is to maximize the hours that bus is being used. The way that you maximize the hours that bus is being used is to maximize the number of runs that rig can undertake within one business day.
Okay, and I think we could go on for a long time about a philosophical discussion about that, but I think that needs to be an agenda item for us. But what was my other question? So you mentioned that this year we're running parallel software and basically manual routing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm wondering how do we run parallel? If the old way of doing things indicated doing it one way and the software told us to do it another way, which way are we going? And I asked again, I'm going to speak now, that I know of a particular bus that is not following the route that was indicated at the beginning of the year. And the software indicated, I assume it was the software, that the bus would follow a particular route. And when it followed that route, it came in very close to the times that were posted for when it would arrive dropping students off and going to school. And then there was the contractor decided, no, we're going to go this way. So if we had a route set up and there did not seem to be problems with the way that route was set up, there was a decision made by a driver or a company to go a different way. I'm trying to understand how, if we're running parallel now, what are we moving towards next year? Are we going to be using the software fully? Because it feels like there's a lot of resistance. And that's my question, I guess.
So two-part answer. One, if you are aware of an issue with one of my 700 some odd buses, I'd appreciate you bringing that to me directly. Tell me what number, what school it serves.
Sure,
whatever.
I wanted to give that as an example because I've heard from the community a number of that.
Okay. But again, beyond that, so parallel means that today, right, the software system that we have is largely mimicking the manual way. And what we're transitioning to is, instead of paper took the lead because that's all we had before. As we're standing up the software, the automation is mimicking manual, and we're transitioning over to a lower reliance on manual, to automation taking the lead, to ideally having automation essentially doing all of the work with just manual checks, if that makes any sense, sanity checks. So that's the blend that we're migrating away from being 100% manual, because that's all we had, to a place that we're going to be 99%, automated with just manual checks. That's a transition that we're going towards.
So when it's automated, we will follow the software routing unless there's an obvious problem with it. Is that correct?
Yes, but in all things, while I do my best to try to control things, including my children, there are an occasion where I've told a bus or my child to go do something, and they didn't exactly do it exactly the way I told them. So again, to the extent that occurs, bring that to my attention, and I will follow up on it with my contractor, just like I would have with one of my two youngsters.
Okay. So. Ms. Antoine.
So, President Hummer, if there are no more questions aside from the public comment, I would like to point out that this took under 30 minutes overall, even with the questions and the briefings. I think they were thorough, and I sincerely, I cannot speak for the board as much as I want to, but I sincerely thank you guys for this information. And keep in mind, there was a structure that was introduced in December that the board still needs to weigh in on. So as we move forward for the next month, we'll have a more structured briefing scenario for you all to follow. So thank you for that.
So is there any public comment on any of these reports before we move to general public comment? Okay. Yes. Yes, you can come ahead. Yes.
Okay. So I submitted a card for the agenda item for transportation. I'm Lisa Van Busker, Edgewater, Maryland, also start school later, Anne Arundel County. So thank you very much for having those presentations. I think it was really valuable, not just for you, but for the audience members. So I'm really enthused to see that on the agenda item. Two things that it brought up to me is one regarding the achievement gap. I would like to point out, as chapter leader of Start School Later, that there is an increased attendance and graduation rate when high school hours are later. And that is documented in many case studies, most recently in December from Seattle. And I encourage you to include that as part of your achievement gap closing. Regarding transportation, when Mr. Shaknovich said maximum hours equals maximum number of runs for the buses, I would like to bring your attention to my handout to you, which discusses the arrival times for some of the high school buses. This information was gathered from a public information request in September and fulfilled in late October and November. And I'm still not happy with 100% of the data, so I'm still following up on it. But I'd like to point out that North County So my opinion on when a bus is arriving too early is more than 20 minutes before the bell rings, and that is based on a recommendation of talking to transportation consultants as far as the best time for buses to arrive is between 10 to 20 minutes. So when I looked at the public information request, if it arrived before 7:09 for the high schools and before 7:03 for Phoenix Academy, then I consider that too early. So I'd like to point out that when I do that, it varies from Annapolis only having 11% of their buses arrive early to North County having 87% of their buses arrive by 7:09, 100% arrive by 7:11. That's 4 buses arrive at 7:10, 1 bus arrives at 7:11. So there's a wide disparity then on how bus transportation is managed. And so what the consultant had told me is when buses arrive excessively early, as noted on my from the PIA request, as early as 6:45, or even 6:37, I think was the earliest listed, then that allows those buses to be in first in line. When they can drop off their kids and get them off the bus, then they can be on their way to their next run quicker, and it creates what they considered in the industry a false tier. So I think that would be something looking forward as we go into our 100% transportation and look at use of the software is what is our window for arrival times. And so certainly if buses are arriving at 6:45 and the students are not allowed off the bus until whatever the policy is per school, then that is a wasted time for both the students and the buses and everybody involved. They shouldn't be sitting on a bus for 20 minutes, regardless of the weather. So I encourage you, as we move forward in the transportation implementation for the software, that we also look at the arrival times as well as the pickup times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Buskirk. Ms. Shulhan.
Thank you, Ms. Van Buskirk, for your information. And this is something I've been tracking and monitoring throughout the last year plus. My daughter's elementary school starts at 9:35, so the converse is also true, where they're starting too late and they're squandering a fair number of minutes of prime learning time, in my view, for 180 days a year. So because of that, I'd like to move that we put on a subsequent agenda an ask of transportation and a discussion about scenarios to align our start times with the vast breadth of research out there, and also to immediately correct the late starting elementary schools that get out post 4 o'clock, having kids walk home sometimes after civil dusk. And so discussions around that, children walking in the dark, and aligning school, asking for scenarios that align start times with research.
Second.
Can I just get a clarification? Are you asking just to have a board discussion, or do you wanting a presentation and data presented by staff?
I want a board discussion with the hopes that we can get to where we ask for specifics of transportation for down the line, as in scenarios, how this can be achieved, or various scenarios.
So you just, you want this, the initial thing is just a board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep, thank
Just
you.
making sure of that. And it's just, if 2 have requested, it will be added to agenda. We don't need to vote on it. It's just,
Yeah, no,
I just
know.
wanted
I wanted to get a second.
Right, I just
on
wanted
record.
to clarify that, to make sure we knew what we were going to be putting out there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So hopefully February, March.
Okay.
As soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments about these items? Okay, and we will now move to public comment, and Ms. Van Buskirk, you had another card on as well.
Once again, Lisa Van Buskirk of Edgewater. My public comment is about public comments. So I was unable to attend your last meeting that went until like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I thank you for your stamina in staying up that late and working through all your agenda items, because I couldn't have stayed up that late. So I've been attending board meetings for about 4 years, both morning and evening. In the morning meetings, normally it's just me and a handful of others commenting, because most people don't have the schedule flexibility to be here. And so now with your recent or your change last summer to requiring people to be here physically present at about 10 o'clock before you guys come out of your closed session to sign up. And then you have to wait for at least an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, or most recently 3 hours, before public comment actually got around. That's quite a demand on people, especially in the morning things. Rarely is public comment at 10:30 as listed on your agenda item. So I looked at other boards of education comments processes from across Maryland, and that's part of the handouts I gave to you from Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and Howard County, all three of which allow you to sign up online in advance of the meetings, which I think is something that would at least help those so they don't have to physically be here at 10, but can be here closer to 11 for the morning meetings. I was also permitted to testify last summer before Frederick County's Board of Education for 5 minutes because I represented the group, Start School Later Maryland. Well, individuals were limited to 3 minutes. Montgomery County has a similar policy. Howard County has 2 meetings each day beginning at, or when they, on the days that they meet, and they meet twice a month, beginning at 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. with opportunities at the beginning of each meeting for public comment. Howard County also includes all written documentation as part of their meeting minutes after appropriately warning any submitters that any personal information would also be added to their online treasure trove of meeting minutes. Or you could follow the procedures of Anne Arundel County Council, which begins each meeting with their public comment and then goes on to agenda items. My point is there are many ways to conduct your public comment, and your current procedure, ironically, inhibits public comments. You allow audience participation for agenda items, but not for your public comment time, and it's a little confusing to me. Or if you want to have people sign up, then allow them to sign up online in advance. There's a lot of different ways you could do it, so I encourage you to seek alternative public testimony procedures and consider updating yours to both improve community feedback opportunities and expand its availability to the wider community. Thank you.
And just to clarify, we did talk about this at the last meeting, but we did not conclude the discussion by any means, and it's going to be on a future agenda, and so we appreciate this feedback, and it'll all be things that we'll consider as we move forward with that. Ms. Schalheim.
I completely agree, and I think a lot of us do, that there is a better way than what we currently have, and I look forward to future board discussion in open session about all that we can do, and thank you for providing what some of our neighbors do. This is helpful, and with the incredible new, relatively speaking, AACPS website, I'm sure that there's a way that we can streamline this process and provide more flexibility to parents and to students who sometimes come and taking time out of their busy schedules just to be here just for the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine.
This question is for Ms. Burskirk, wherever she may be. So, Ms. Van Burskirk, so the online recommendation, is that for the actual testimony to be submitted online or to sign up online?
Both. It depends on the jurisdiction. You are allowed to email your public testimony so that it's in an electronic format. Otherwise, if you present a paper copy, then you have to provide, depending on the jurisdiction, like Montgomery County, it was like 20 copies or something like that. Sure. Howard County, not as many. You could provide a paper copy, and then it would be scanned and uploaded, or you could email it. It depended on the jurisdiction and whatever rules for inclusion of public testimony you guys would want. I mean, there's a variety. I mean, you could ask MABE as your representative board to kind of consolidate some of those.
That was my follow-on question in terms of administrative burden. Who would be responsible, in what you're envisioning, who would be responsible for relaying those testimonies back to the public?
Well, it's included as part of the meeting minutes, like as an attachment at the end to the meeting minutes. So I would say that the board could ask MABE for some ideas of things, or talk to your colleagues in Howard and Prince George's County and Montgomery County and Frederick to see how they implement that and what is the administrative burden versus the benefits of knowing. Because in Howard County, they also allow you to sign up for the budget hearings in advance. So then you would, those people, when they have their hearings on the 15th and 29th, they know in general how many people are going to come and testify about budget hearings because you had to sign up in advance. So I don't know the best answer. I'm just saying that there are lots of opportunities out there, and you guys can pick the best of everybody's and make yours the best and the standard for everyone else. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Urea.
Mr. Van Buskirk, I have a question for you. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the online registration, do you know if any of the counties in your research had like a limit of the people that could register online?
Well, Montgomery County has a limit of how many people they allow to speak in
Yeah, that's what I
public
thought,
thing. And so that's, I believe it's on the printout. I only printed it, I mean, sometimes when I print it out, it'd be like 4
Okay.
pages. So I only gave you like the most important page. So Montgomery County, because it's a very large district, limits how many people can testify in public testimony. That has never been a problem in the morning, I don't think. But certainly in the evening, you've been here where there have been a significant number of public comments. And so, again, I don't know all the answers, but you have the MABE people that can help you
Well,
figure it out.
right, and that's certainly something, the research we can do with other counties and find out different options and what they see, because looking at these, while they do have online sign-up, they also limit the number of
That's what I
speakers,
thought
which
most
we
of them
doesn't. So
did.
it's taking from different things
Yeah.
and picking what we believe would be best practice for Anne Arundel County, looking at all the various ones. So that's something
Thank
we will do moving forward.
All right,
So,
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Items 4.01 through 4.04 are consent items. Do I have a motion to bundle these items? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Aye.
Ms. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Brannan?
Aye.
Ms. Corfido?
Aye.
And Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 4.01 through 4.04.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. So on 4.01 and 4.02, I had some questions, please. My first question would be, how many classrooms currently need these amplification systems? And is there a cost obligation when there's a corporate agreement? So in other words, my understanding of corporate agreements is that the cost is being covered by the government. So it indicates here that we're financing something for these contracts. So are these separate contracts in addition to the agreements?
So Alex Shacknooch, Chief Operating Officer, let me answer both your questions in part. So we have been putting these voice amplification systems into classrooms in our newly renovated or constructed facilities. So this is a newer incarnation. So most of our older existing buildings do not have this. So this is essentially being employed when we're putting additions onto buildings or constructing schools from scratch, essentially. So that's when we use these voice amplification systems. This, as you'll see quite often here, is essentially a piggyback contract. So we were not the ones that solicited a contract to start with. Whether we buy a single dollar's worth of items from this through this contract, or we purchase upwards of $750,000 is entirely up to us. If we don't build or add on to any schools, we're not going to use any of them in the next year, for example, right? But we are not financing the cooperative. The cooperative is financed up in the state of Pennsylvania. But just like we do, every one of the contracts, just for your information, every one of the contracts that we offer here in Anne Arundel County, we put language in it explicitly allowing any other public sector entity to piggyback on our contracts. So we do the legwork. In this case, we would do the legwork, right? The administrative overhead associated with that. We would bid it, and be it a county, a municipality, another school district, whoever's out there in the world that, in the public sector, that wants to look at our contract, likes our term and conditions, is certainly willing to or able to piggyback on it. Conversely, you'll see that's a common practice. So a lot of entities either together, so a cooperative, for example, sometimes we bid things in aggregation with other counties. So maybe Anne Arundel and Howard and Baltimore counties will go together to bid a commodity. But again, we'll have piggyback language in there. So if Somerset County or the city of Hagerstown wants to piggyback on our contract, they certainly can, but that's of their own volition.
So the term cooperative agreement in this case isn't in its traditional sense?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
So then my other question on 402 is the anticipated completion date as compared to the substantial completion date. Can you please help me understand what the difference is, please? When it's fully completed compared to we're paying for them to substantially complete something.
Sure. Okay. So, in the construction world, you don't need all the activities to occur at the same time and the same date. Some things are front-loaded, some things are back-loaded. So, two pieces to that answer then. So, the substantial completion date for a specific activity is tied to when that activity needs to be delivered by in order for the rest of the project to be successfully discharged. That's the first part of the answer. So they do vary by the type of building activity. The second piece of it is substantial completion essentially is that they've delivered the product on time in the quantity specified and in the manner required by the contract such that it can be used, is functional, and passes code compliance. So, for example, we typically want our buildings to be completed such that they can be inspected by the regulatory authorities so that they can give us our stocking permits, our permissions to put in furniture, goods, books, and things like that. We typically would look to have our buildings completed sort of like maybe in that May, June time frame so that we can get the regulators to give us the approval so we can get all the rest of the things loaded into the building such that it's ready for August when the faculty arrives and post-Labor Day when the students arrive. So the substantial completion, we always back up prior to the actual. In the off chance, for example, the fire marshal comes in and decides that he or she wants those green exit lights changed to red. You wouldn't want to find out that the morning that your youngsters were about to arrive in school. So you want to back up your substantial completion date to be early enough before your actual required occupancy date so that you've got that reactivity time to address any remaining issues, get all the furniture in, get the building cleaned, get everything spit and polished and ready for the arrival of the faculty and the children. So that's how we differentiate. Essentially, substantial completion is kind of like a delivery date to us versus when we are delivering it to the public, which is our teachers and our students.
Ms. Ellis.
Item 4.03. Can you just explain what it is we're purchasing with this? My understanding is students pay for caps and gowns and that type of thing. Is this to supplement that, or are we supporting students who have the need, or what are we purchasing with this?
Sure. Well, it's a combination of things. So this isn't all our outright purchases. So essentially it's locking in prices for using economies of scale to lock in prices for these different components. And there's a listing there, right? Caps, gowns, collars, tassels. So for example, diploma covers, that's something we provide, right? I don't buy a graduate a tassel, right? So the graduate can elect or not to buy the, different accoutrements that come with their, graduation garb, but essentially it would be very cost inefficient if they went out that individually, and B, we lose the benefits of uniformity. So we go out and use economies of scale to essentially lock in the lowest price, we believe, and then for some of those items, we provide that menu of options to the students and families. They can self-elect what they choose to purchase or not. Some of the other items we in the public sector provide to them out of our funds. So it's a little bit of a mix, but again, this is the vehicle that establishes the per item pricing in what we believe is the most cost-effective manner.
Okay, so it's both negotiating a contract so that we get a reasonable price for our students, but we're also purchasing some items through this contract.
Correct. Some we purchase and some they purchase.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right, Ms. Conley, would you call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Shawhan.
Aye.
Mr. Lai.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Hummer, please.
Aye.
9-0, motion.
All right. Okay. Next item is 5.07, the Crofton area redistricting. In accordance with Board of Education Policy JAA and Administration Regulation JAA-RA, the superintendent is required to submit to the board his recommendations for redistricting. The board, pursuant to Policy JAA and Administrative Regulation JAA-RA, will review the superintendent's recommendation along with any board member proposals and determine which option will go forward to a public hearing on redistricting. So again, just to clarify, today, there is not a final vote on a redistricting plan. This is simply the votes to move plans forward to public hearing. So, Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. My recommendation to the board for redistricting of Crofton area high school attendance boundaries and subsequent changes to portions of the Arundel and South Reader feeder systems, are attached.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Ellis.
First, I want to once again thank the committee that was involved and all of their countless hours and hard work on this. I know how much you all put into this. I also want to sincerely thank the parents, all of the parents, first of all, who attended those meetings and spent hours there so that their voices were heard, but also all of the input and testimony that we've received from the parents since that time has greatly informed, I think, our thoughts on this, certainly mine. That being said, today I would like to move that we postpone putting any plans forward and hold a workshop with pertinent AACPS staff to explore all options and ensure we have the opportunity to properly consider all students and families impacted by this redistricting.
Second.
Are there any board comments on this motion to postpone this until another hearing can be, another workshop can be held? Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to comment that my understanding is that although the time and effort that was necessary for the public to review this, that we have not had a similar diligence of interaction with the staff that was afforded. And so I do concur that I think a work session for our board would allow us to make sure that this is, if this is the only one that we want to present, or move others forward as well, which I believe could make a better decision in having that interaction.
Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, I totally agree. I have, as we all do, multiple emails every day from parents all around that area with their own concerns, and they've been a part of this a lot longer than we have. I'd also like to note that most of the Arundel feeder system was not at the table, nor included in any way in this conversation. And yeah, I just think some more time to either move one or both of these plans forward, or to develop our own would be needed. So I agree.
Ms. Ellis.
And just to give a little clarification, so if we were to put forward even multiple plans that are before us today, I would like the opportunity to study this and see if there's any way to tweak any plans. And if we were to do that, we would have to go back through this whole process again. In other words, we could put forward plans today and then have a public testimony hearing. But then if we were to in any way tweak any of those plans, we would have to then come back and put that forward and then have another hearing. So I feel like, as much as I know this has been a long road for so many of these families, I'm very aware of that, and I think everyone is ready for a resolution. But as much as, it would be great to move forward, I don't want to be pressured to do so without doing what is absolutely right.
Are there any other board questions or comments? I do want to add something. There are timelines, deadlines that we have to meet in regard to redistricting and submitting to the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so there are some time sensitive about when a hearing has to be held and time for a vote. It's Mr. Shaknovich.
Well, again, Alex Sheknos, Chief Operating Officer. You have timelines established within your policy and regs. The state timeline essentially requires that if an action is to transpire in the upcoming school year, it has to be completed and voted upon by this board no later than the last day of April. To the extent that you are not anticipating that any of these actions would come to play Labor Day 2019, because in all likelihood we're talking the year after, that does not hold you to that April 30th date.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, I would just reiterate that I think it's important. There's more than one plan that I don't believe, I think as a matter of due diligence, that needs to be, that's, I believe, how we would compare the recommendation of the superintendent. And I don't think it would be fair to either him or to the community to arbitrarily move forward today with that. And I would like to have that same interaction that they had, because you guys did a great job with that, interacting with the folks. And I think we would all benefit from that too, because outside of Melissa and myself, those are our areas, but for the rest of the board, your familiarity may not be as fine-tuned as ours is. So I honestly think we'll get a better outcome overall, and that's my final comment.
Ms. Urea.
This is just a general question. I forgot who motioned for this. I think it was Ms. Ellis. So what are you hoping to see out of this next meeting, and what do you think it'll accomplish that's not already been accomplished?
So we are receiving the recommendation after hours of work that these parents have put in with AECPS staff, who, yes, have provided a great deal of expert information, but if we're going to be deciding on this, we should have that information. We should understand it to the level that those parents did when they created this plan. And there have been many, many legitimate concerns about our process. And I have spoken publicly. I have some issues with our redistricting process, and I would like to visit that in the future. But we're talking about community representation, and I believe that there are community members impacted that weren't really at the table or were not adequately represented as far as in numbers.
So you want like a meeting where we get to discuss it with
we get to discuss it with the experts to just make a really informed decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michelle Hahn.
Yes. So I agree with that too, and I also want to understand, when talking with the experts, why it is that one plan was perhaps the front runner to a point and then didn't come out on top at the end. And so I'm talking about 4LJ. So, understanding that time that we would have with you all would enable us to understand why that plan wouldn't work in your eyes. It was, and I also want to understand, how it came to be that 4 was the final, in my huge list of other questions. So, yeah, not just how the others fell away in the process. So, thank you.
And if the board decides to move to that, those can all be addressed. But I do want to stress, too, that the recommendation came from the committee, that was the committee's vote on what came out. That was not, that's the individual committee members made their individual decisions on how that vote would be, the individual parents. So that was meant to be separate from the school system. But if this motion moves ahead, that workshop can present all the data that they were shown to, and the strengths and pros and cons of each different plan that would come out. So are there any other board questions or comments on this motion? Is there any public comment on this motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on. And remember, this is public comment on this specific motion.
We'll still get a chance to speak on the agenda item?
Yes.
Okay. Just having heard this from the first time, my name is Carolyn Fumey. I was the Arundel High rep on the committee. I've talked to you a few times the last couple of months. I really appreciate Ms. Ellis's motion. I appreciate you all listening to it. I think you do need the time to look at this the way that we did. I think that it would be great to have you, your planning office is very knowledgeable. If you had any questions for committee members, I know we would be willing to speak to you. So I think a workshop is a great idea.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Dwayne Boyd. I want to thank Ms. Ellis for her motion as well and show my support of the motion. I think it's very important to be able to reconcile some of the inconsistencies in the current option 4. Certain ones is like non-contiguous boundaries and using Route 3 as a barrier when the actual plan shows discrepancies with those being forwarded. I think it's important to have a broad perspective. And in terms of representation, I live in the Villages of Waugh Chapel, which is 1038C. We were not represented in this process and would like the opportunity to do so going forward. So thank you for the motion.
Ms. Shalahan.
Yes, I just had a comment about that. Yes, both plans ultimately have children using Route 3 in some regard, and so the argument that we can't choose one plan over another because of Route 3 to me doesn't make sense, because they both involve Route 3.
Well, and just to clarify, we're just talking about this motion, not debating the pros and, I know, I'm just saying, but we're not debating the pros and cons of the different plans at this point. Ms. Hicks.
Latika Hicks Crofton. With regards to the motion, I think I just want to remind the board that you did ask for a committee to be convened, all right? So redistricting, every advisory committee was convened, and that committee consisted of parents from the schools that could potentially be affected. So that was 18 parents that was on that committee. The parents developed several options, and those options considered there were several options that the committee developed, and they considered all of those options, and they voted on an option to recommend to the board. So your motion right now sounds to me as if you're dismissing the work of those parents and their vote. Is almost as if you want to reconvene a new advisory committee to move forward. Those parents on that board, the ones that did vote, unless someone can say otherwise, they weren't under duress. So, I mean, take the time. Everything was, again, to remind you that during the committee, it was open to the public. All of the information that we reviewed was available to the public, which included all of you. But if you feel that you need more time to look at that, okay. But I don't. It sounds to me as if we want to do a do-over because maybe some folks didn't participate in the process at the time, again, which was open to the public. So,
Mr. Grannon.
I don't have the exact numbers, but it had to be more. It was 9, so it had to be more. It was 18, so it had to be more than 9 to vote on. It was 10 to 5. Okay. Okay, yeah.
It was 10 to 5 and 2 abstentions.
Right. So.
And 1 person was sick. So it was 10 to 5.
So the bottom line is that was the process That was the process. So unless we want to change the process because some people aren't happy with it, I don't understand that.
Ms. Corkadell. Thank you, Ms. Hicks.
I just a point of clarification. So the work group, the work session is for the board to become acclimated with the same data that you guys received so that we can move forward in public testimony, understanding which options you guys weighed in on and then how we got to that final. So this is informational for the board so that when we move forward with the public testimony, still probably on schedule, I would presume, or thereabouts, they will be a much more informed board, I believe. And it will I'm hoping it will have the opposite of your concern, and in that it's not to reopen or reconvene, but to rather to make the most conscientious decision.
Ms. Ellis.
And just to reiterate, first of all, we have received a great deal of legitimate testimony that we do need to consider and take a look at how we got to where we are, how we got to the current recommendation. And this is also an attempt, again, to streamline the process in the event that we were to in any way tweak any of the plans. If we do it, if we do that, if we put forth plans today and then determine that there's some other plan, even if it's very close to one that's already there, we're going to have to sort of start over and go backwards a little bit. So I'm hoping to streamline this process by giving us this opportunity to be fully informed.
If there's no more public comment or board comment, we'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll? This is the motion to hold an additional workshop for the board regarding the different redistricting plans.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
I'm going to vote aye in deference to my colleagues, but I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding. I think I've got it correct. If we were to make changes at that hearing going forward, that would just be the result. We wouldn't have to then submit that back to the public for comment. What we do at that hearing is final.
No, actually, if a new plan is submitted by someone on the board after that hearing, according to regulation, it would then, the plan, any change in the plan we made would have to go back out to an additional public hearing and then revote it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh, hold on just a minute, board counsel.
Darren Burns, Board Counsel. Mr. Grannon, thank you for that question because it triggered a need to come up. I just want to make sure the board is aware, and certainly Dr. Arlotto can keep you posted on this as he works on whatever workshop were to occur from the motion. But keep in mind, you don't just have an April deadline in your policies and regulations. You have an end of January deadline to announce that you intend to take something to public hearing. So wherever you are in your process, just be mindful of your unpublished timelines. That's one of the reasons why I think the committee and the community did all their work ahead of maybe when some of these board members joined this board, because it's driven by a timeline. And that's the timeline the public is aware of. And so if by the end of January you must announce to the public that you intend to take any redistricting forward, you must do that. You may not have your exact plan ready, but you've got to say which school and that you have a plan you're taking forward to hearing. So again, you have some time, but there's only one more January meeting, so I just want to make sure that the board is aware that you have policy and regulation on these points.
So we must announce by the end of January that we're going to hearing.
Yep.
Does
and
it have
which school and that you're going to hearing? That's
so which school would it have to include? Do we have to announce the specific plans by the end of January, or just that we've said that we're going to hearing affecting these schools and
I don't want to preempt what superintendent's staff counsel might advise him as he presents items to you. There is some gray area in your regulation, but it clearly states that if you intend to take redistricting forward at any school, you are to conclude by the end of January what's moving forward.
Okay.
And how much
But-
details in that plan, I think, that's not necessarily specified in the regulation.
Okay.
Our process has been to let the public know fully which plans, so they know which neighborhoods, which schools will be impacted. So that has been our process for many, many years.
And I'm aware of that, which is one of the reasons I've been here for many of those meetings, and I understand the timeline that drives it. And while there may be some wiggle room in some degree as to what you bring forward, I just wanted to let you know that if you're going to have further discussion, January is the operative month, and that there is that deadline there. And you have one more board meeting to address it as a formal board.
And I must also bring it, so we're doing this, we're in the midst of a vote, and we're almost completed the vote, and there's been questions on here. As a point of order, Mr. Burns, do I need to finish the vote and not take public comment? Or?
I think Mr. Grannon had raised an issue. I wanted to make sure you had additional information. You can proceed as you wish.
Okay.
My vote remains aye.
Okay.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. And Ms. Hummer?
Aye. Ms. Ellis?
I guess since the motion passed, I'm not sure if we need to continue to discuss, but there is also language in the policy that if we were to come up with another plan or a plan was amended after that public hearing, then we would start over. So we do have it built into the timeline to carry this out further.
We do, in that a new plan could be added at that point, but the regulations do say we need to put forth by the end of January what plans at least some initial plans that would come out, but then it could be added. But there, as the regulations stated, it's kind of the board can add and have additional ones, and then if an additional hearing needs to be made. But there will need to be something put forth. But we have time. It's January 9th. We have till January 30th. So, Mr. Leib.
I understand exactly what council, led us to. However, I believe our regulation is based on the fact that in all other instances I know of redistricting in Anne Arundel County, it was for the next school year. This is for 2 school years out. And therefore, as much being a retired Navy guy who lives and die by regulations and codes, etc., in the world, sometimes there are exceptions to how the application of things in an ideal world occur. And I don't know if that gives us some leeway here in that this redistricting decision is not going to be effective in the next school year. Therefore, the January deadline is more or less, a false deadline in this case.
If I could, so you're right, Mr. Leib, in terms of when this will need to take effect. But we have attempted to be incredibly open with the public. We have not created a high school boundary in over 30 years. So what this board has to create is an attendance boundary, and boundaries have limits, right, as you well know. And so it was purposeful that we asked this board to go through the process, that we asked the committee. It was rightfully said, the committee worked hard. We followed your policy in the regulatory language to get us to the point we are today and that timeline. And so the further you push it back, the less time the community knows when and where their students are going to move. We've tried to be very transparent. The committee did the work. We purposefully did it 2 years out because we haven't built a new high school community in over 30 years. And so we've got to create boundaries and attendance zones for a school that literally does not exist yet. And we wanted to make sure that, again, when you draw boundaries, and you have to draw boundaries, somebody's going to end up on one side or of the boundary, and some folks are going to be really happy about it, and some are not. But whether they're happy about it or not, we want everybody to know that as soon as possible. And that was the reason we did it this year. So I hesitate to say, well, I agree with you, you do have time in terms of when it will take effect. We owe it to the public for them to know when this who's going to be affected by this redistricting
And
the
I will-
creation of these boundaries.
And I will add that we have done some that don't go, we have done some redistricting that doesn't go in effect next year. In fact, our last, just last spring, we did Annapolis, and there were some parts of the Annapolis redistricting that will not take effect until next fall. And so we did do some in advance of the next school year. I just want to clarify that is something that's happened in the past. Mr. Live,
Very well. I stand corrected on that. Then.
Just wanted to throw that out.
And I appreciate the superintendent's comments, and I guess I defer to the president. We'll just get this done before January 31st.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim.
It was my understanding that there was, in fact, gray area as to whether or not you had to state what plan or plans are going forward to public comment at the end of January. That's what he said. That's what I heard. And so I don't think that we need to, if I'm correct in what I heard, then we definitely have some more wiggle room. And the April 1st deadline, I thought, was for the next school year. And since it's 2 years out, I would argue again that we have some time to do this right. I want to do this right so that the community feels like they were properly served. And so that,
Again, I will say that my goal will be that we meet the guidelines in here, so if need be, that we get this done by January 30th, if at all possible, so that we can put forth whatever plans we want to have. That will be the goal as we move forward. Ms. Ellis.
Just to answer real quick, Dr. Arlotto, you just said we owe it to the public to know who is going where, and I feel, while I do sympathize with that, I feel we owe it to the public to first get this right. And to restate one more time, this could potentially be streamlining the process instead of having to circle back to where we are right now.
All right, so that motion is passed, that there will be a workshop and that the postponing making decisions on public hearing. At this time, I do have some comments cards that were there if people still would like to speak on this agenda item. Stacey Montagna, Diana McMullen, Carolyn Fiume, Dwayne Boyd, and Clint Jardine.
Good morning, almost good afternoon, actually. My name is Stacey Montaigne, and I'm the Vice President of Arundel Middle School PTA, and I was also on the Crofton Area High School Redistricting Committee. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes to take option 4LJ to public hearing. This plan is the only plan that will keep all schools involved as close to state-rated capacity as possible. The plan that was submitted by Dr. Arlotto just shifts the overcrowding from Crofton schools to Piney Orchard Elementary and Arundel Middle. You know the saying, don't rob Peter to pay Paul? Essentially, that is what the superintendent's plan does to the Arundel cluster students. Please do not alleviate the overcrowding at the Crofton schools at the expense of the Arundel cluster students. In 2020, if neighborhoods 1038B and C are moved to Arundel Middle, we will have a projected state-rated capacity of 113%, and that number only continues to grow. Per the AACPS Strategic Facilities Utilization Master Plan Final Report dated August 31st, 2015, on page 6, under Capacity and Utilization, it stated, quote, utilization above 110% was considered inadequate, end of quote. Arundel Middle is already bursting at the seams with 4 temporaries. Where will the additional temporaries go? What happens when the students from Odenton Town Center start attending AMS? Our classes are already pushing 40 students. At this time, there's no plan for AMS in the capital improvement plan. I implore you to add Arundel Middle to the CIP immediately. The last time Arundel Middle was renovated was 1983, 35 years ago. Crofton Middle has had 3 renovations since, last one in 2015. When AMS was built, it was built as a junior high school. The junior high concept groups classes by content, which forces students to walk the length of the building almost every period, creates a content focus instead of a student focus, and junior highs have proven to be developmentally inappropriate for 11 to 13-year-olds, increasing dropout rates and decreasing student engagement. Time is of the essence. Arundel Middle needs attention. Please expedite a feasibility study. I would like to invite each of you to visit Arundel Middle. I can schedule a tour, walk the building with you, our principal, and our PTA president. Regarding the non-continuous lines, 10 years ago, half of the Piney Orchard community was redistricted to Four Seasons Elementary. I was one of those families. Not only did my children pass our neighborhood school to get to our new school, my children also passed Wall Chapel Elementary and then arrived at Four Seasons. Yes, we passed 2 elementary schools before we even got to school. If it's okay for us to do that today, then 1038C should be able to do that in going to Crofton Meadows. Crofton Meadows is at the same capacity rate as Piney Orchard, and then that would keep everybody level. I feel like this redistricting is based on emotions versus facts and numbers and concrete data. I just would like you guys to take option 4LJ to public hearing. And I know you guys aren't doing that today, but going forward, thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana McMullen, and I'm a Piney Orchard parent to a 1st and a 5th grader. Although I was not on the redistricting committee, I attended all of the meetings and followed along with all of the iterations of enrollment numbers as they've been made available to the public. And I also addressed my concerns at that time over what was being proposed to the Arundel cluster. I've testified at the Board of Education previously in December that the 4LJ plan needs to go forward and how it minimizes the impact on the already overcapacity Arundel Middle. Today, I need to bring to light why this plan deserves to be brought forward to public discussion, in addition to what was proposed by the superintendent in December. As you know, the main difference between the plan that's proposed by Dr. Arlotto and option 4LJ is one neighborhood, 1038C. This may seem like a minor point of contention, it's just one neighborhood, but it will have a sizable impact on the Arundel cluster. As previously mentioned, the enrollment numbers that were used for this redistricting exercise only included the development activity occurring inside the Crofton school boundaries. Both plans propose to move students into the Arundel cluster with no consideration for the development that's occurring in the Arundel cluster. This is not only biased for Crofton, but it's neglectful for the Arundel feeder schools. Today, the 1038C neighborhood consists of 52 students currently attending Crofton Elementary, but AACPS planning office projections show that this neighborhood will grow in 2022 and 2027. Since both redistricting proposals have neighborhood 1038B, the Two Rivers community, being redistricted into Piney Orchard, we need to look at what 1038C is going to do to Piney Orchard as proposed in the superintendent's plan versus its impacts on Crofton Meadows, which is option 4LJ. And I just want to make one additional point of clarification based on the public comment that was made at the last meeting. Crofton Meadows parents argued that their school was the smallest of any elementary school on the table during the redistricting process. This is a fact that further supports 4LJ. Crofton Meadows has 88 students less than Piney Orchard currently, but they have the same amount of administrative and counseling staff as Piney Orchard. They both only have one cafeteria, one media center, one gym, one place for before and after school activities. Trailers can help with classrooms, but these common spaces can't be expanded. So what about long term? 1038C is being developed, but so is 1038B, and at about the same rate. In 2022, 1038C is built to capacity, but 1038B, which is going to Piney Orchard in both options, is still growing at about double the student population. Option 4LJ keeps the schools equitable in the 2027 projection, with Piney Orchard at 120% state-rated capacity and Crofton Meadows at 123% the state-rated capacity. The superintendent's recommendation puts Piney Orchard at 137% the state-rated capacity and Crofton Meadows at 103%. I understand that none of these decisions are easy, but we just ask that you keep things equitable. Thank you.
Hi. Again, I'm Carolyn Fumey. I was the Arundel High rep. Instead of my prepared remarks, which was about taking it to public hearing, I'm just going to respond to some things that were said. I have the highest respect for Ms. Hicks. She was on the committee with me, but I did want to make a point. We're not trying to do over because we were the 5 losing votes. What your regs say is anybody can bring something to public hearing and present it to you. We thought it was an alternative that we all didn't vote on this because the other one had passed. The 4LJ plan got the most votes in the initial round, And just this, the superintendent's plan came up first. And so when they got all the votes, we didn't subsequently go back and vote on 4LJ. I should have done that. And frankly, that was a procedural thing we didn't realize. But the reason that we wanted to bring 4LJ to you is because it is more equitable and it does balance it out better. And we thought you should be aware that it existed. We also did think that the planning office having an objection to the non-contiguous boundaries right before the vote, when the plan was on the table for 3 weeks, did alter the vote on option 4, just to be fair. 7 committee members want you to take option 4LJ to public hearing. Those are the 5 of us that lost, 1 person that voted for the superintendent's plan, and 1 of the abstentions. I love the idea that you'll workshop it and take a look. If you have any questions about 4LJ, Scott Schuler in your planning office is fantastic, but I have been living and breathing this for a few months now. I'd be happy to meet with any of you and answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Just for clarification, the workshop does include the committee as well as the staff, right?
That was not my understanding. Generally, when we have a board workshop, it's with staff, that we have staff members that present to us. Workshops they are open to the public, but we don't take public comment, and we'll have the staff there that can answer questions. But we have, as with Ms. Fiume, I know that we've all heard from many people of the committee as well, and they'll have the opportunity to reach out to us as well.
Right, but what the staff is putting out to us is coming directly from the committee. That's
directly. Yes, they will share the details from the committee and everything, all the information that was given to the committee in making their decisions and how the plans were done. It will be the same information that the committee considered as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon once more. I'm Dwayne Boyd. I reside in the homeowner in the Villas of Watt Chapel, 1038C. I have a second grader and a 4th grader in Crofton Elementary, and I'm here to express my support for option 4LJ with an addendum. A small addendum, I add. I'm deeply concerned about the current option 4 because it takes my children out of the Crofton Elementary School. I want to expressly state that I bought my specific home so that my children could attend Crofton schools. We are a row home of 40 homes that were built and completed, all in the expectation of being in the Crofton School District. This is having an economic impact as well as perceived value of our home value by having to have to move and bypass 5 other schools to go to a school that is not close to us. It's not convenient, and it's actually, logistically, it just does not make sense. So I just wanted to express, as a homeowner, uniquely situated, we are the only homeowners who are being asked to move out of the Crofton School District when we all justifiably relied on the representation that would be a part of that school system. Option 4 does not work for us because, as I mentioned, it's 5 miles away. There are 5 elementary schools closer, and we have the Riverwalk community slating students to go to Crofton Elementary, displacing our students when the Riverwalk community hasn't even been built. So you're displacing actual students for hypothetical students. You've already talked about the crossing Route 3, and you can see that there's discrepancies in that. There's other part of it too, and just in terms of the social part, our children are socialized not only with our neighbors, but with the Crofton. We participate in Crofton sports. We go to Crofton churches and other community activities. So I just think that for us to be moved is just unfair overall. And no, we were not represented previously. 1038C was not specifically represented, and our community specifically was not represented prior. Now, the other thing I want to request here is also to see if you could conduct impact assessment on diversity and socioeconomic status. That has not been done yet. And I just wanted to suggest strongly that you do that just to remove any perceived or possible perceptions of this being driven by race and by economic status. So in conclusion, I just want to state that once more, as a homeowner who bought in this community specifically to be a part of the Crofton schools, I would like for the board to move forward option plan 4LJ with addendum. The addendum is that the 40 homeowners in our home will send our kids to Nantucket to decrease the impact on Crofton Meadows. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And I just want to add something, and Ms. Femi, I know that part of the data was considered by the committee was that there was data that was given about all demographics, socioeconomic and racial demographics. Is that correct? For the enrollment at the different schools?
We got some public comment from the Nantucket folks. They were very concerned. They wanted to be in Crofton High School. And so some Nantucket parents brought socioeconomic activity or data to meetings and submitted it to us to look at the fact that it would be a disparate impact on Nantucket if they were left out. But I don't want to misspeak here. Greg would know better than I would. But I don't know off the top of my head of any data that I saw that was a breakout of race and socioeconomic status by school.
Okay.
But I would have to go back to, we got a lot of paperwork. But do you know?
We were not given anything. We were not supposed to look at that. We were supposed to look at the numbers. That's it.
Okay.
Not who lives where and what socioeconomics or
race or transportation, like logistics.
Mr. Stewart.
Right. Yeah, I just don't want to misspeak. If you know what I got.
Greg Stewart, for the record, Senior Manager Planning. That information was not requested from the committee, therefore we did not provide it. Unlike Annapolis, that specific information was requested by the committee at that time, and we did provide that information. This was strictly a geographical balancing. We did not get into economics or any type of ethnic diversity. It was not requested.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Ms. Schulman.
I would argue that having those figures and getting that information is very important. And so I would request that we be provided as a board with all of those, all of that data around diversity and socioeconomic status. It's very important. You know, we live in a diverse community and we have to celebrate our diversity.
Mr. Boyd.
No, Mr. Boyd just went. So
I can go again.
No problem. Again, my name is Clint Turdine, parent of 3 future Nantucket elementary schoolers. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you again. I think I was here back in October. Good afternoon and Happy New Year. Again, with strongly support that you capture the essential components of the tireless efforts of the parents and from Dr. Arlotto to keep Crofton together, especially Nantucket, because other parents have mentioned, I don't know the exact numbers, but I think Nantucket does, represent a lot of those diversity numbers that perhaps you're, very interested in, understand the need to more strongly look at and workshop this issue. But again, would strongly you consider the essential component of keeping Crofton together for the new high school. Thank you.
Mr. Granon.
I just want to make sure that the board gets the advice of legal counsel before we take into account any criteria like race or anything like that in redistricting decisions. If that was a suggestion, I just don't know if that's legal, and I want to make sure that we get advice from legal counsel whether that's permissible.
We actually have used that, but not to look at the numbers, because I know 2 years ago when we had come up, one of the arguments that some parents made was that it was going to dilute the diversity at different schools. So it has something that's been has been considered before when it comes up, and it's with Annapolis. That was also a consideration to try and make sure that we weren't diluting diversity at different schools more than necessary to have in there. So, Ms. Antwine.
My question would be the impact on diversity for this has obviously been done internally. It sounds like that. I want to make sure that work has been done. If so, that makes the information readily available to us. So if possible, since it's readily available, could we get it before the workshop, please?
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, Ms. Hicks.
Latika Hicks, Crofton. I want to say that I support the superintendent's recommendation, which is basically the recommendation of the redistricting advisory committee, with the exception, I think, of some timing and grandfathering, which I think should be discussed during public hearing. The board asked for the redistricting area committee, as I said earlier, the 18 parents, 2 from each of the what they cited as possibly the 9 affected schools. One thing I could say about being on that committee was that all of the parents on that committee were laser focused on trying to come up with a plan that best served all of the students in the committee. They were definitely committed to that and put in a lot of hours. I saw that. The committee created several options, which included option 4LJ, but ultimately the committee voted to recommend option 4. I believe that option 4 is the most feasible because it is not focused just on one school, but all of the area schools. We had several challenges that we were looking at as a committee that was overcrowding, taking into consideration the aging schools, trying to keep the schools together. So it was extremely frustrating, especially trying to work out those numbers when we were all basically put in the same situation where we had all of these overcrowding schools. And I think it was actually unfair to us parents because it seems as if, like right now, we're being pitted against each other when actually we want Anne Arundel County to provide us with adequate facilities. And so this is why we felt that, I feel that option 4 is the best one to move forward in that because it does consider the construction of West County Elementary School, which is in, I think that's 1038B, that new development in the back, which would alleviate some of the overcrowding, temporary overcrowding for Piney Orchard Elementary School. I think also in the recommendation, we asked for the expansion of the Arundel Middle School. Actually, I think we asked for it to be rebuilt, actually, because it's really is falling apart, and for the Arundel High School to be renovated. We also asked for the expansion of Crofton High School because we see right from the start that Crofton High School is not going to be adequate for the number of students that's going to feed into that school. And we asked for another middle school. So basically, I think option 4 is the best option because we want to put the pressure back on the county, back on our county executive to make sure that they provide the funds and that Dr. Arlotto asks for the money that is necessary to have those renovations, to develop the new schools, to take into consideration all of the new development that continues to be going, that's going on right now, that's going to continue to put the pressure on all of our students, which is unfair.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. All right. So, thank you all very much. We'll now move on. Item 5.01, administrative personnel appointments, and there are no appointments today. Item 5.02 is personnel. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Do I have a
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge and thank Kathy Lane for her service, as she's noted as one of the retirees. I know she's no longer here. She is someone who's been a great support and advocate for me in my role as state director of adult education, and her work in the alternative space is known. Alternative education space is known throughout the state, and she's a leader in that area. And I just can't thank her enough for her service.
And I want to echo that. I've worked with Ms. Lane going back more than a decade back as a parent as we were bringing Monarch Global to the Laurel community, and we worked very closely together. And the impact that she's had on many of our most vulnerable children has been significant over the years, and she will be missed. I also want to give a shout out. Alona Clemens is retiring from Ruth Parker Eason, and she used to be a special education teacher at Brockbridge, and she's another person who's had a huge impact on some of our most vulnerable children, and I wish her well in retirement. So, Mr. Live.
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to add my third to your comments and Kathy Lane. Kathy has been a great supporter of this school system, a good colleague of mine, and I know she will be missed. As we used to say in the Navy, for Kathy Lane, Bravo Zulu, job well done.
So if there are no further comments, Ms. Conley, could you call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lod?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
And Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Item 5.03 is action items, student behavior interventions, exclusion, seclusion, and physical restraint, policy JK. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approve policy JK, subject to final correction for style and format.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Lod. Ms. Schallheim.
Hello, good afternoon. I know that you give us the regulation for as a courtesy, and I definitely appreciate that. But I believe that we should, with regard to the required documentation under item 4, physical restraint, instead of it, it refers back just to the physical restraint item, not the whole thing, not the seclusion or exclusion. And I just want to be on record as saying that that any of these things, when used, should have required documentation and follow-up, et cetera. So I acknowledge that this is part of the regulation and that's not our wheelhouse, but I definitely want to be on record as stating that.
It's kind of, and then I'll just add, we don't practice seclusion, so we wouldn't have any documentation of that because we don't do that. But and then for the exclusion, there are things in the regulation that would state that there would be anecdotal records, and if there's extended periods, it must be referred to the school-based teams and the IEPs to be reviewed as well. Just want to say that there is some reporting requirements in there for that. Ms. Schallheim.
I guess I would like them to all match the ones stated under fiscal restraint. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other board questions or comments? Ms. Antoine.
Just quickly, last time this was brought up, we asked about who was the appropriate personnel, and it was my understanding we would get that information. We knew that it wouldn't be an all-inclusive list, but some examples of it. So if we could still get that, please. So specifically, we're looking under section C under position, and it indicates that all appropriate personnel. Just an idea of who that describes. I also looked in the regulation and it didn't bring it out. So if we could get that, it's not time sensitive, just for our understanding.
Thank you. I can tell, Bobby Petrick, Director of Special Education, hello and good afternoon. I can speak to that. It does vary from school to school, but in general, the individuals that are trained in the positive behavioral supports tend to be administrators, school counselors, special educators, some general educators, behavior interventionists, some teaching assistants. So it's fairly consistent, but in any given year, a principal or a school team might decide that there's a need for a particular individual to receive the training.
Yes, ma'am, and that's pretty much what you shared before. We just wanted, before it was my understanding, I forgot who brought it up, but that if we get an identifiable list, it will help us in our decision making.
Just to clarify, do you mean a list of people that have gone through the training? That have the actual
so
training?
I'm referring to just what you spoke to, just in writing.
Yes,
That's
job
all.
titles, as long as it's not.
So that if a parent should see it, they would understand why teacher A had the ability to restrain his or her child or otherwise. And it was brought up before, and I know it's been the holidays and all.
So that
all
sounds
that.
like specific names of people trained.
So the types, the title, the position.
Title. Okay.
If it's even a TA, if that TA is trained to do that.
As long as that's not exclusive because, like I said, in any given point in time, the school team may say,
Right.
"Oh, we need our media
so
specialist."
These type of appropriate personnel include, but are not limited to.
Exactly.
Boom. Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
I also had a question. You know, we've been knee-deep in a 400-page book lately, and when I was looking at the special ed portion of that book, that being the recommended budget, sorry, it stated under special ed specific language around PBIS, and I apologize if I get that acronym wrong. And so if we're standing it clearly in the budget as being a method widely used, widely accepted, something along those lines. But then there was resistance to putting that specific language in the policy, though I think it would, I guess it would fall in the regulation. But I think that would be useful to include, since we're putting such emphasis on it so much that it's in the budget as a method used.
Sorry. If I understand you correctly, it sounds like you're asking, the acronym is Crisis Prevention, it's Crisis Prevention Institute, CPI. That's the company.
No, there was another, yes.
That's the company that we utilize, and most school systems do utilize them for the training. You're asking if that could be put into the regulation.
Yeah, because they obviously mandate, or they obviously provide a set of a toolbox from which you all pull out of. So if it's so important, I think it is worthy of inclusion.
I believe the last time when we discussed this, my response was that we elect not to put the specific name in, because if a program came around tomorrow that had research that proved it to be 10 times more effective, we'd want to be able to consider moving from CPI to that.
I think including
program.
that is, one of, I think there's ways to get around that, right? So one of our toolbox might include.
So for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So we don't include specific names of entities. We've actually amended some of our policies that were older and had like specific vendor names. That's very typical of like state law and regulations as well. For a variety of reasons, as Ms. Pedrick mentioned, that could change, and so we describe it in a more general term. So there are references to positive behavior interventions and supports in the policy and the regulation, but as a practice, we don't do that in policy or in regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Okay. Ms. Conley, would you call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gollman?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Item 5.04 is second reading for policy JCCB, gang and gang-like activities. Ms. Ortiz, was there any public comment during this time?
So we did not receive any public comment during the 30-day public comment period in which the proposed revisions to the policy and regulation were posted online. And just as a reminder, the revisions are just in accordance with state law, and so we're just aligning our language to ensure that we're consistent with state requirements.
All right. Ms. Antoine?
So I appreciate that this went out and online, but I think the 30 days included a set of holidays and otherwise that might have influenced why no public comment. So I wanted to make a motion that we allow at least 2 more weeks on top of what was already put out to allow the consideration of the holidays. It may be the rationale behind no public comment on something as important as gang and gang-like activities.
So just with my 2 years that I've been here, we don't get a lot of public comments in general for whatever reason on policies and regulations, so that wasn't necessarily abnormal here. I think I mentioned last time that we posted online. We are here at a televised public meeting. The information goes out via Facebook and other social media outlets that AACPS uses, and so it's not atypical that for us not to get public comments for whatever reason.
Ms. Urea.
Oh, it's on. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Ortiz, isn't the policy committee, is the public allowed to attend that?
Yes, and thank you for pointing out the policy committee, which reviews the revisions in advance, is also a public meeting, and that information's put forth via the website, here at these meetings, and social media. Yes.
Ms. Antoine.
So my question then would be, how much of the, how many people from the public on average attend those policy meetings?
We don't get a lot of turnout to the policy committee meetings.
I'm just looking at the description we're putting out and the fact that the state has put this out as well. I think it would be important to allow some more time for the public in this case to comment, and that time is identified as the winter break. And that's the motion that I'm putting out. Like a second, but then again, if the board doesn't agree with that, we'll move that as forward.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay. So are there any comments on this motion to put this out for further public comment? Ms. Ellis.
I want to ask Ms. Antoine, are you referring to both items that are up for second reading here, or just in particular the gang and gang-like activities? Because there's two policies that were up for second reading. I'm trying to understand if you're concerned about this particular policy or just the fact that there were two policies that were out there for public comment that happened during the holiday season.
So that was oversight on my part. So that would be a follow-up, because I understood it to be that this other one was a third reading. But if it's a second reading, the motion would include any of the items coming up for second reading.
So your concern is any policy that happened, that was put out there during that period of time. So you don't have I'm just trying to understand, do you have a reason to be concerned that other people are concerned about this particular issue? It's just you would like our general practice to be to put it out for a longer period of time during that time of year?
No. So for these particular policy items, because of the significance, it includes safety, security, and otherwise that are truly concerns out there. We receive information all the time from parents who may want to weigh in on this and may not have had the opportunity because of other obligations during that time period. For 5.06 and 5.04, I'm requesting
4 and 5. Student suspension and expulsion.
So for 5.04 and 5.05, if we could allow 2 more weeks for public comment on top of what we would generally have.
I seconded before, and I remain a second.
Ms. Ortiz, help me understand, if you will. The timelines that we adhere to are set in board policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So according to board policy, we put out for 30 days. And I just want to add, I know it was over the holidays, but many of our things that we consider come over the holidays, for instance, we also have over the summer as well. It's 30 days. It's very well publicized to the community. It's put out, we put out press releases about it. We have, as we said, at the public meetings that it's there. And while I understand the need, that it's, all of our policies are important, and it's not just if there's security and things. This has been well published out there. There is still time that the public could reach out to us personally and speak on this item, with us not taking a vote on this item today. It still comes before us for third reading. So the public could come speak today. They can send us information. They can also speak at third reading. And so I'm hesitant to put forth that we would violate our policy to move forward on this for 30 days when I feel like there has been sufficient time out there to receive the public comment back, and that there's still opportunity to receive public comment as well.
Thank you for pointing that out. So even though the 30-day public comment period has ended, That really just means that I'm not posting these public comments on our board policy site for the public to view. But certainly, if I get any emails or any comments, I still share that with the board after the 30-day public comment period. It's just during that public comment period, those comments are, I post them online so that anybody can see what the public comments were during that time period. But you would still, if I received anything, I would still share it with you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just sort of as a follow-up question, is there anything that would preclude us from just keeping the two policies open for public comment for 2 more weeks so that it doesn't disrupt the timeline and we can still have third reading with any added public comments at the next meeting?
So again, your policy states it's a 30-day public comment period, and that's more so to have that information online. There's nothing, even if you don't choose to technically say that you're going to extend the public comment period for 2 weeks, people can still submit comments to me that I would share with you. I just wouldn't post them on our website.
Got it. Thank you.
That's the distinction.
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I'm just concerned if we're picking these 2 policies to extend because of the subject matter, then that means we're going to have to make a quality statement every time on which of our policies are most important. So I think we have to have a blanket practice. We could revisit our policy and say policies that are presented in the middle of December will have a 6-week period, but to just choose these 2 topics because they seem important, I'm concerned that we're making a determination for the public what is important.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I guess I'm supportive of the concerns that Ms. Antoine expressed. I would like to hear the sentence of that policy, because I think that you're talking about, if we could hear that read to us now, because I think a very natural reading of that, even though the words aren't there, would mean for the public's benefit at least 30 days. And to me, the whole point of us being board members is that we're up here to exercise discretion and judgment about things like this, and not to be hamstrung and told that this has to pass now and this timeline has to be met. So I'd like to hear that language, because I'm pretty sure that the natural reading of that would mean at least 30 days.
So I don't have that policy in front of me.
Look that up. And
another option is that we simply hold this for second reading, and we could make a motion to move this for second reading at our next public meeting, which would effectively accomplish what you wanted. So if that's a friendly, can I make that as a friendly amendment, that we treat this item for second reading at our next meeting, which is 2 weeks from now, and would give you what you wanted?
Yeah, second.
I think we need to clarify what the policy says and say again that this is not a vote. We're not voting on anything today, and that there is still time for public comment that's coming out there. Mr. Burns, are you looking that policy up for us?
Mr. Grant, you're referring to the policy in regards to the development process, right?
And the public comment period. Even if the words aren't there, to me, the natural reading that would mean at least 30 days, so we're not making changes without giving the public an opportunity to comment. I don't believe that anything that we have done would bind us from giving the public additional time.
I hope this can be picked up. I'll come up here.
Can you? Yeah, I can't hear you.
Darren Burns, Board Counsel, your policy setting policies and procedures are designed to provide at least a minimum baseline for the time period it takes to develop whatever it is you intend to enact. If your policy says that you are going to have first read, second read, third read adoption on a certain schedule, your duty to the public would be not to collapse or narrow that schedule without the necessary supermajority vote. Beyond that, you're certainly, as I think you indicated, able to extend your process farther to have additional readings, to have more than one information, more than one action sessions. No one's ever going to criticize that, and you wouldn't be in violation of the Cardia Doctrine or any of those principles that say you're bound by your procedures. Shortening would be a different story.
So let me better state my motion then. I move that items 5.04 and 5.05 be added to the agenda for second reading at the next public hearing of the board, and that a consequence of that is that the public comment period on our website, meaning the most accessible way for the public to make comments, will be held open an additional 2 weeks.
I second that too.
Well, we have a motion. I'm sorry, now we're going to get into some problems. We have a motion already on the floor that has to be addressed first. So, Ms. Antoine.
So I appreciate that, Mr. Grannon, and so therefore I withdraw my original motion to allow the new motion to take place.
So the new motion is to move this, to extend second reading to the next meeting to have and extend that public comment part.
And I have the actual language since Mr. Grannon requested it. Thank you, Mr. Mosier. So it states in policy BF policy setting, the proposed policy shall be posted on the AACPS website for a 30-day comment period beginning on the date the policy item is introduced as an information item, first reading at a regularly scheduled board meeting. So that's the actual language.
So we have a second. So are there any other board comments on this motion, Ms. Antoine?
So in the spirit of importance, I think that we're trivializing what's really being said, the content within these policies, and the fact that the state weighed in on it. I believe the public should have as much time as necessary to really realistically look at this and have a say in that. The alignment with the state, the alignment with our counties, and the fact that at the end of the day, some student somewhere will be affected by these policies is the rationale behind that. That does not mean that we blanket it across all policy, and it certainly doesn't mean that this person undermines the importance of our other policies.
I appreciate you saying that, but I share what the concerns with Ms. Ellis that if we start selectively picking which policies should have more time for them, and I think that's just something the board needs to be very cognizant of moving forward, that what may seem very important and needing more time by one board member may not to another, and vice versa, and so then we'd get into that. And so that's part of why we have standard policy to follow things that's all given the same attention. Is there any public comment on this amendment? Ms. Hicks.
Latika Hicks Crofton. I would ask that this policy includes some guidance and some more definitions. I realize that the state is really vague in their definition of gang and gang-like. So I'm concerned about the enforcement of it, and I believe it will be arbitrary in manner with this enforcement. We're expecting our teachers and educators to be criminal investigators to kind of pick out what a gang is and what gang-like activities are, and I just think that's a dangerous road for our children, especially considering the penalties, okay, and the actions that follow up. So I would like for this policy to include some guidance as far as who they will reference, as far which way, as far as what they will reference with regards to what is a gang, what those gang symbols are, what those gang colors are, and what do you mean by gang-like? I know between my friends, when I was in school, we would do a handshake. You see some of the teachers greeting their students with different handshakes to welcome them. And I would hate for an educator to come across and see that handshake, which is completely innocent, and say, oh, these students are acting in a gang-like manner. So I would like for that definition. I would like for this policy to reference the professionals in that area to actually identify what type of gangs we're referring to.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Ms. Shaw.
I agree. I would love to have that spelled out in detail, both of those items, gang and gang-like, in accordance with what Ms. Hicks said. Thank you.
So the regulation defines criminal gang and gang-like activity in accordance with state law. So this act that passed by the General Assembly defines provides these definitions, and we're required to have the state definition. And basically what's in this policy and regulation is required by state law.
It's vague. The state definition is vague.
It's what the criminal code uses in this state.
Can we go above and beyond what the criminal code uses? Can we go above and beyond what the state says we should be putting in there? I think so, right?
I'm not certain of that, just because if we're going to call something gang-like activity, that's clearly defined in the criminal article on the annotated code of Maryland. So going above and beyond that could potentially land us in some legal issues. Right, so the regulation is in accordance with the state law. The state law defines it, and so we put that in the regulation. So just as a clarification, definitions go in the regulation, not in the policy, so that's why it's in the regulation, but the definitions are in accordance with what's required by Maryland state law and how the state of Maryland requires these. So, I would obviously have to look into that further, but just initially, to go above and beyond and do something other than what the criminal code determines as a gang is concerning, just because, that could create some legal issues for us if we're defining a gang to be something other than what it's actually defined in the state.
I understand, and I appreciate all of that, and I appreciate all the hard work you do putting into all of our policies and regulations. But I would definitely appreciate further research around that issue to see what is possible in light of the fact that this is a gray area, and people would act. What my version of what gang-like might be, it could be vastly different, wildly different from what someone else's version of gang-like might be, and so I really believe that any information, research you can do around this, so we can make those things more detailed, I would appreciate, and I thank you in advance for that.
Yeah, we can provide information. Just to clarify, like a handshake wouldn't be covered. The definition on page 2 of gang-like activity says a pattern of criminal gang activity, including the attempted commission of conspiracy to commit or solicitation of 2 or more underlying crimes or acts by juvenile. That would be an underlying crime if committed by an adult. So handshakes would not be covered under that.
Ms. Corkadell.
Since we're not going to be taking a vote on this, I have a couple questions that doesn't need to be answered today, but
we do have the motion on the floor to take a vote on the motion to delay for the. We didn't take a vote on that yet, did we? Okay. So we
Correct.
do.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes,
this is still. So we're still in the comment period on the motion to go to. Does that make sense?
Okay.
To delay it. We're still discussing that part, and we had comments on that. So we probably should go ahead and hold a vote on that motion to delay second reading to the next meeting, and then we can have continued public comment. Does that?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we could get the information, but to move forward. So
right,
that's what I was going to comment too. That yes, those are good questions, and I have a couple more, but yeah.
Let's go ahead and call that vote and then have continued discussion on this. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Urea?
Just for clarification, this is on what Ms. Antoine or Mr.
This
Grannon said?
This is Mr. Grannon's to delay. Right. It's to delay the vote on this second reading until the next meeting and extend the public comment time until the next.
2 weeks?
For 2 weeks. So that it would be up for second reading again at the next meeting.
Okay. Aye.
Mr. Gillen?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Hubbard?
Nay.
Was that a nay?
Motion passes 8-1. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, I would like to know Please, what training will staff receive to identify gangs as defined by the state?
I'll have to get back to you on that. Goal Batten, Supervisor, School Security. We'll have to get back to you on that answer.
I would appreciate knowing that perhaps by next meeting, since it's, or before we vote on this finally, I would love to know those items, and thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
That was one of my questions, actually, that Michelle Hyman has just asked, is that is there the training that's in the schools, is that in collaboration with Homeland Security and the local authorities, or is that conducted in-house? That was one of my questions. And then second to that, I do concur. I think it would be a good idea to have in our hands the state language of the state definitions of that. And if we could please clarify the authority. My understanding is if the state and criminal code, that unless authority is granted to us to add to it, that we would have to get state legislative permission. If we could get a clarification on that, that would be great, because that has been my understanding on criminal code in particular, that the Judicial Committee of the state is going to want to know about that. So if we could find that out before our next second reading, that would be great. Thank you.
And so I can answer the first question. The state definitions are in our regulation. All of the definitions that are in the regulation are what's in the criminal code article of the state. We did not change them.
So that is item 5.04. Item 5.05 was also included in the motion to stay for 2 weeks. We've received no public comment on item 5. Student suspension and expulsion either, Ms. Ortiz, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any board questions or comments about policy JD? Is there any public comment? Okay. All right, we'll move on, and these will come before us again next meeting.
Yes.
Item 5.06 is a first reading for policy IFG, health education. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, so the Division of Curriculum and Instruction is bringing policy IFG, health education, before you for first reading. This policy was last updated August 2nd, 2006. The policy has been reorganized and revised to provide age-appropriate instruction on the meaning of consent and respect for personal boundaries in accordance with new state requirements. These proposed revisions will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment. We're happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Ellis.
It looks here like there was a change. I just wanted to know what drove that. We stopped consulting with members of the community to select materials for instruction. Do you know what the history of that is?
So that question actually came up in the policy committee. So we actually have a materials of instruction manual, and so there, Michelle can definitely speak to that further, but the language was updated to ensure that it's in accordance with that manual in our entire selection process.
Good afternoon, Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, we do have a specific Materials of Instruction Committee that meets both in the fall and spring to review materials. In fact, an invitation just went out. We include multiple stakeholders, parents, members of PTA or CAC, business partnerships, our health department, counselors, so that they all can participate in that review.
So we do have community input. You're just saying it's through a different means or a different committee than it used to be? It used to be specifically around health, and now it's just around our general. I'm trying to understand what the change is.
Sure. So we just referred all of that information to our handbook versus spelling it out into our policy and regulations. So they are, for that particular committee, specific to the topic of health education.
Okay.
So, and to further clarify, so on page 2A there says select the materials in accordance with policy IH, materials of instruction, and so that's what refers us to the the manual that provides for community input, and then we also specified a collaboration in accordance with policy KBB with the Advisory Committee on Family Life and Human Sexuality, because that's its own standing policy. So we wanted to point that out as well.
Thank you.
Michelle Hunt.
I received that notification about the committee. Are board members allowed to participate?
I will have to get back to you. That's a good question.
Because I have an interest in that. I would like to sit on that if that's allowed.
Ms. Antoine.
So this policy on health is being adjusted due to new state regulations, or is it because of our rating that recently came out?
It's a good question. It's actually because of new state law that requires the education of consent in health education. So we wanted to ensure that we had that in there and also define consent in accordance with the state law requirements.
So with that said, though, will it cover the discrepancy? I understood it, and Dr. Arlotto, please correct me if I'm wrong. One of the reasons we had a lower score was because of the results that came in based on our health curriculum. So this new policy would accommodate that. Would it or would it not?
So the policy changes were not in response to the new ratings, although it's happening around the same time. This was just a statewide requirement that recently passed in 2018 and recently went into effect. So all school systems had to update this consent piece. And to be honest, I don't know that would have been used in the most recent ratings just because the law is new and the effective date is new. And so because it will now be part of health education curriculum, then it will be covered under what the state is looking at for a well-rounded health education curriculum.
Ms. Antine, we corrected the issue with regard to the report card last spring, and it's taken effect for this school year. So this policy would not, policy and regulatory language does not impact that. That was an accounting issue. How could we account for that it was being delivered in the 5th grade versus the curriculum and materials themselves? It was just about, could we have a way of capturing that and sending that data to the state? That was the discrepancy, and that's been corrected. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. And that will go forth for 30 days of public comment.
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 6.01 is a review item.
What about 5?
What?
Oh, no, never mind.
Review item, the 2019-2020 school year calendar. Pursuant to policy IB and administrative regulation IBRA, the calendar is developed by a calendar committee, which is comprised of parents, students, teachers, administrators, union representatives, and central office staff. The calendar committee provided input and recommended a calendar to be presented to the board. The board approved the attached 2019-2020 school year calendar on November 14th, 2018, and board members have indicated they wish to have further discussion about the calendar.
Before I get into some proposals this afternoon, I want to first thank the Calendar Committee for all their hard work in putting the school calendar together every year. The school calendar sets the tone for the school year, and while I know all too well that flexibility within the school calendar is currently very limited, first by the school calendar executive order and then by MSDE's narrow interpretation of legislation that was passed and signed into law last year, there are important changes that can be made now, today, in the name of inclusion. Each year, Anne Arundel County is becoming more diverse, not just in terms of race. We are also more diverse in terms of religion and cultural and ethnic background as well. And with the uptick in hate crimes within our community, it is becoming increasingly important to teach our children to embrace and celebrate diversity, to accept others for who they are, and to be proud of what makes each of us unique. One group of people is not less than another. All are important. All are worthy. We cannot raise tolerant, accepting children if we are not tolerant and accepting ourselves. AACPS can do more to be inclusive all year, starting with the school calendar. AACPS can look to other Maryland school systems who embrace their diverse student body with open arms. School systems like Howard County is one model to strive towards. Their calendar must be approved by MSDE, just as ours is. They are able to be inclusive. We can be too. We can't make every change necessary to embrace our diverse students and educators today. Some changes won't be possible until the Maryland General Assembly acts this session to resolve the unintended consequences produced by the school executive order. The proposal before my fellow board members, it's coming, today shows both items we can change today, as well as items that require your strong consideration once our lawmakers act. So I have two motions for us to consider this afternoon. And it's coming around, folks, but let me just read what I want to do. First, I want to direct you all to the Religious Observances for Students section on page 2 of the calendar. For the past 2 years, and despite regulation in place forbidding tests and examinations on Rosh Hashanah, both tests and examinations have been administered on this day. The 2019-20 school calendar that was approved by the board right before 5 of us were seated walked back existing text in this section to only graded tests. I would argue that any mandatory assessment by the state, whether for a grade or not, should not be given on religious observance days. As I previously mentioned, for the past 2 years, students that were out observing Rosh Hashanah in particular were made to make up exams or assessments upon the return to school during lunch or class. I see this as a penalty and feel strongly that we should return to the previous language on this subject, which was more in accordance with existing regulation IB-RA, which simply states, quote, tests and examinations will not be scheduled on the day of major religious observance, including Rosh Hashanah, unquote. I would also argue that the current list of religious observances is not inclusive enough. Diwali, which is often celebrated in October, and like Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Eid al-Fitr, and Easter follows the lunar calendar, is the most holy of days for both the Hindu and Sikh communities. So the first of my two motions has two parts. I would like to move to amend both to add the addition of Diwali to the list of religious observances for students list, as well as adopting the amended text as I've written on my proposed calendar regarding tests and examinations.
Second.
Can we split the motions into two different motions? To have discussion on each one, the Diwali and then, because I think they're two different discussions.
Sure.
Okay. So do I have a second for the second motion, that they're both, you know, so that way we can discuss each separately and they can be separate votes.
Second.
So the first one would be to add Diwali as a religious observance day. Is there any board discussion on that? I will say that my board discussion, we had talked about receiving some input from the community. We have never, to my knowledge, we have not had anyone come to us asking that Diwali be recognized as a religious observance day. I will admit my ignorance when it comes to Diwali and what level of religious is it brought up before. Is it more of a festival? Is it a day that is seen as a day where people will be attending services? And I'm not opposed to this, but I would rather get some direct information from members of the Hindu and Sikh community before we make a decision on that.
I can speak to this. I have a number of friends that follow the Hindu and Sikh religions, and I called them specifically and asked, is this a celebration like, I mean, I don't know what, is this a celebration or is this truly a holy day? Would you or would you not, under ideal circumstances, want to be able to, say, take off school on that day? I'm not proposing that today. And they all said, 100% of them, both my Hindu and my Sikh friends, said that it is a very holy day. It is the most holy of days for those two people. I don't think that this impacts a huge portion of our community, although ever growing. And I would also state that why not be proactive? Why not be inclusive? Why not lead with a tone of inclusion rather than being reactive and only be responsive to to folks who may, for a variety of reasons, not feel comfortable approaching us in a public setting.
Ms. Ellis.
As far as your question, Ms. Hummer, I too have to be honest, I'm sort of ignorant on this holiday. That being said, I don't like the idea that the only way we take action is when people actually take action and come to us, because it takes much more action. It takes, if things have been done the way they have been done, a lot of times the community just becomes used to that and don't realize that they have a voice and that they can actually make a change. So just because no one has come to us about that doesn't mean it's not important to them. I just want to put that out there as a point.
Mr. Granon.
By just, I guess, echoing the same ignorance about some of the underlying significance of that. I will say that I know that, this is completely anecdotal, but I know that my law firm, for example, hosts a Diwali party every year, and it's like a client development event that is a celebration, and it's festive. We don't do anything like that for any other holiday, and it's definitely not organized in a way, to me, that appears to be a kind of reverent religious event at all. I will say that kind of in line with what Ms. Hummer was saying, I think it is important when we expressly ask members of the public to give us their views about these things that we don't know about, when it's something as, for lack of a better word, personal or particularly sort of idiosyncratic to one group, and we don't know about it. I guess my concern is, to be judicious, if we're doing this for Diwali, which may not even be an analogous religious holiday, what about like Ramadan? What about other things that are important to other groups of people? And we haven't heard from them about that. So I raised that. I guess I definitely share the view that it would be better that no tests or examinations be given on those days, especially since we heard from Colin, for example, who said teachers were doing that anyway. I think we should formalize that, but I don't know that I'm behind adding Diwali without having heard from the public and members of that community as to the importance for doing that.
And I'll echo, I completely understand what Ms. Ellis said, that we need to be proactive, and we don't necessarily, it's not necessarily that we wait for people to come to us, but I pulled up, and looking at the calendar, I pulled up, you can Google religious holidays, and there's literally a religious holiday or religious observance on every day of the year for different ones. And so if we open up a door of doing everything, there's many things we could have. Again, I'm not necessarily opposed. I would like to hear more than anecdotal. My next door neighbor celebrates Diwali as well, but to her it's more of a celebration. So then I would like to hear from some leaders in the community, just to hear, because I think that's part of the respect too, is that we seek their input to ask how they would want to recognize, rather than presuming, as someone who doesn't practice that faith, presuming what they would want. I would rather get some feedback and delay making a decision on this until we had some further information from some religious leaders that we can speak out to and find what that would be. And as we said, if we get the feedback and then that is the words, we move forward on that, hopefully, like you said, that will energize other groups that may be interested, that they would reach out to us more when they see that we're taking it seriously and that we're looking into it and we're doing it in an informed manner beforehand. So, Ms. Ellis.
I just wanted to comment on when Mr. Grannon was talking about having a Diwali celebration. Again, I don't know the significance of that holiday as far as religious versus celebration, but in various companies I've worked for, we've had Christmas parties or holiday parties that included Christmas, Hanukkah, other celebrations. So those were celebrations, but there's still obviously a very religious meaning to Christmas and Hanukkah. So I'm not sure that would be the measure either. I think, Ms. Hummer, where you're going with this, where I think we do need to be proactive and seek input on this. Absolutely.
Michelle Hunt.
I would argue that Diwali is one day, Ramadan is a 30-day period, just for the record. And I would also state that we are leaders and we should be leading and we should be proactive, and we don't necessarily need to. We're talking about students that might want to take Diwali off for whatever their religious observances call for on one day. I'm not affecting days of the calendar yet. And I think that it shows that we can be inclusive and that we care. And so I stand firm on that, and I hope that my colleagues will follow.
Ms. Urea.
I wholeheartedly agree with the testing and examination that you have said, Ms. Schallheim. So with your research, I know you sent me a couple of calendars of like Howard County, Montgomery County, and PG County, being that they are a lot more religiously diverse than us. Do you know how many of the religious observance days they have compared to our current calendar?
Howard County, I think, is like the gold star to aim towards, and no, just because I know it's going to come up, I know we can't close solely for religious reasons, but what Howard County did to go around that and honor its diverse community, and something that we should really consider doing going forward, especially after the Maryland General Assembly finally acts and MSDE stays out of it, hopefully, is they have PD days on a lot of those days, so they close for operational reasons for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And then they have PD days on the Lunar New Year, Diwali, and Eid al-Fitr when those days fall on school days. And they don't always, because again, the lunar calendar, it's never going to be on the same day twice, certainly not 2 years in a row. And so, I've talked to people up in Howard County long before I was a candidate, back when we first met on this topic. For all you that were sitting up on the dais during that time, I'm sure you all remember. And I just want to move towards that. So while we don't have someone sitting in our audience wanting to provide public testimony, I don't think today about this issue, can't we trust in what Howard County has come up with? And I think yes.
Ms. Antoine.
So I just had a question. Based on the proposed, and this is for you, based on the proposal here, we will be doing the parent-teacher conferences over 3 days?
No, there's things that I said in my initial remarks, that there's things we can do today and there's things that need to wait. Yes, originally, yes, of course, I had lots more plans to do today. But then in my conversations with a variety of educator friends and friends that are principals, there's things that I can't do today. So the only two things I want to do is the addition of Diwali under the religious observances section, and then to move back more in accordance with this regulation regarding tests and examinations. And then the rest is just to ponder, to think of other ideas. And I was going to get into that after we voted on these two, but it's all just table. I'll wait for us to vote on these two.
I understand. It's just for clarification.
Yeah.
Because we have to consider the time, and the way this looks, Diwali fit nicely because the parent-teacher conferences were spread over the 2 days, which is over 3 days. So rather than the one whole day, which is on our adopted calendar.
Right. And we're not switching days, we're not taking off. We're just saying for those students who wish to not attend school on that day so they can observe their religion, that this written section under religious observances for students would apply to them. Right now it doesn't. Right now, if you look at the current approved one, I don't remember where it went. It's in my packet somewhere. The only days listed on there are Rosh Hashanah, Eid al-Fitr, and Eid al-Adha. And I sincerely apologize to the Muslim community if I'm not pronouncing the names correctly. But there's only 3 listed on there. I recommend we expand and have 4.
Ms. Corkadell.
Clarification question. So according to, under the religious observance for students, There's a section in there, it says athletics and other school-sponsored extracurricular activities will not take place after sundown the day before of one of the religious observance, starting or before sundown the first day of the multi-day religion observance. Does that mean with Diwali falling on a Friday that the county would have to not, there would be no football, there would be absolutely no sporting activities, correct?
Well, I think that's something we'd have to clarify about Diwali. I think my reading of this says that before a religious event starts or before sundown. So some religious events days start after sundown.
Correct, like Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
Right,
yes.
but some do not. So I think that's something we could get clarification on with Diwali, is that one that would affect sundown, which I would say is another point in favor of delaying this until we get some more information about Diwali, so we're making sure that we're making a fully informed decision on how it actually is celebrated and what is the proper practice for that. Ms. Ellis.
Yes, I absolutely am not opposed to adding Diwali to this, to the religious observances, but I would like for us to take a couple of weeks or whatever to get more information about the holidays, religious observances, so that we're informed about how we're implementing this.
Ms. Antoine, I see your finger there. Are you about to push the button? Okay.
It's almost like a trigger, right? So it was brought up by Mr. Grannon about the considerations for other religious observances. So could we take that 2-week period to get public info on other religious observances as well?
I think my comment to that be that's very open-ended. I mean, as I said, I looked at a calendar, and we have a religious observance days every day of the week. We could come up with there is one. It's not uncommon in some school districts that they close for Three Kings Day. That's a very huge celebration in the Hispanic community. You know, there's a lot of things that could come up for that, and so as we said before, I'm not opposed to adding more religious observance days, but I want to make sure that we do them in an informed and respectful manner, and that we are actually getting their input and seeing how they want it to be recognized. Because some religious observance days, they actually don't have events that happen during the day. You know, there isn't a need because there's not services during the day. The services would be at evening. So to assume that we know how they might want to be recognized, I just would like to get more information to make sure we're being as respectful and informed as we can be moving forward.
To that point, I was thinking still, just so if things should come up down the line, and we will be looking at these calendars every year, with some considerations that we could be proactive on if we had the information. Like Diwali, we don't, I personally am not as strong in that observance. So just having that information while we have the door open to a religious sector, could we not just open it up for public comment in general for those religious observances?
You mean just like public comment? To have people come if they want to speak, or
no. What I'm saying is we're wanting more information on Diwali to make an informed decision. Could we not, since the door is open, allow for anyone wanting to share information on their religious observance to do that?
Well, and that's open at any meeting, at any time. If someone can come in, we can publicize it that it would be on the calendar and that people could come. But that's at any time people can come and speak on. But yes, we could make that more public, saying that we are looking at religious observance days, and so make sure that the public knows that that's a discussion that will be happening. Is that kind of what you're saying?
So I guess my confusion is we're not looking for open testimony publicly and in person. We're looking for some comments coming in, maybe online or through some means of website.
Just research. You know, we can do a little bit more.
So what is when you are requesting public input from people within the community that celebrates Diwali, my question is, could we open the door for other people within their specific communities to also give you input during this time period?
certainly. I mean, I don't think there's anything limiting that at all, that to have. And as we said, we anticipate that there's going to be changes to the calendar in the legislature this spring. Don't know how extensive those will be, but there will be some changes. So I anticipate that we will be revisiting this calendar again as those changes are made. And as part of that revisiting, we could ask perhaps a way to do is to look at calendars from other school districts to see what religious observance days they may counter so that we could do some comparisons. If that could be something too, I'm just to put out there, just other ways that we can gather information. Ms. Schallheim.
As previously stated, Howard County does this and has done this for a little while. Like I said, they are a beacon of hope for the religious and cultural minorities of our community. And to minimize major religious days, to say that there's one every day of the year, I disagree. I'm not asking for everything. I'm asking for one additional day in the name of inclusion, and for us to be proactive and lead and be bold on this. As someone who comes from a religious minority myself, I am Jewish. I don't just fight for my community or for the Muslim community, but for all of the major world religious communities that might exist in this area, because we need to be more inclusive and we need to celebrate our diversity. And so I remain firm that I think we should add this, and yes, we should look into it and make sure we're doing it right, i.e., does it start the night before, or does it start at sunrise, whatever. But I still would like to add this today, and change is hard, but I think this change is good, and as soon as the Maryland General Assembly acts, I'm definitely going to be proposing more changes.
Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. I will just say, I will call the vote on this to add Diwali's Religious Observance Day. I just want to say up front that I'm going to vote no to add it today, and I hope that, that we, in hopes that there will be a motion made that we can revisit this and get more information before we make a decision to make sure that we're fully informed and doing it the best way. Again, I'm not opposed to adding Diwali, but I think we need to be informed and get more input. But so it's okay. Okay. So Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll? This is to add Diwali as a religious observance day. Do we? Oh, we're missing. Hold on. Let's wait. We'll wait for our crowd to come back. Our crowd to come in. Well, that we now have to open that one to discussion as well. We can wait
and I
on
move
that
we
one.
open that for discussion.
So, so if there any discussion on changing the language related to tests and assessments given on religious observance days. So, is there any board comment on that?
Yes, there is. So I wrote it out how I see it should be handled. And I'm just referring to I don't think I changed anything in the second and third paragraphs. This is pretty much just in the first paragraph. And so I want it to read, tests and examinations, including state mandated tests and assessments, shall not be scheduled on any of the above dates. So you get out your school calendar, teachers, and you mark off 4 days, right? And then it goes on to say tests and examinations, including state mandated tests and assessments for evening high school, shall also not be scheduled on the day of or day after a major religious observance occurs. And I have to be clear on this, just from my own personal experience now with my daughter. Last year, there was a test the day after Rosh Hashanah. And so that would be like someone studying for a test on Christmas or Easter. And so I do want to highlight the fact that we need more PD around all of this, since 2 years running is 2 years too much for me. And I want that the text on the approved calendar to reflect what I've written there for that first paragraph.
Wait, I'm sorry. Ms. Ellis was first on there.
Excuse me. I just want to add, we also have county assessments or school system assessments, and I don't see that in this language. Is that intended?
If it's mandated, if it's something that a student is going to come back to school and then be told, oh, you need to make this up during lunch or after class or during class, then yeah, it should be included. So yeah, I agree. We should add that. So tests and examinations, including state, county, and local mandated tests and assessments.
Okay. Mr. Brannon.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. I think that will get you where you want to go with less language. And the amendment would be to delete the word state and the hyphen, so it would just simply say mandated tests, so that covers everything. And then to also delete the word major, because you have, or we have already, a category that just says religious observance for students, and obviously we're deciding which days fall under there. I don't know why you'd want to have a discrepancy and say major religious observance occurs. It's all the ones above it.
I agree. I second that.
Can you help better define for us what tests and assessments in your definition of this?
Right. And so this last year, for example, as I testified before I was seated up here, they occurred in the middle schools at 2 separate middle schools, and they were mandated cognitive assessment tests. And it's unfortunate that part of my holiday included people coming up to me during services stating that their children were told that they would have to make this up during lunch the next day, right? So that's a penalty. It's a penalty for taking time off school to observe a major holiday. So I would include anything around that: cognitive assessment tests, things that teachers are given a window in which to conduct that are mandated, whether graded or not, by the state, the county, or locally, and you just get out your calendar and you cross off those 4 days.
Does that include formative assessments that classroom teachers use on a daily basis?
No, it does not, because I understand that those are ongoing pretty much all the time.
Absolutely.
And so I would not count that. I would count like the cognitive assessment tests, for example, that had the 2-week window, in which to give it, and 2 middle schools. I think you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm trying to clarify for us so that we make sure we get the information. When the board makes the decision, we get the information appropriately and the professional development appropriately to the principals, assistant principals, and teachers, right?
Right.
And so assessments happen all the time. You and I had this conversation, right? And so they happen all the time. In a formative assessment, you may miss a day for whatever reason, and the next day I still might want to give you that formative assessment. I still want to know where Ms. Schalheim is on that information so that I can adjust my instruction for you.
Right.
So to say anything that they would have to make up the next day is that's a little too loose for us. We're going to need some more information.
Right, and I think I provided it. Things along the lines of the cognitive assessment tests that come down from the state, that are not part of like a daily sort of gathering of information from students. I'm just, that come with a testing window that I've seen, that I've provided to you all well, not all of us, but certainly I've shared with some that came straight from middle school teachers. So, you get a 2-week window, right? And you have to do it within the 2 weeks. And Rosh Hashanah falls in the 2 weeks. You take a big pen.
Sean, you and I don't have a disagreement on that. We've talked about that. You and I do not have a disagreement on that. That issue itself has been corrected. I just want to make sure that we understand that we'll implement this. Tests and assessments is very broad for us, and they happen every day in a classroom.
Right, and I would argue that it has not been corrected because the calendar that was approved on November 14th clearly states, and is in bold, that says that impacts a student's grade. So I am aiming to correct that today, right now, to go back to more in accordance with Regulation IB-RA, which actually is even looser than what I'm recommending, and it says tests and examinations will not be scheduled on the day of a major religious observance, including Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Passover. So I'm not asking for Passover. I'm just asking for the walked back text that was previously approved be revised and then enforced appropriately throughout the system.
Ms. Ellis.
My question would be, are those formative assessments able to be made up during classroom time? Because that, again, I still hear the issue of students missing lunch or whatever.
They might not be.
They might not be during classroom time.
Right. You might ask the student to stay during lunch. Might ask the student to come in after school if they can find some makeup time. That happens to students that are absent for illness, and they're coming back after several days of illness, and the teacher's going to try and work with them to get some of the makeup work done. Some of it can be done during the classroom time, and some of it is not. So there's no direct answer to yes or no.
It's Antoine.
So hypothetically, if this doesn't get adopted, hypothetically, the makeup time policy I understood to be a 3-day period. So to hear that students are being asked the next day during their lunch period to make up a test, that sounds like another issue in itself. Right. So is that...
Well, it's not necessarily the next day. No, ma'am. No, it's not necessarily the next day.
People came up to me at services on Rosh Hashanah and told me that they were told to make it up the next day during lunch, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me would be an individual issue with the school.
Absolutely.
To have that it's kind of, because you're right, there are windows for makeup things, and so that would be Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I think that Ms. Schalheim's language, as modified to remove the word state and the hyphen and remove the word major, is clear, and I call the vote on it.
Second.
Okay, we actually have to vote to call the vote to end discussion. It's Robert's rules. You have to vote to call the vote, and that must pass by a 2/3 majority to have, and then we would have the vote. It's kind of, we can, well, right, if the motion's been made to call the vote, and we can't, that ends discussion until we have the vote, on the calling the vote. Okay, does that make sense?
I'm confused about the motion, so I can't vote on whether or not we're ready to vote on it.
Got it. I got it.
Okay.
So to clarify what the motion is that we want to call the vote on is to change the language to tests and examinations, including mandated tests and assessments, shall not be scheduled on any of the above dates. Tests and examinations, including mandated tests and assessments for evening high school students, shall also not be scheduled on the day of or day after religious observance occurs. That is the language. So the motion has been made to call the vote to vote on this change in language. So we are just voting now.
What about the local? I thought that was added. I'm sorry.
We are.
It's all encompassed because we're taking away state
Got
and
it.
the dash.
Okay. So we are just voting to have the vote, to call the vote, and it must pass by 2/3. It must pass by 6. So, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll? This is to end discussion and vote on this motion. The vote to vote.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Nay. So, all right.
8-1, motion passes.
Okay, and so now we will vote on this change in language.
I think that, point of information, it's the vote to adopt the language as changed.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Good.
To adopt the language as changed. Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
She didn't hear you.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
I'm going to say nay just because I would have actually liked a little more clarification in there with the language. So I'm going to say nay to that.
8-1, motion passes.
Motion passes 8-1. So,
So now
Ms.
do we go back and talk about Diwali?
Yes, we're now back to the dwelling. Miss Ellis.
My light's on.
Mr. Grant.
I move to call the vote on Ms. Schalheim's motion regarding adding Diwali, and I echo the comments that I made earlier. I think Ms. Hummer made the same comments. I'm going to be voting against the addition of this now. That doesn't mean that I won't vote for it in the future. I don't think we've had sufficient information from the affected community.
Ms. Antoine?
So could we not modify then or amend the motion to include the contingency of public comment?
That, so there's a couple of options. It could be that I think Ms. Schalheim has been pretty clear that she wants to have this as a vote right now. I think that there is definitely, there's been comments from board members that they would like to delay this vote and get more information first. So Ms. Schalheim could amend her motion, or she could say that she wants the vote, and then if the motion does not pass, they could move on.
So for clarification, we're about to vote on whether or not to add Diwali to our calendar.
Yes, to add.
And again, it's not to have it off, it's just to add it to the religious observances section so that it would be bound by the same terms, including the one that we just passed, and thank you for that. So it would expand the list of days from that we, under the religious observance for students, from 3 to 4. And I would argue that if we're going to sit back and wait for someone to come out and be bold enough to publicly testify, that's not good enough for me. I want to be proactive in light of the fact that our community is growing and becoming more diverse every year.
It's kind of, and I would say again that I don't think we're saying we're waiting for the community to come tell us. We're saying we would reach out to the community and get their input. Ms. Urea.
I agree. I know you want to vote on it now, Ms. Schalheim, but I personally would hope that you would be open to postponing it so that we have the opportunity to talk to those communities and get more information on the how, the why, the how many, and just so that we can make a better, more informed decision rather than putting all these another date on, just in my personal opinion. But I am so for being proactive, like you said, and I agree. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
I agree. If I had to choose today between voting for this or not discussing it any further, I would absolutely vote to put it on our calendar today. But I think it would be a very good action for this board to take, for us to seek that information and for us to be more informed and learn more about it. We all feel kind of uninformed and ignorant about this observance, and I would like to learn more and hear what the community, I love that we could have that opportunity to speak to that community. And so I do, if for me it's a nay, it's with the insistence that we add this to our agenda to get that information in as soon as possible.
Ms. Schalheim.
When would it go on the agenda?
Well, we can ask that that the calendar committee reach out to the community as soon as we can get back the information from them and have that present.
I would just look more of a timeline. I don't want to kick the can down the road unnecessarily, and I understand that everyone wants more information, and I think that's great. So I would want a more definitive timeline. Does Googling take that long? I don't know.
Well, I think we need to do, I think what I'm saying is I want more than Googling. I want to actually have us reach out and talk to some of the religious leaders. And while I would, I'm with you that we could do sooner rather than later. I hate to say in 2 weeks, because if we're not able to reach out to those people, I don't want to put an artificial timeline on it. I want us to really be able to talk and get the input. And again, we're already talking about that we're going to be, we feel certain we're going to be amending this calendar going forward, so this is not closed at any time. And Diwali's not till October. We're not. It's not something that's coming up next week that has on there. I completely agree with you being proactive and getting out there, but again, I want to make sure that we are being respectful and truly doing things in an informed manner. Ms. Ellis.
So I know we have a motion on the table, but I would like to motion to add it specifically to the February 6th, I believe, whatever the first February meeting is, and to create that deadline and ask that the calendar committee do reach out to that community and extend an invitation for representatives to come and speak to us.
And share with us. We can ask Dr. Arlotto to direct Dr. Arlotto to ask his staff to reach out to some of the Hindu community and get some feedback from them.
And Sikh
communities. to have that.
But-
Ms. Shaw.
Again, I don't think we should demand or insist or vote based on whether or not they choose to come and talk to us. I think that conversation can be wholly had on the phone between one of Dr. Arlotto's many staff and those people, or via research on the internet. I think insisting that those people come before us is ridiculous. So
I don't think anyone's saying that. I don't think we're saying
that's
they
what
have
I'm hearing, and so just
well,
to be
that,
clear.
that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that we would certainly invite people to come, but that we are going to reach out to them and to the leaders in the community to get their input. And if people want to come speak, but we're not saying that this is, at least I'm certainly not saying that this is dependent on people coming out here to speak. I'm saying that we are reaching out to them to get their opinions to come back with us.
That was my suggestion, so I'd like to speak to that. Absolutely, I stated it as an invitation, but absolutely, I would not base my vote on numbers or whether or not anyone came. Absolutely not.
Actually, I don't think we have the numbers, to be real.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I think I move to call the vote on the motion. So if the motion, is the motion withdrawn or not?
If it goes on the February 6th calendar, I will withdraw my previous motion.
Okay.
So can it go on the February 6th calendar?
So
I support it going on. It's on.
Yes. Okay.
Great. So,
all right. So we're withdrawing the motion. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the calendar review? Okay. All right. Item 6.02 is school safety and security, and we have a presentation.
I will. No, I'll just.
If it doesn't work, then.
Good afternoon, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, and members of the Board of Education. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am joined this afternoon by Mr. Dole Batten, Supervisor for School Security, for the purpose of providing an update as you requested. Please be advised that this update will cover many topics of interest, but some specific details may not be discussed in the interest of security and safety for our students and our employees.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Dole Batten. I'm the Supervisor of Security for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Just a moment of levity, if you don't mind. It was hard to follow that spirited discussion. So in a type of serious discussion that is school security, I hope you guys will indulge me by, as Ms. Antoine knows, I tend to try to interject a little levity and lighthearted spirit into what can be a otherwise very serious conversation. So I hope you will not take that as a sign that I do not take this matter seriously, but we want to bring down the intensity of the moment if we can. And fortunately, we have been joined at our invitation by Corporal Alex Schwartz, who is the SRO of Severna Park High School. He had been scheduled to be here earlier, but his duties had kept him otherwise detained. So I'm very, very pleased that you're going to be able to hear from Corporal Schwartz, and he's going to be able to give you a very good overview of one portion of this presentation. So before we start, I'm going to talk about a little bit about who we are and how we got here and the nature of relationships and what the office does. It's not just about what the office does, it's about how it does it. That's very significant. As you see, our office is a relatively small component, and within that component, you have me as a retired Anne Arundel County Police Lieutenant. I served with the County Police Department for 25 years in doing everything really cool and interesting and fun that if you're police that you could possibly do. I have had a wide variety of assignments during my tenure. One of my favorites was in Special Weapons and Tactics. I was a SWAT officer from 1993 to 1997, which was 2 years preceding the Columbine Massacre in 1999. Fortunately for me, as a part of the learning curve and everything that came after, it gave me a tremendous passion for the evolution of law enforcement and how it pertains to school security and school safety, and the things that we've learned not only from that horrible event, but from this generation's Columbine that occurred in Parkland, Florida subsequent. The learning curve has been exponential and has gone forward and been very progressive, which has taken me in my career. In 2007, I was named the commander of the school safety section for the Anne Arundel County Police Department, where I served until I retired from the department and took this position, which was essentially the civilian version of my role as the commander of a large group of school resource officers, to include Corporal Schwartz. And since he's just arrived, I want to give him the opportunity to introduce himself and give you a little background about how we met and the relationships going forward.
I'm Officer Schwartz with the Anne Arundel County Police Department. I've been with the School Resource Unit for 9 years now, 8 years at Severna Park High School. I've been with the department for 14 years. As soon as I came out of the academy, he was my first lieutenant. So he was the guy kind of getting me on the road and getting me moving, showing me the ropes of how things really worked on the road. We've been through a lot. He's taught me a lot. When I was actually injured at the point in time when I got into the School Resource Unit. I was hit by a drunk driver with a broken back and a neck, and at about 10 months off duty trying to heal, he gave me a call and asked me to come into the School Resource Unit. I had applied, I believe, 2 years prior to that, but he's real picky on who he brings in and how many spots he has available, and he told me, I finally have a spot available and I want you to come in. So I graciously came in. Went to George Fox Middle School for a year, and then from there I transferred to Severna Park High School. Since then, he was the leader of the School Resource Unit and the guy that really made it what it was. We all miss him. As a lieutenant, we have a great lieutenant now, but Batten definitely made it what it is, and has continued. Now that he's here, he's really tried to keep us moving in the right direction and working well with the Board of Ed.
I will settle up with him for that endorsement in the parking lot when we're all done. I owe him. There are some other folks on that screen, and specifically one in the room today, who might be operating in the background, and that's part of what we do, is continually operate in the background. But Ms. Shelley Powell is one of the names that are on your screens, a security specialist. And by way of relationship, I met Shelley many, many years ago as a brand new detective when she was the lead homicide investigator for the Hanel homicide, where a young girl was on her way walking to Old Mill High School and she was raped and murdered. And Shelley was the lead investigator for that case. I was detailed to a task force to help assist with the investigation that has later been thankfully closed with a successful prosecution. But during that period of time, I got to know Shelley, and she was very, very mean to me. She was very harsh, and she was very tough. She's a phenomenal investigator. She is a no-nonsense individual, but she's also, in her path, been a police trainer. So in addition to her investigative experience, she's very well versed in adult education, in adult training, and training adults who are resistant to adult education. There is no tougher audience, and Mr. Leib, I believe, will echo, military and police, law enforcement, people who don't want to be in a room can be a tough audience to convey information and do it effectively. So Shelley is phenomenal at that. Part of my experience back in that day was also as a Maryland Police Certified Training Instructor. So that, too, is going to come into play when we talk about how this office does business. Primarily, I specifically am the primary liaison to the police department, first responders, the fire department, Fort Meade, other emergency responders, the EOC, in matters of public safety as it pertains to the school district and how we can fit in and be good partners with our colleagues throughout the county, throughout the state, and throughout the nation. Those partnerships extend to the FBI, the ATF, all of the lettered agencies, and anybody that we can support and who helps support our mission to keep our students and our staff safe in our schools. We oversee the initiatives for training, drill preparation, emergency response in schools, and we also oversee and have input in certain elements of hardware within our schools that I believe this board may have questions about later, we can address very specifically. But things such as cameras and fencing and some other physical hardware, we definitely play a significant role within that, but we are also a liaison and a coordination unit between other intra-agency partners within this organization as well. So we are not all-encompassing. We have a role. We are part of a system. We're part of a overarching organization. So I want to make it very clear that I in no way ever want to be dismissive of any questions, but we try to stay in our lane to what we know best. And there will be some things with bullying, school discipline, things like that, that is not in our lane. But as we go along, if there are questions along that line, I'll be sure to try to answer anything that I possibly can. If you notice in the graphic there, that is me standing with Frank DeAngelis, the principal of Columbine High School, within the lobby of Columbine High School. And as a lieutenant and with my partners in that environment, I was with my predecessor, Mr. Bob Yatsik, who was very progressive in his approach as well to school safety. As part of the reason that I'm here today is the nature of training, professional development that not only we have sought as school leaders, but partners with police through not only state, local, but national opportunities to learn and to physically go. We, as in Anne Arundel County, we're the only police and school-based partnership standing in Columbine High School for the Colorado briefings, the first of its kind debrief of 5 active shooter incidents from 1999 going forward, with all the stakeholders that were involved, the responding officers, the media, the legislative individuals, things that not only they learned in that day, but how they applied years later, how things evolved years later. And not long after I returned from Colorado, the shooting in the theater at Aurora occurred. Again, advancing certain concepts that we as police and in law enforcement think very, very diligently about, that are not uncommon to us, such as the introduction of chemical agents that individual in that act did. We had been having this conversation long before that occurred. So there are things that we consider within drill preparation, drill planning, drill response that the average person would lie awake at night and it would be their worst nightmare, and we talk about it over coffee. It's just a different mindset, and I hope that you guys believe we're on your side. There are people who aren't, but we're on your side, and we want to do everything that we can to further that opportunity. With the emergency preparation, with that specifically, I'm going to talk a little bit more about drills and things like that. But before I go on, criminal investigations, the Maryland Center for School Security and the security directors, we are actually a very integral partner with MABE, with the MABE security directors. The Maryland Center for School Safety, Dr. Olato, is very heavily invested in that organization as well. And we're not just a tangent partner. We are sought by the leaders throughout the state because of what we have been doing for more than a decade and what we have learned. And we don't wait for other people to tell us what we should be doing. We solicit actual case studies, debrief on case studies, actual police tactics, actual school-based information, synthesize that information, and we seek to test and apply theoretical knowledge that vendors and other hardware companies and people who would like to sell us product, although people have to make a living, we have to make very, very critical choices about how we spend resources in the aftermath of critical incidents that may or may not have any hope of ever working. That in those resources, as we take them away from textbooks and things that actually do work, we test what does and what doesn't work all the time. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. I want to tell you guys so far what we've learned. What we've learned is what has been echoed again in the Marjorie Douglas Stoneman report that is just out January 2nd, that technology and hardware will only take you so far. What we have to have are responsible upstanders, not bystanders, adults and students who are able to guide others during emergencies for things that are unprepared, unplanned, inconvenient, and do not care whether you have the capacity or the ability to defend yourself or whether you have the ability to even understand what's happening to you. An all hazards approach does not limit itself to active shooter, which is the conversation that most are limiting themselves to at the moment. That is horribly unfortunate because in our world, that is the statistical improbable outlier that's very emotional. But the day-to-day activities in our environment and in our world present a whole host of hazards that we have to plan for as a district, from our youngest learners, 5 years old perhaps, and maybe even younger, our parents, and our staff, who all have a wide variety of special needs. They may be ambulatory, maybe cognitive, maybe auditory, maybe a number of different things that we have to consider. How do we best help these individuals in a time of unknown information that can potentially escalate very quickly and potentially very badly? That does not include shooter. So the need for and the Maryland requirement for all hazards planning and options-based approaches is critical to what we do. And in this period of time, we have learned where our training gaps are. We have learned where our response gaps are, and I have no problem sharing some of them with you that we're addressing very, very diligently. The number one training gap that we have found is the inability to apply mitigating strategies by adults, people who have life experience, because they do not recognize at the outset the problem has presented itself, and now the timeline has started because the person or the problem had a head start. Specifically in the worst case scenario of targeted violence by the person who is planning it is not spontaneous. The worst case attacks on high schools or secondary education facilities have historically been by somebody who has had inside knowledge of how they operate. In elementary environments, it has been historically and statistically prevalent for outsiders to be the ones. We tailor our training approach and our response approach to that reality and very, very diligently do that work. And what we've learned is our adults have to have the authority and the confidence and the practice in making emergency decisions based on incomplete and very limited information. And I don't want to pontificate too long because I know we've been here a while, but I'm going to give you a real life case story from 2 weeks ago in this building where you're sitting now. I was in my office and I was speaking to a group of individuals, and I'm very blessed. My office is a hub of activity that's different than any other place in this building. It's just stuff, and they're laughing behind me because they're all part of the stuff, and it's just different, and it's a good different, but it's just different. And as we were having a conversation about whatever it was, one of our good folks came over very, very wide-eyed and said, "I don't have any idea what just happened. Well, we've had an explosion in the building on the roof of the building next door. There is smoke, and there is fire, and this person's dead old and serious, and I have no idea what's going on. And we got people over there." Now, most people in that environment go right back to the normalcy bias that says it's probably nothing. Maybe it's fireworks. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's something else. The difference between, and the good difference between what we do is that's not the mindset. My ability to get up on the cameras was instant, and not being able to see anything within that, it immediately goes into the emergency ICS model, incident command system model that we take and train to school building staff. I've received information, I'm going to seek more information, but I have to have an ability to communicate back to this building what I find and direct people on what to do. Because I have adults coming to me saying, "What do I do?" They have no idea, they have no experience in this. Thankfully, it all turned out to be a transformer. Got through a wrong switch on a construction site. It happens. But as I'm traveling to find additional information outside of this building, I realized that the Heritage Center has governmental offices in it and is a target potentially for directed violence. The Social Security Administration has opened up a new office nearby to us. That is an obvious potential terroristic target. Anne Arundel Medical Center has an outpatient center in our proximity, an obvious potential terroristic target. We don't have the luxury of assuming that it's okay and working that in retrospect and laughing, we can laugh it off because it all turned out well. The problem is when you do not take immediate action to try to mitigate potential harm. Decisions had to be made if people were fleeing from an area that had been harmed. Would we admit them into this building? If not, why not? Do we know who's coming? Do we know what happened over there? Is our responsibility to protect the people the best we can in here? And then how logistically do we do it? How do we evacuate the top floor? How do we separate people to two ends of the building with the most egress points to mitigate any collapse in this building if something had already been in this building that we didn't know about? These are all considerations that have to be done while I'm walking to that radio tower on the high ground trying to find somebody. So again, that's applied knowledge. That's from somebody who's done it for 28 years professionally and is comfortable with it. To try to get our staff, our principals, our teachers, our student leaders. In my office, I'm going to be quite frank, we do not work with students directly 99.9% of the time because the people conveying the training that we are providing for our leaders need to work with the students because the students trust them. And within the industry, it's very clear in the literature that the most effective training comes from people that you trust, people that you know, and they're guiding you much like the crew on an airline. Many, many, many thousands of passengers cross the airlines every day. The crew are guiding you in an emergency, but they're soliciting your help to follow instruction. It's a similar mindset. Before we go away today, if I leave you with nothing else, I want you to understand the terminology that we use, and the term lockdown has been misapplied, misappropriated, and hijacked by a wide variety of individuals, well-intended or otherwise, but it does not mean active shooter. It simply means we have an emergency inside the building that a group of individuals, such as me, on the example that I gave you, need to have the ability to respond quickly to find out what it is and what needs to go from there, what needs to happen next. That typically means clearing the halls, putting people into safer areas if we can. If we cannot have people in safer areas, such as this room, we have no ability quickly, if the problem is upon us quickly, to maintain a safe environment in this room. So lockdown for this building may require, and most likely would require, us evacuating this space to an outside space because the problem is inside the building. If you do not apply those concepts correctly, you have chaos and panic. That is what we strive to avoid. Evacuation can be a part of lockdown. Evacuation may be something as simple as a fire, or in the Stoneman Douglas episode, in one building where the violence activated the fire alarm, persons on the third floor evacuated as if it were a fire drill to them, and then meanwhile found themselves in harm's way, that people on the second floor heard things that the people on the third floor could not. The second floor is in a traditional lockdown approach. But even then, within the lockdown approach, from a training element, people who were not out of the line of sight of the individual there to do violence were harmed. What our part of our training goes into, and one of the terms that was in that report, Dr. Arlotto and I had extended conversation about hard corners into rooms. Although we haven't called it that, moving individuals on their feet, ready to move, ready to be responsive to changing and adapting circumstances in a way that you're out of the way of the door so that the teacher can go and see what's happening, go hear what's happening, get information, and make decisions, ready to move, not hiding under tables and hoping for the best. That is not what we advocate. Like I said, I told you guys I try to downplay my intensity a little bit. I try to walk it back a little. As you can, I don't try to scare everybody that I talk to. We try to have a lot of fun with our professional development because we put people in situations they've never been in for a day in their life, and it's fun for me. It's awesome. You learn a lot about people that way, and it's great team building, even though it's a very serious conversation. So our PD, as you can, and this is just an indicative example graphic, it's for staff, and it's hands-on. It's an actual physical act. Even though you didn't learn to drive a car by just jumping behind the wheel on 695. You had some classroom, you had some instruction, then you started to apply concepts and knowledge. It's a physical act. You can't learn to type by reading a book or by an hour's instruction. So we intentionally start slow, and we work with all levels to include staff, teachers, bus drivers, custodians, and my personal passion is the front office for secretarial staff. Because I'm going to give you another real life example how I know it works. When you have someone who ignores your protocols in a school, which we had in an elementary school that had a graduated entrance, what commonly folk like to call a security vestibule. There's nothing secure about a door that can be opened by fire code and somebody coming out and somebody can trail in. It slows down. It's a graduated entrance. It's a lot of things, but it is not a fail-safe security issue. And this particular parent followed in another parent, and it was a custodial dispute, although nobody had any idea why. Both people went into the office. One had followed every protocol that we had asked. The other did not, walk right past the other custodial parent, and with the secretaries sitting at their desk doing their normal task had less than 5 seconds to make a decision when that person ignored them and walked straight into the main area of the building of an elementary school with no idea what to do next. They took immediate action. They communicated effectively throughout the building. The chief custodian came running. The principal put the school on lockdown, sight unseen, did not wait to be that one to say, I have to make that decision. We have empowered our folks to say, you see it, you say it, you make the call, trust your instinct, and then we'll work the problem. They did that. The school, what we have learned, if you tell them to do something, less than 5 seconds later, the school was upper floor, lower floor, hall secured, people responding to the problem and got the problem rectified. And we were back to business in 10 minutes. Doesn't take a shooting to do something preventative that mitigates your problem, and that's what we emphasize. We have over 8,000 cameras in the district. Fencing is something that sometimes comes up as a conversation piece, but that is situational. We do site assessments for portable classrooms and other relocatables. One thing with consideration with fencing, as what happened with Las Vegas was nothing more than a big outdoor room without a roof, had fencing, and what we talk about in that concept is taboo space. There were people who might have been in a better situation had they thought they could go across the stage, which is ordinarily a prohibited space. It's off limits, I can't go there. Yet that might have been some other type of avenue that there's no rules in this emergency environment. The normal structures just don't apply. We emphasize that in our training and our drills and our feedback, which I'm going to be candid, I cannot share with you the exact mechanism and what feedback we do give schools, but with every one of the state mandated drills for every one of the sites, we strive to take video of what actually transpired during the drill and give feedback directly and specifically to that site so that it guides our conversation for general trends and what we need to do as trainers to move forward. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Jackson to talk about our partner agencies, not only internally but externally as well.
Good afternoon again. As with any successful organization, we do rely on partnerships. One of our main partners is the Anne Arundel County government, specifically our police department and our Department of Health. It's my pleasure to recognize in our audience today Ms. Karen Siska-Creel, Director for Nursing for the Bureau of Health. It is through our partnership with the Department of Health that every school is equipped with at least 2 trauma bags. In collaboration with the Anne Arundel County Fire Department, the chief of their EMS division, the number of bags needed was based on student enrollment. Each elementary school has 2 bags, each middle school has 3 bags, and each high school has 4 bags. And Glen Burnie High School has 1 bag per building, totaling 5. The medical supplies that were in the old bags weren't designed for mass casualty events, and so the change was made in collaboration with our partners. The bags now include items that are needed for first responder use, and that's a key point, for first responder use. These items in the bag include chest seals, bandages, scissors, trauma shears, dressings, waterproof tape, oral airway, gauze, blanket, tourniquet, duct tape, door stops, pen light, flashlight batteries, gloves, Sharpies, and among other items. The location of each bag was determined by the school nurse after he or she consulted with the school's principal. We wanted to make sure that these bags were in a secure location that is easily accessible. And so we purchased red breakaway locks for each bag. Each school nurse is required to check on the trauma bags in their school once a month to make sure it is still in the designated location and has not been tampered with. Again, the purpose of the trauma bag is to assist in a quick medical response to a mass casualty event. And as such, our community emergency partners are aware of the existence of the trauma bags. They have shared this information with their essential employees, and the location of each bag has been entered into their particular database. In the event of a mass casualty, all of the above listed agencies would be able to quickly access these trauma bags in every school. The school nurse and the backup responder are required to be trained to administer CPR in each of our school buildings. But the partnership does not stop with our Anne Arundel County government. It continues with our Division of Curriculum and Instruction here within the school system. Hands-only CPR is taught to students as part of their high school health education experience and is a graduation requirement per Senate Bill 503. We have several teachers who are trained as trainers who can further certify their students to receive full CPR and AED certification. However, all students receive training to administer the hands-only CPR component in our health education and sports medicine high school courses. This past summer, the high school health education curriculum was updated to include a lesson which discusses the components of the Stop the Bleed initiative, as well as contact information for Anne Arundel County Fire Department and the Anne Arundel County Health Department nurses, who may be utilized as guest speakers. To date, our teachers have either decided to deliver the lesson on their own or solicit the support of the aforementioned guest speakers to facilitate the program within their health education classrooms for our students. On October the 8th, our health educators at both the middle and the high level received training and earned certification along with our partners from the Office of School Security. Each of the 12 comprehensive high schools has received a kit that contains supplies to implement this particular program. The kit includes a Z-Medica Quick Clot trainer, which is used to model packing of a wound, the tourniquet application information that guides the student in how to appropriately stop the flow of blood, as well as all of the assessment materials to ensure that our students have the knowledge and skills to confidently provide the first response to those in need. The kit also includes 6 PVC swim noodles or foam rollers for tourniquet practice and 6 tourniquets. The Stop the Bleed program has been very well received.
Well, with that, I'm going to let Alex Schwartz tell you a little bit more about his actual duties as a school resource officer. And before he does that, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you something I'm very proud of, and if it's self-indulgent, so be it. During our time together, we were twice designated as a unit, a 2-time national model for school-based policing by 2 different organizations. The unit itself, he is an invited example. Not only they squared away and know what they're doing every day, but they're sought throughout the nation for their guidance and how we do business as a well-trained, well-organized, well-disciplined group. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him to let him tell you what he does in his day.
He told me at this point I'm supposed to pat him on the back, but I'm not going to do that.
I'll do that myself. Keep going.
So I printed out exactly what our SOPs have, and I was going to read that to you first, and then basically tell you what that means to me, okay? So there's 8 things that have listed in our SOPs. Number 1 was provide a uniformed, visible police presence to deter acts, threats of violence from inside and outside of the school. Address calls for police. Number 2 is address calls for police service in school when on duty. 3, serve as a counselor, mentor, and educator for students. 4, serve on school improvement teams and assist developing safe school plans. 5, serve as a resource to school faculty and parents for police-related issues and programs. 6, we can assist school faculty in formatting criminal justice education programs to teach the role of law enforcement in society. 7, inform students of their rights, responsibilities as lawful citizens. And 8, promote a positive image of law enforcement to students, their parents, and overall community. And from that, I mean, the nice thing is that the school resource unit is not a statistic-driven unit. Whereas on patrol, the only way to really judge whether an officer is doing his work is the work he turns in. How many reports, how many tickets, how many warnings, how many citations, how many arrests did you make, who did you catch doing what. With the school system, we are judged more on what the school says, you know, between our administrators and what Lieutenant Batten, I'm sorry, I'm used to saying that, what Doyle has heard from them and reports back to our lieutenant. That's how we are told whether or not we're doing our jobs. So for me, this is a more meaningful career as a police officer. You know, when I worked patrol, when I worked on the road, I generally had 20 minutes to an hour with any given person to try to get in their head, figure out what they were all about. Why did they make that poor decision that led them into my hands? And during that period of time, I'm trying to complete the arrest paperwork and everything that I have to do, booking process. So it's very hard for me to get into this person's head and then also counsel them to give them ideas on how to change their path. Obviously, you're not too good at what they're doing because they're getting caught by me. So with that, the possibility of staying in touch with that person at a later point in time after the arrest is slim to none. You know, they go to court, they go to jail sometimes, they get out. I'm not informed of that. I don't know where they are at any given time. I don't stay in touch with them. But as an SRO, basically I'm given 4 years with every person. And being that I'm not stat driven, I have that choice when I deal with a student to figure out, is it best for me to be involved police-wise, or is it better to me to be involved as a mentor, counselor, leader, and work with the parents and work with the counselors within the school, work with the administrators. Those are all the choices that I'm given. And knowing that I have the next day, the next week, the next year with that person, I don't have to move forward with an arrest. So I'm able to start moving that student in a positive direction without implicating police action, which means a lot to me, you know, because that's not, when we take a kid in, if I'm arresting them, I'm throwing them into the court system. That's not always the best way to go. Okay, if I've tried several times to assist a student or to change their way of thinking or their choices, and that's not working, the administration has done what they can, whether it's detention, suspension, more school work, whatever it is, and the parents haven't been able to do it with their type of discipline, then I feel that's where it's time to go to court. You know, get them into the system where they can get more help. And with that, I'm in touch with Tamika Perkins, who everything I write and everything every SRO write goes across her desk. You know, you have teen court. You don't have to just go to juvenile services, so there's other options there. So if I'm writing a kid and I feel there's a possibility that this student would benefit better to sit in front of a jury of his own peers, literally his own peers, then I'll make that suggestion, and Tamika Perkins takes that into account and figures out if that's a good avenue. I have to leave here by 4:30 today to go to assist with teen court tonight. That's something I do on the side as well. So with that, I get to know the students over a period of time. I get to know what they're about, who they are. I get to know their parents, their families, the siblings as they're coming in. So I have more knowledge of where the student's coming from. You know, I get other students that come to me and tell me what's going on. I have social media. That would be a whole nother hour of conversation. But that, with social media these days, kids document everything. Pictures of everything. There was a party this past weekend. I'm still finding pictures of that party. I've already talked to the officers that responded to that party. I'm talking to the parents that own the house who were out of town when the student had the party. You know, I get to take my time to get to know every aspect of the issue. And as a police officer, that's unheard of anywhere else within the police force. And beyond that, I actually get to go talk to teachers. My administration works very well with me, whereas we can bounce things off of each other and figure out what is best for that student. When teachers allow me into their classrooms, there's several teachers that teach criminal justice, they teach history, anything social-wise. They ask me to come in, and as they're teaching something, I get to refer that to what I've seen on the road. So I have all of my personal experiences with criminal behavior, or even just bad behavior that I've dealt with on the street and then even in the school system, that I can teach these kids, this is what happens when you do X, Y, Z. And it opens their eyes a little bit. And it gives them a real life scenario rather than somebody teaching them on the board or through a video. And they ask me a lot of questions. I think that's probably one of their favorite things is the Q&A time. And, you know, it's all about how many people did you tase and all the goofy stuff. But, you know, there's always some good questions about their rights, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. As juveniles, you have different rights as an adult. When you're in school, what are the possibilities in school? I'm very honest with them. I'm very frank with them. We had a shooting scenario at the end of last year, and that was perceived very well by the kids. They listened very well. I feel very fortunate to be at Severna Park High School. A lot of the kids want to do something with their lives. I'm impressed by the student body as a whole, and they listen very well and they work hard. And at the same time, they're very inquisitive. They want to know. So when they ask questions about shooters, when they ask questions about different types of things that I'm going to be pertained to, that I'm going to actually have to take care of, things that I'm trained for, I'm pretty frank with them. I walk into classrooms, and he was saying when we have these scenarios, everything's videotaped. I'm on videotape 24/7. If I'm in the school or around the school, I'm being videoed. And we do go through all the scenarios we run drills on within the school. I go through with Mr. Bathurst and all the APs, the counselors, and we look at everything. During the drill, I'm walking the school and I'm listening to classrooms. I'm seeing if the kids are quiet. I'm seeing if the teachers are quiet. You know, I have all kinds of issues that I come up on, and I'll go in and I'll have a conversation with them as far as how important this drill is. It's not fake. This is a drill, but this is a real drill. You need to treat this as something that is actually possible. And that's where good Q&A starts coming in. So as a whole, I'm really thankful to be a police officer, but I'm very thankful to be an SRO. I plan on being an SRO until I retire. As I was saying, I've got a few injuries, so I'm really trying to stretch my ability to keep the job. At 95% body loss, the county's kind of poking me a little bit, but I work hard to maintain myself and keep the career going.
Pretty good, pretty intense stuff. I mean, and this is just one example. And people ask, why don't we have more? Why don't we have them everywhere? because the Alex Schwartzes of the world are rare, period, in life. But they're people who have the temperament, who have the want to work with our kids every day and have the ability. Those people are in the law enforcement profession are rarer still. And he was right. As their commander, when I selected him for a specific assignment in a specific space that I believe would be the most successful for him and for the students and their families. So when I hear criticism frequently about the school-to-prison pipeline, when I hear that terminology, it's very similar to lockdown. Just because it's said a lot, just because it's said loudly, doesn't always mean that it's accurate. It doesn't always mean that it's factual. In our experience, it's different than other places. A poorly trained officer, a poorly supervised unit is going to have a terrible outcome in all kinds of ways. And we've seen horrific acts by law enforcement within schools that were not only unnecessary, unprofessional, but they damaged the entire relationship between law enforcement and the school community, not to mention the students. It called into question some of these acts so bad that it calls into question even the need for law enforcement, or should we even have law enforcement involved in schools at all. And yet sitting beside me today, you hear what law enforcement, properly trained, properly selected, properly supervised, how it goes. We have our officers, our coaches, volunteer activities before and after school, a wide variety of things. These officers frequently work the school detail, large football games, basketball games, and things in their after hours. This is not a Monday through Friday, summertime's off job. They are involved all year long. So with that, it's a lot, and it probably didn't touch on everything, but I'm going to conclude my formal remarks by telling there's always an avenue for our students to say something to somebody. They can say it anonymously. They can say it to an officer. They can say it to a teacher. They can say it to a staff. And when they do, things happen, even though you may not see them in the public eye. Things are happening all the way to when I did a presentation recently at Arundel High School for Crask. One of the impactful statements that I heard back was important was we can put boots in your living room anytime, day or night, if we need to, not only as a school system, but our partnerships in law enforcement. And that's with the city police, the county police. Anytime that we get information that we need to respond to, our partnership allows us an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. And by thoroughly, it's a different look when it's your mom having to answer the door in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve. And that happens. But we're going to get to the bottom of it and do everything we can, so long as somebody says something to a trusted person and that person does what should be done in the aftermath.
Can I add one thing?
Absolutely, anything you want.
You noticed you stated on duty and off duty. We, as a unit, we're not strictly just on duty at that time. With the school resource unit, we're given county phones and we're expected to have them on at all periods of time. We get phone calls at whenever in the evening or on the weekends, and if we don't pick up, we get written up. We are expected to be able to help patrol at any point in time. I've gotten several phone calls over my 9 years. I mean, a lot of phone calls from patrol that say they have a student that's missing. It's one of my kids. Do you know anything about them? And right away, I can go into my notes or I can go into my bank of memory and just tell them these are the kids they hang out with. Look up this, look up that. My sergeants and my lieutenant are all available. They're hooked into the what do you call it now? The program as far as all the students' information. Power School. So they can get into all of that. So we'll be contacting our supervisors to get information on different students, so that we can pass that on to patrol, so they can go try to find a missing kid or somebody that has hurt somebody if there was a fight, and they have a first name and a last initial. Most of the time I can figure out who that is and get them pointed in the right direction. It doesn't only stop just with the students. I have 3 kids that have dropped out, all due to drug behavior. And I still stay in touch with them. I have one that I finally got him talked into getting his GED. He doesn't really have parent role models. Dad went to jail for beating on him. Mom left him and went to Atlanta just to get away from him when he was 17, and he was on drugs most of his life since he was, what he says, 12 years old. and he had to drop out to start working so that he could survive because he didn't have anybody. I was the one person that he maintained conversations with, and I've walked him through as far as getting his license, different IDs, how to get a job, how to do taxes. So it keeps going even beyond high school, and that's something that, again, I take to heart, and that means a lot to me because even though I had arrested him a couple times, I do it in a way that he understands. You left me nowhere else to go. This is my last thing that I could do. I had you in my office because you came into school high. Let's just sit down until you're sober. That's the type of kid that he was. I knew there was nobody at home to send him home to. If he got suspended, there was nobody to come in to get him. So what were the choices there? As a police officer being in the school, having an office, I had that opportunity to try to get into his head. Some people would argue that that's not the best way to handle it, but right now he's actually doing well. He's been sober for years. He's got a job. He's got an ID, and now he's moving towards his GED. I've got other students or ex-students that aren't doing so well and don't want to communicate with me all the time. And I know when they're not calling me, I know that's because they've fallen back in the hole. And I just keep on them and send texts every once in a while. I try giving them a call, just try to pull them back out, just to offer help. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But there's many officers in the unit that follow that same type of thought process with their students, their graduates, with kids that have dropped out. So it's more than just the 8 hours within the school.
So in summation, we'll take any questions you have, answer them the best we can, and caution you ever about asking us to do a presentation again, because if you ask something as broad as school security, we could go on for hours. We love what we do. We're very passionate about it, and we hope that that has helped. So if you have any questions.
Mr. Ellis. Thank you so much. This has been very informative. I certainly learned a lot. Hearing you share your job description was extremely helpful, and I love how much language is in there about relationships. The human aspect of your job is so important, and as we all want to ensure the safety of our students, it is crucial that our schools do not feel like prisons. Right. And you guys are doing a great job with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I recently attended the TAC-SAAC legislative breakfast, and it was brought to my attention there that there's a concern that perhaps we should have a panic button in the front office. Sometimes there's situations where someone doesn't have the time or opportunity to communicate. Has this been discussed, and do you have any information on that?
Absolutely. Again, I want to caution anybody about the over-reliance of technology because, and I don't want you to take my word for it. Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory published a survey, or published a study in October 2016 of the most comprehensive 416 some odd pages of evaluation of various tools, of various technologies, of the pros and the cons and the effectiveness and the limitations of which. And we have studied, and not only does their study echo what we are seeing, but the false positive rate for panic alarms, simply hitting a button. I'll give you an example. Hitting a button, there are buttons that people have the ability to press, and alarms go off, and you go try to scramble to find what the problem is. It is the enunciation of a problem is and a further description, what it is, where it is, and how it's going. Yes, we know that the initial alarm has to be sounded. The downside is when you sound it because you bump into it, burglar alarms, bank alarms, things of that nature. When you have a false positive, the minute you have one or more, the human element is to discount it as a false positive. So we have taken when we do training with folks, we understand that there are different approaches to different things, different technologies, and different ideas. But what we have tried to emphasize with our technology and our training is eliminating those elements just because of niche technology that has, even according to the literature, proved less than effective or at least contradictory in results.
So there is literature on those in existence
Absolutely.
Elsewhere. I mean, I'm not aware in banks that there's a problem with false positives, so I'm just wondering, is there?
Well, there's a tremendous false positive rate in bank
there are.
alarms,
Okay.
home burglar alarms, and a number of, and again, these automated systems, things that rely on technology that can either fail in an emergency or can go off and be the false positive. Again, I just want to caution the over-reliance on that, and now that a reputable institution such as Hopkins has published an open source that's easily available to find, the cover of which I have in front of me today that I'll be happy to share, October 2016. Again, that's the most comprehensive review of a wide variety of technologies, not only what you're speaking of, metal detecting technologies and other technologies that really illustrate the limitations and the over-reliance on automation when the most powerful element ever created is the human mind and the ability with a well-trained, well-versed individual to respond and do what needs to be done. So that's where we're at with that. There are other technologies that we use. That's just not one that I've been an advocate for.
Thank you. Do we have feedback on the emotional responses or impact to students following shooting drills? Can we get information broken down by elementary, middle, high school? Can you share how we're preparing our students for these drills to minimize the emotional impact, and are we tracking this? This is all new, I know too.
Well, what we're getting is a little out of my lane from the socio-emotional
right,
level.
I'm not sure who should answer, but that's a question.
I will tell you this, we do not do shooting drills.
Okay.
We do not. We do lockdown drills, and remember what I said, lockdown is not shooting. Lockdown can apply in that environment, and so we deliberately, with our drill language, what people may say beyond what the actual directions, very specific directions say, it may be very different than how it was written. The extrapolation and misinformation and things, these are things that were outside the office's control, how people put it.
So because of the perception, I just believe that there might be a fear there.
We're very trauma informed in the way that we do training for adults, but then within the school, how the training is done for staff. I train the staff and how the staff speak to their students, specifically students who are special needs or who may have some other trauma indicators. That I rely on their expertise, and if there's socio-emotional feedback that comes from that, that would be a different component within student services. Ms. Jackson may be able to compile if there is any, but it is honestly it can be triggering, to use a common word, but at the same time it has to be done in a way that's the least socio-emotional impactful way, but these are life skills that are going to transcend anybody outside the building. When you go to the mall, when you go to your theater, when you go to your house of worship, anywhere you go, things that are going to prey upon you in the worst case way, don't care that it makes you upset or that it bothers you. And so what we try to do in the best possible, the kindest and the gentlest way we can, is to get that education and that practice forward, but we have to have the parents, for individuals who may have special and unique circumstances, their input to their teachers and to our staff to know what those are, and so that those can be worked into the training. But we do not excuse anyone from participating in a meaningful way. State law does not, and we have been actually cited within the Maryland State Department of Education's guidelines for emergency responses to schools, specifically because of our emphasis on special needs. My grandfather was confined to a wheelchair most of his adult life, for at least as long as I've known him. I am very sensitive personally to people who are unable to stay quiet because of some kind of cognitive. People can't find their way. People can't run, hide, or fight. That mantra is not appropriate in a school environment. There are many people who cannot run. There are people who, and with the hide, it's a misnomer. And the fight, am I trying to actively tell somebody who's 5 years old, fight, and how? Again, prescriptive language that way just doesn't work. We train the adults, but we require them to be trauma-informed and sensitive to potential issues that each individual may have.
So are we
And
getting
with everything-
feedback?
And as with everything, we encourage students and parents to communicate. And there are stories here and there of maybe a child who got a little anxious. Even when we were just doing fire drills, we had students who would get anxious during fire drills, and we had to respond to that. And that was way back when I started teaching, almost 21 years ago. And so that's very important for the parent to continue to share that information. We don't see that widespread. We don't have specific data on that because we rely on the relationship between the school-based staff and that student to know. Sometimes, and again, going back to my experience as a principal, there were some students that we had to give a heads up and say, we are going to do a drill today. But it goes back to, again, language. And I want to be very, very clear about the language that we use. But we're also training students to be independent thinkers. And so we don't have data on that. I don't foresee us keeping data on that because, again, that's very situational and very particular to a particular child's needs.
So from this presentation, I hear a real need that we need to work on educating the public to the meaning of lockdown. I see the social media chatter whenever this happens, and I'm very concerned that we educate our families as to what lockdown means, and it doesn't automatically mean this situation. And so can we minimize that, that misconception?
And we continue to educate our families. This information is posted on our website. It's posted so that families can see, but nothing is better than a good story. And so when these occurrences happen, people like to be the first and the most informed. And so that's what that's what frequently happens with social media. And that's what we continue to have conversation about, is what is the best way to get in front of the story and be the first person to tell the story. But again, sometimes it's information we can't share, sometimes it's information we don't have. So again, we just continue to, if our parents and our parent groups continue to be partners in helping the community when there's something that's posted, instead of responding, perhaps waiting for something official from the school system. So.
If I could give you a real-life example very quickly, Bob Mosier in the communications office, we are in a direct line of contact in any kind of critical incident. And as an example, a house fire occurred recently in the Maryland City area, and the firefighters, because of the time of day and the weather conditions, they asked for Maryland. I believe it was Maryland City Elementary, to be used as a temporary refuge point for dislocated and dislodged residents. Now, that is completely out of the scope and pale of what we would normally do, but because we have that relationship and because we are able to, with not only Bob Mosier communicating to the external community as to what our role is, why do you see extra police cars in the area? Why do you see fire apparatus in the area? Why are people that we don't recognize coming to our building? How can we segment with police support to provide security within that very limited time and space? But we accomplished all of that with minimal intrusion to the workday for the school, and we provided a good community partnership public service in a way that was non-threatening. But the information source out, Mr. Mosier is, and the communication office, they are the reliable source. So anytime we have anything happen, we had one time a boiler backfire or misfire, and by the time the fire department arrived on scene, it had already gone out on Twitter that the building had exploded, which it clearly hadn't. The first information that you typically read, if it's not from us, is probably false. It's probably something happened, but whatever you read is probably not what really happened. So the credible source information with our parents, I don't know how you police the internet, and I don't know how you get people to listen to stories that are not as salacious and scandalous as they would like to believe. And sometimes the simplest answer is just the true answer, and that's not what makes the evening news. So again, you're absolutely right. It's a challenge to educate individuals, but that's why I said today before I left here, lockdown does not mean shooter. It is an emergency in the building, and we're dealing with that, and we're going from there. So it could be something as simple as a child is choking on an item in the cafeteria, and we need to clear the cafeteria, hold everyone in place in the building, get responders in, and we go back to business. That's clearly not a shooter, but it could be an emergency that needs all hands on deck to secure that building and get access in. So again, just another example. It's all about applying the concepts to the emergency.
Right. So I would love to see an educational piece for our families. You post something on the website that creates the need for people to seek that out. So I would love to see our schools do something where we reach out to the families and say, look, this is what lockdown means. It can mean a variety of things. So please remember to, wait for information before you make assumptions. And then one final question, as far as the ability for students to report. You had the hotline up there. I saw a fantastic presentation on the Text to Stop, I think it was called, program. And having students, I have 4 kids, and I know that that's their means of communication. And from the presentation, it seems to be a very effective, more effective means of students reaching out and reporting. So do you have information?
So far, no, it is not.
Okay.
So far, I'm going to be candid with you. We were the first in this agency to create a two-way mobile application years ago that allowed students to directly communicate with their SRO. It is no longer in existence because it failed miserably. Students would not use it no matter how much we publicized it, and we were the first literally in the world, according to Apple Store, that had done this as a law enforcement agency. Now the state has a tip line. We locally have had a tip line for a very, very extended period of time. The actual use rate of what we get into that tip line is extraordinarily low, comparatively speaking, to what individuals in schools receive in person all the time. Again, not one thing is not better than any other. All these things supplement each other, not supplant. So it's options based. You have options to do things, and as we go forward, we will be publicizing more of the state's tip line, but as it stands now, our local that we've had is on the back of their student IDs. It's in the parent handbook, it's in the student handbook, it is plastered everywhere. So we have an avenue that is anonymous, but it allows individuals now with the state's new mechanism, but throughout the state there have been, at least last count, I believe they said 7 reports throughout the state, not all of which have had anything to do with schools. Somebody mad at their neighbor, for example. But in one case, the most progressive case here in Anne Arundel, somebody reported that there was drug dealing in the vicinity of Broadneck High School, and the police became involved because of that tip, and there was an arrest for felony drug violations near Broadneck High School. So it does work. There are a lot of mechanisms that work. It's just one option.
And along those lines, the best mechanism to work is as soon as a child comes in contact with information is to let the adult know. Frequently, we deal with things in the evening that a child comes home and it's dinner time and they have delayed telling an adult about something that they've seen or heard. And so that's, again, if there's nothing that you take from this, is that we'd like to encourage students that if you see something, especially if it's during the school day, to say something immediately and not delay that response.
And not to repost it to social media under better safe than sorry. So I'm going to put out, and I'm going to echo this Snapchat rumor that may or may not be credible to our area, and instead of telling an adult, I'm going to put it on social media and say, ooh, I did my part as a good civic citizen. That is not the right answer. That is not the correct approach. There are a number of times in the middle of the night where we become aware, law enforcement and school become aware of threats that have been communicated by way of Snapchat, Instagram, social media in some way, and have picked up viral steam by reposting, and nobody, until somebody said something to an adult and got the responsible people involved to investigate it, it had now grown so much steam to where they don't come to school tomorrow. And then you have a situation where you're trying to catch up to information that had the person, instead of reposting it, told their adult, and people did certain things after that. We could have averted a lot of this. So again, it's just a product of the environment that we live in and the options people have to communicate all hours, 24 hours, day and night among themselves.
Thank you for all the answers.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for this presentation. Officer Swartz, I've heard your name a number of times throughout the Smyrna Park community, and I just want to say thank you for all that you do. I think you're highly regarded. Everybody loves you, and again, I know you only talked about one story here, but there are countless where you've made a difference. For
I appreciate
people.
that.
I have two questions. I guess they're both awkward questions, but I know you're not going to shy away from awkwardness here.
Lob them out there.
What, and if it's a question that I should not ask publicly, certainly
You
tell
can
me.
ask anything. I may not have an answer, but you're welcome to ask anything.
What do you see as our biggest security gap and risk right now?
I could surmise it within the Stoneman report. There was one individual who saw a person that he recognized as somebody who didn't go to their school, who had historical problems, who was carrying what he called a duffel bag, which was actually a rifle bag. He was familiar with firearms. He should have and would recognize it as a rifle bag. He went to investigate it and at some point stopped. That gap is, I see something, it's not right. Now what? What do I do now? That's the gap. It's the gap between when this person was starting his, and anybody, whatever it is, when this problem starts, when do we notice it? But do I feel comfortable and confident in saying something and doing something without permission? Over and over and over, we have our students who are looking to our staff to make decisions. They see something in a different area. The problems don't always come in the front door. It could be anywhere. And so if we're waiting for staff to get principals' direction, we're waiting too long. We can take mitigating action that reduces the problem and the impact sooner. That timeline, that's our biggest gap. That is what I spend 90% of my energy and effort in training, trying to reduce and give people a better feel. For example, at TSA, would you not want the person standing at that gate, if they see someone go through at Christmas, busiest time of the year, and they went through with a duffel bag that they didn't comply, you want them to hit the button. You don't want them to second guess, what if I'm wrong and I shut down one of the busiest hubs in the world on this very bad, because I might be wrong. I try to really enforce people not looking at the lens of retrospect. And that is a human condition that's very difficult to overcome. So that's right now our gap is seeing something, saying something, and one of the things with and I'm going to be very candid, since you asked me and you said it was awkward, I'll give the awkward answer. One of the big resistant factors when people speak openly about it is they don't want to be perceived as racist, bigot, or any other thing that is non-inclusion. They don't want to be perceived as that, so I better be really, really, really sure, because this person may not be me, somebody's going to say I profiled somebody for anything, no matter what it is. That is a human, very real condition that is non-discriminatory across every element. Don't want to be wrong and don't want to be perceived as something that's going to be an object of ridicule and criticism later. So taking no action does not put you in harm's way for criticism later, potentially. That's the biggest gap.
I appreciate that answer. The second one, is really, I'm going to, certainly respect Dr. Arlotto, and it's a question that I would ask him typically, closed room even. But, in that lens, your boss is next to you and your boss's boss is here, your real boss is here. What resource, whether it's financial impact or not, what resource do you need, or resources do you need that you currently don't have?
Honestly, it is more people that can communicate this message more effectively in a rapid period of time. But that doesn't mean necessarily school people. That doesn't mean bodies. That means it's not competing for resources against classroom teachers or counselors or any of those things. It's the ability to take messaging out, to actually have it go consistently out. And we're actually working that problem with Office of School Performance. It's a matter of time and it's a matter of audience. And we are absolutely working that, but that doesn't cost us a dime. And most of the things very, very clearly in the Hopkins study and other things, most of the things that are very convincing evidence that things that don't cost a lot of money are our biggest assets. And so it's just a matter of shifting the conversation that this is a very critical element of the school experience now in this day and age. And we don't want to take away from any other thing. We don't want to compete for resources, and that's not even what we need right now. But what we need is just time and opportunity, and we're getting that now. As we're here today for this extended period of time talking this conversation, but this conversation's been going on internally and to schools for much longer than this. And Dr. Arlotto is without a doubt the area, if not nation, leader in progressive thought this way, because that's what led me to leave the police department to come here to this organization, is because he's here. If I did not believe that he shared this vision and he shared this intensity, I would not have left where I was to come here. And so I think that's the biggest testament I have. We're getting what we need. It's just now time and a matter of the ability to change a culture that used to think could never happen, and now we know it can.
That was the most politically correct answer.
You have no idea how long I've practiced that, so
your evaluation will reflect that. I do want to echo, and I didn't know you were going to ask that question, and certainly always allow my staff to answer openly and honestly. Time is critical, and I think that's something that we struggle with. I opened my superintendent's comments now many hours ago and talked about professional development and how we're trying to change professional development. It takes time and access for professional development. And this is a great example of something that is critically important, literally critically important. And we have to have time with staff to do training. And it's really hard to come by in a 191-day year when you've got 6.5 hours a day and there are so many other things competing for time that this is a great example, and that's the reason I wanted to speak up of when we need critical time to do professional development in all kinds of areas, but this one speaks very loudly to people to say, I want the folks around my children trained well so they know how to react well, and we need time.
I appreciate that. The last thing I'll say is more of just a comment, but along the lines of what Dr. Arlotto just said, I think we need that here. And I certainly, up until about a year ago, roughly, you weren't always present here because we didn't have that need, and that need's arisen. Shelley, and others who are here all the time now because the dynamics in this room have changed over the last year or so. And that being said, I still think, I'm saying this somewhat tongue in cheek, but it is serious, and we're sitting ducks. I know you're observing, constantly, but, anybody can come in here and sit here, and,
You're not quite as vulnerable as you think, and that's the backstory that we don't share with the public. But you're right that there are a lot of things that we've considered on your behalf of ways to do mischief. And the good news in that is we have at least an intuitive plan for the first stages. So I don't want anybody thinking at home you can come in here and make mischief and do harm or be disruptive. There are certain things that we do and we have in place, even for you guys, without you knowing what they are. But again, we're the upstanders. We're the people who are here to guide and look after you and anybody who comes to do the business of the school system to make sure that they can be heard and in a way that's not dangerous or disruptive to anybody else at your direction. So we got your back.
Ms. Antoine.
So first of all, thank you guys, not only for being here to do this presentation, but for what you do every single day. You give parents like me the confidence to drop my son off every day at school, knowing the real risks that are out there for him. Your SROs, I can tell you at Meade High, are just absolutely, I would say the best, but after hearing you, I think they're among the best. And so that is to be appreciated. The main reason I requested the briefings, not this one, but the short-term briefings monthly, is because the parents are often uninformed and the students often come home and say things that raise concerns, and then so now we're reacting. So I appreciate Ms. Ellis's comment about let's get the parents more informed. Let's not leave the onus on them to access the website. Let's be more aggressive about getting that information out, especially lockdowns, because I can tell you, being in security myself for a little while in another capacity, a lockdown means so much to so many different people, so many different ways. In addition to that, though, it is important to point out that those lockdowns are comprehensive, that they include a variety of protections, supports, and knowledge that should be promulgated out to the public and to the students, so they understand that this is the scenario you can use in almost any varied scenario. With that said, I have only 3 questions. Just for you, Dor.
Of course.
Just for you. So my first question was actually to you, Officer Swartz. You talked about building that relationship and that trust with your students. I was wondering if something like that is encouraged to the other SROs under your watch and to other SROs that you partner with.
Yes, that was encouraged by him to me when I came into the unit on how the school resource unit works. We outsourced, when I first came into the unit, it was training through the National School Resource Unit. NASRO. So we go to training, we are taught how to deal with people at a different level, different social economics, everything that we might come across. And the new SROs that come in, they work with us. So the SRO that came to Severna Park Middle School, he worked with me for a period of time, and then he went to Meade High School, worked for a period of time, went to another middle school for a period of time, and then he went to his. So we all have our input on the new SROs that are coming in, and again, they're handpicked. They have to have the right mentality. They have to have something that will match them to the school that they're going to. So everybody that comes in, there's a purpose for them to be there, and they've shown a reason to be picked as an SRO. And frankly, if you mess up, they're out. So
it's a very competitive process for selection. You have to, as an administrator, you have to be considerate of their work, not only their performance, but have they had other things in their personnel history that may not be conducive to that environment, and does their temperament lend itself to it? Just be honest with you, somebody who might be interested in being a canine handler and a canine operator may or may not ever be interested in working with middle school students. It's a wide, in the business, there's a wide variety of temperaments and a wide variety of assignments and possibilities, and it's the right person, right space, right time. It is not a blanket. Not everybody who applies is selectable, and it's very competitive, and we've been successful because of that.
Most of the officers that I come in contact with, I'm close with the patrolmen in the area. For one, because they're in contact with all my students outside of the school, and I want them to feel comfortable talking to me about anything that they have to do with any of my students. And sometimes when they call me, I tell them, let me handle it tomorrow. So we work well together. I forgot where I was going with that, but it's simple here. A lot of the officers don't understand how we do what we do, because they're out doing patrol work, they're dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, but we're with the same 2,000 kids every day, and a lot of them don't want anything to do with kids. And my comment to them is always that they're dealing with people that are acting my kid's age. I'm dealing with kids that are acting their own age. So it's the same types of issues, but my people are learning. So all the 2,000 people I'm dealing with, I expect them to mess up. I expect them to be kids. I expect them to test the limit. And that's what I tell them when I catch them doing something wrong. I tell them, I get it. You're a kid. This is a learning process. Unfortunately, sometimes they push that limit a little too far, where I actually have to write a report or I have to do a citation. But most of the time I don't. Most of the time I can sit down and talk to them about what they're doing and why that's not the best choice for them and others. You know, the biggest thing for me is, you know, by far the most important thing of my job is to protect the students, protect the school, protect the faculty. When the students mess up and they're doing something wrong in the bathroom, they're skipping class, or they left the school and that takes my time away from securing the school, I tell them that. You just took 2 hours of my time from securing this school. I couldn't be in the main office or in the main lobby in order to watch and make sure nothing is happening as a whole. I'm taking care of one issue. And most of the times kids at Severna Park they're pretty sorry about that. I mean, they apologize and, all right, I get it. And like, I shouldn't be taking up your time. So it's good.
One thing I want to clarify, that these guys are police first and foremost. They are paid, trained, equipped, and everything by the Anne Arundel County Police Department. They are not school system employees in any way, shape, or form. They are not involved in school-based discipline. They have no input whatsoever on whether or not his kid is suspended, relocated, any of that. All right, so I just want to make sure that that comes out there. And they are governed not only by the rules and regulations of the police department, which when printed is a document approximately a foot tall, but also by extensive special operating procedures and by COMAR, elements in COMAR, and by memorandum of understanding that they will not deviate from that with disclosure of information that might be confidential otherwise. And on top of it, the courts have recognized the hybrid nature of school resource officers. By courts, I mean federal, state, and so on, to do what they do in support of the parental aspect that schools play in a student's day. So they are well aware of all of these things. But when we say, you know, whatever that it is that they do, that they might catch a kid doing something, this or that or the other, they're bringing this to, unless it's an actual crime of violence or something that needs their immediate intervention, they're bringing this to attention of administrators so that they can do whatever it is that they do administratively. What we find is that these officers, when they're introduced into schools, the reported incidents of anything, wide variety of things, goes up exponentially because they're now available to talk to, and they are required by their rules to document certain things. And so those numbers spike right off the bat. But historically, when you do a data analysis of it, as I have done, you see that drop off exponentially in years beyond, because the level of accountability that they bring into the equation. And when and I know he's downplaying, you know, what getting the courts involved does, but sometimes the courts are the only way to hold parents accountable for not only their students' behavior, but the home that these students are growing up in that's led them to the school environment in the first place. Part of the problems that we have seen as police are excessive deviating folks out from getting before a judicial master who can put limits and regulations and accountability on parents for how things have to be done, and having people with oversight that, had this been done, it gives the student the opportunity not to continue on the path that they were on. So the schools, our environment, what we're finding is we are a tremendous stopping station to stop people from deviating off into a level of crime and disorder and other things. We bring resources to the table. This board, student services, officers, everybody brings an inordinate amount of resources to try to avoid persons going from birth to prison or untimely death. Everything we do is to try to keep that from happening. It doesn't always happen, but for anybody to misnomer it and say that this role or anybody here's role is to take a child from school to prison, that is just absolute nonsense. And I will never agree that that is, at least in our experience, the way it is. That's my rant. I apologize.
So my other question goes back to text to stop it. I understand and certainly appreciate that this was tried before, but I believe now is the time to try it again.
Well, it's underway.
So a program like Text to Stop It is also state supported, and there have been some fixes, so to speak. So the things that may have been done previously may have been augmented or changed or updated or whatever the case. I understand too that being the mom of a teen, my son never talks to me, but he will send me texts like nobody's business. So I believe that program would be essential And I would request that the board actually considers at least piloting that program to allow the options that you spoke about before for the students.
I'm going to jump in. I'm hesitant to add yet another level of communication, like text to stop. There are several jurisdictions in the state that are using it, but it's the only thing they're using. So I've talked to Superintendent Talbot County, for example. That is their mechanism for communication. We've had something. We've had a communication system. We've had a reporting mechanism for years in this county, and that's what we've publicized. That's the number that's out there. It's on the students' IDs. Now come along, the state has mandated that there is a reporting mechanism. It is also on the phone. You can get an app, and students can text in and report things to the state, and the state monitors that 24/7, just like we monitor ours 24/7. So now we have two competing, and we're not ready to take ours down until the state is fully supported. Now, to bring up a third text to stop, I think is confusing. And so we've talked about it. We're concerned about putting a third up. I serve on the Maryland Center for School Safety and the Governor's Advisory Board for School Safety. And right now that recommendation, put text to stop or yet another mechanism, is out there. The governor wants this state mechanism to get up and running. And so that's what he has pushed us around the school system, around the state. Unless I'm incorrect in that, that's exactly what they want us to do. And so we have two competing right now. And I would worry about Ms. Antwine adding a third to that.
And what I would like to add is the state is, their system is linked into the Maryland Center for Analysis and Coordination for a 24-hour police responsiveness and evaluation. It is new. We don't want to take ours down until the state has been able to work any bugs out, and we're a part of this. We receive these same tips as well as our police department partners, and there's a lot of good things that are going on there. But we're letting these two run in parallel right now until we're assured that there's this option, there's this option. We're not taking options off the table, but that text to stop option through the state, we are still working to market this and to publicize this and to be that role, but it's there. It's already up and running. There's no reason for Anne Arundel to take on yet a third iteration of this when it already exists in a way that we would not have the ability in robustness to do what the state is already doing literally right now today.
Sure, I understand that, and I appreciate that explanation about the bake-off to understand the variables, the pros, the cons, and otherwise. That's to be appreciated. I recommended a pilot, not necessarily taking anything down or making it the forerunner, but a pilot to see how a program like that has also been scrubbed by the same governor and approved for use in the schools. I believe it will introduce some variables that the other two to this date, and we're going into the second semester, has not yet shown us. So with that, I'll move on to the very last question. For me, the cameras that are throughout the schools, I think are great. On the campaign trail, I actually had elementary, middle schoolers, and high schoolers say we need more cameras. If hallway 4 or 5 had that camera, that wouldn't have happened to me. So I appreciate that the cameras are there. I wanted to be able to better understand the sustainment of those cameras for vandalism purposes, for whatever the connectivity might be shortened for whatever reason, or the blind spots that the cameras. You may have a camera here, a camera there, and there's still a blind spot. So how are we assessing the sustainment and the use of those cameras?
Cameras first came online many, many years ago, preceding me, and the way that they were selected for the locations and where within the locations that they were selected, I can't honestly say. But I will tell you, when I came here 3.5 years ago, the very first thing that I asked was, how old is this equipment? How much equipment do we have? Where is it? And what is our ability to refresh aging equipment? And what I promptly found was that some of our equipment was more than a decade old and it was failing. Time is the biggest problem for technological equipment. And that is not just the cameras, that is the servers, the hardware, the pieces that make it all run and work. We have right now in the district over 8,000 pieces of equipment. As every place, as a kindergarten addition comes online, a new school like Severna Park came online, this all adds to inventory to the equipment. This impacts operating costs for not only service from our vendor, who we've had a phenomenal relationship with. They're amazingly responsive to our needs. But my first task was to see what we had and see what was already failing and figure out with our available funding, because everything does have a limit as to how much you can allocate to it, what do I need to replace, what do I need to get so that it works the way that it should. What I found was the reliance on one-time funding, grant funding, put in a lot of new equipment with no discernible plan to refresh equipment as it would naturally get through its life cycle and age, nor servers nor any other thing. So I've spent a period of my time now actively working to get antiquated, aged equipment that was failing, and exterior cameras, just in the nature of being outside, are going to deteriorate rapidly, more rapidly than interior, is to get this equipment that we've had in place up and running. Now, to improve the robustness of places that want additional cameras and additional equipment, again, there's a balance of what is out there, what do we need, and there's no way, no matter where you go, that you're going to be able to blanket an area to have cameras that are going to cover every conceivable nook and cranny. That's just not physically possible. We rely on the school-based individuals to tell us, this is where we're having these problems. I'd like you to evaluate the ability to add or to readjust or to relocate or any number of things. So we work very closely with schools for those additional requests. Right now, I'm very confident with the infusion of funding from the state and from the county executive on down to transition that we are making to improve our interior door locks, for example, as a hardware, the ability to rapidly refresh our aged equipment and to take a more robust look at to additions of new equipment and to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place, not only today, but a sustainable plan for going forward, to make sure that our elementary schools and our high schools and our middle schools and our specialty sites and all the places we go have an appropriate level, might not be an optimal level. And there's always going to be that difference. And we are always going to have to balance the needs, the want, and the funding. But right now, we're on a great path. When Mr. Gillen asked, what do you need? The money's not the issue right now. It might have been in a time. The money's coming in, and we're getting the work done. Again, time and the ability to keep doing the work. We're on it. It's just going to take a minute to try to get a lot of equipment and a lot of things going with the vendors that we have. We have great partners, and they're doing great work. It just can't be done overnight.
Mr. Ray.
Hi, Officer Swartz.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you for everything you do in our school. I know everybody loves you.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Batten, I want to thank you for coming to CRASC. The information that you provided students we got great feedback on it, and you answered every question thoroughly, so thank you very much for that. I just have my question. My first question is, so you mentioned like the SRO distribution between schools, and I was wondering like how you determine that specifically.
The police department determines it first and foremost. But some of the factors that go into place are the size of the enrollment. First of all, high schools, generally speaking, are, because of the age of the students and because, again, keep in mind the historical threat to the high school environment is coming from an internal source, somebody who is aware of the vulnerabilities of the location and all of that sort of thing, and because of the size of the individual. So we're talking internal, and we're talking about people older. The deterrent effect just from that element, it doesn't always work, but the deterrent effect to having an officer on site at a high school is very, very important. Even when it does not deter the problem, the ability for reducing the speed with which and the time to find the problem, that's an important consideration. Our high schools are much bigger than our elementary schools or our middle schools. So when you look at the high school environment, that is a #1 concern as a police department, to have officers on site. It also lends itself to the after-hours activities and other things that he's described, to have an officer who knows people and so who can communicate with patrol, detectives, and otherwise, to have that piece. As far as other sites, middle schools, our county has moved forward to trying to have officers assigned to each of the middle schools. However, numerically speaking, that is going to be a challenge, if ever, to be accomplished because of the limited number of Anne Arundel County police officers available for these assignments. There is a minimum number of officers that have to be on patrol on the street every day. And this unit, the county police department, has been an amazing partner to detail these officers to this unit for this task that is the size in excess of a normal patrol platoon that would be available to serve on a daytime and a 3 to 11 shift 365 days a year. These officers have been taken out of that role, and the most experienced, most highly trained, every one of these guys and ladies, every one of them is capable of being police supervision, if not command. They're that good. So you're taking the best of the best and removing them from patrol. So when we say we're hiring new officers, that has no impact on the SRO for the most part, because we're taking from experienced officers and putting them in locations. So how do we select those? How are they put? Calls for police service normally for the areas that have a lot of calls for police service in the community typically have an increase in the school itself. Whatever's happening outside those walls comes in, and whatever's in goes out. So there is some reflection there. So again, it's a wide variety of variables, but it's also, bottom line is predicated on how many officers are available through the police department. They get injured, they get sick, they move on to other assignments of their own volition. I mean, it is a career. It is a law enforcement career. You don't just become an SRO sometimes and stay that way. Look at me, I left, did something else. So, and many of the officers have gone on to other things, other assignments, and gone on to promotion and things like that. So again, the attrition rate, in my experience, has been very positive in the attrition. It's not been because it's bad. It's been because it's good. But then how do you replicate that? It takes a lot, and the selection has a lot of variables in it. Elementary schools, I do not perceive there ever to be a time within my tenure that officers will be available by sheer number to be available to elementary schools. I just don't perceive that, and that's just being candid. The numbers just do not support it. So that. But the selection itself, again, we try to be equitable not only in the size and scope of the school, the type of calls for school service or for police service, and how close they are to a local police station or another officer that might be able to assist in the event of an emergency.
Okay, thank you. You've been very thorough. You actually answered a couple other of my questions. But my last question essentially was, you mentioned that the role of an SRO is to have relationships between students to create this positive view of law enforcement. So I was just wondering if there's any opportunities available to parents to come in and maybe speak to the SRO or get that relationship as well, so that they have this good view and that they don't perceive it as adding to the prison pipeline.
Actually, I deal with a lot of parents that have not even had anything to do with the school. I've had parents call me just because their kids come home and say, "Oh, Officer Schwartz helped me with this, Officer Schwartz helped me with that, and my kid was telling me this, that, and the other, and well, I've got this issue and it has nothing to do with school or my kid, but could I throw it off of you?" So it does happen, and I've heard from other SROs the same thing, and it really is all about community. I try to be involved in all the games, sporting events, whether it's sometimes the bowling, to basketball, baseball, whatever it is. I try to attend whatever I possibly can. I have 4 kids of my own, so I'm a little taken up for the other 2,000, but I do try to get to as much as I can. And it's not just sports. There's dance, there's art programs, things like that. There's a sci-fi club on Fridays at Severna Park. I try to stop in to get to know those kids. So it's a little bit of everything. And with that, they're going home and talking to their parents and discussing what I've done and how I work. So I do get a good bit from parents. I think that's the only contact I get as far as Facebook goes is from parents, because that's like the old person social media now. That's what I always am told. But I do get communication from parents.
Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to reiterate my fellow members' gratitude to you guys. I wanted to have a brief discussion, so to speak, with the mobile crisis units. In a separate role, I've had the fortune of working with Ms. Corbin and Lieutenant Thomas from time to time. And what is definitely clear is that those numbers of responses and their frequency of the school is exponentially continuing to rise. And I know that some additional dollars have been sent over for mobile crisis. My question is there cross-training or the ability to inject cross-training as the frequency increases for these teams? And there's very few teams, just like SROs. These are, chosen teams to possibly add additional training so that they're better prepared, because you have the relationship. And then we're bringing in a person to address a crisis, clearly. But it seems to me like that could possibly go smoother if there was that additional training that you guys have added to mobile crisis. Has there ever been a discussion on how to get them trained a little bit more in education and school environments?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, and Ms. Egan, in her update, we can provide that a little bit more information next month to you through Ms. Egan, but they are a regular part of our student services team. I will frequently walk over, and Ms. Corbin is there to, just make sure that she understands our world and we understand her world. So Ms. Egan is really our liaison between mobile crisis, Ms. Corbin and her team, Lieutenant Thomas as well. Not saying that they don't talk a lot to Mr. Batten, but primarily because of the nature of the issues and the family support that they provide, they work with Ms. Egan and her team. Okay. And so we can provide an update at a later time to give you some specifics for that.
But to tell you how close the relationship is, I have a great picture of Jen Corbin with her feet up on my desk, smiling broadly. We're friends. Steve Thomas, we're friends. We're not just colleagues. We're friends, and we're very close. And so there's the formal relationship, but there's beyond that. We all work very closely together, and you definitely will hear more about that going forward.
Yeah, I bring it up because I know that as they're going to be expanding that unit, I think the intimacy, my fear is that the intimacy of those relationships may be diminished inadvertently because we need more of them. And as we get more of them, then these are new people coming in. I just wanted to make sure there was a process there for the new guys, not just Jen can't continue to work 24/7, although she does try, I think, and she really does. But I mean, at some point that's got to give, and I know that they're working towards it on resources. But like SROs, they're not just somebody you just pick up off the street and hire or blast through an academy.
I know all the original SROs. We've just got a bunch of new ones, but all the originals have all gone through her training. We've all taken the CIT class and are CIT qualified.
We've all had mental health first aid for youth and for adults as well. So that was another element of advanced training that preceded the entire police department having that level of training.
Gotcha. Well, that's exciting to me.
And that's part of why you're seeing the rise in the calls of them, is because we're trained with them. So we're trained in how they work. We know better what their qualifications are and what they have available as far as resources outside of the school. We can't, as SROs, get all of that done all of the time. So that's where we'll pull them in. So we're not necessarily handing it off to them. It's an additional resource for us, even though we're just as qualified as they are to speak to somebody. Sometimes it's beneficial to have more help for that student, and especially for the family, because sometimes the parents feel like they're at a loss. I can't go to their home every night or on a weekly basis, whereas CIT possibly could. They can follow up and assist the family on a more regular basis outside of the school than I can. And the whole reason that you're seeing that build up is because Steve Thomas is really pushing to build the unit. And he's doing a great job, and he's doing great. There's another class coming up for more officers to get qualified.
Yeah, that's where I was going at is I think the more that cross-training occurs. Because,
absolutely.
Yeah, because some of their situations, it's amazing that how they're able to magically make it all happen.
And we'll have all the rest of the SROs, from what I understand, go through the same training.
Yeah. So speaking of some of that and prevention in general, does school security you mentioned that you're in the classroom from time to time. Does the school address like the Al-Cal law and the Good Samaritan? How is that conveyed to the students? Is that something that you would do in your course of your presentation, or is that something that's in school curriculum, or
Well, I know there's
how's that
partial
addressed? Because
portions of the school,
those are
right?
two things that are prevention based and tie hand in hand with school security and all of that.
I do talk about it during the class. It's not something that I do on a regular basis. It's when teachers call me in and it kind of goes into the Q&A and they start asking about that type of thing. That's when I'm pretty honest and blunt with the possibilities and how the kids might have to react, or the way they should think or should not think. I do put my personal thoughts on it from my training, knowledge, and experience.
Because it seems to me like if you're interacting with them, the parents and the families in the way you are, that there's a good opportunity there to capitalize on. I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I do after school type of things where I've met with, like the PTA will put on parent meetings, and I've had parent meetings with 30 parents to 150 parents at different schools, and it's a variety of this type of stuff to social media use, parenting skills, things that I see in the school. So it seems to go over well, and that also helps me get in touch with the families, and I get to know the parents that way. They get to know me. The last time I did one was towards the end of last school year, but I'm already scheduled for another one in March, and we're working on another 2 at some point in this year.
Lastly, I just had a question. So most of our buildings in our schools, even if you have a cell phone and are allowed to use it, it doesn't have a connection. And recognizing how we communicate when an incident occurs, and we're talking about investing in apps and everything else, it makes me nervous as a parent, always has, that there's a strong possibility that there's a connection lost. So several years ago, when my daughter was experiencing a rather intense bullying episode, for example, it was twicefold, because she didn't want to violate the school law, but she wanted to notify, and the incident included a threat on her way home from school on a bus, getting on a bus, et cetera, et cetera. And she really felt cornered. And I always have felt a little uneasy about, not the policy, but more or less the ability to, if needed, that it would actually work. And so I wanted you guys' opinion on the service and the communication and the barriers, or maybe it's a perception, because as a parent you have perception and not necessarily reality.
No, cell phone connectivity is always going to be a concern with construction materials and vendors who are responsible, who are the carriers. That is well beyond our control or scope, and that's always going to be a limitation just in life, whether you're in a movie theater, whether you're in any other type of building. Hence, from our training aspect, in our approach is a systems of redundancy and other alternatives that it's just the way it is. And whether we want it to be this way or not, in this particular time and space, I don't have that option available to me. Even though it would be optimal or convenient, it's simply not available to me. Now I have to work through other options. And so that's just the honest answer, is we do not have, as a system or as a county government that I'm aware, any way to absolutely impact people who are cell phone carriers or other telecommunications or any of that equipment that we like and is very convenient to use. It's just there's no way that now, as far as radio transmissions through police radios, and there is law in place and that does mandate a connectivity, and that does occur. We're well on board with that, with the police and emergency and fire and that sort of thing. But as far as cell phone connectivity, there's no easy answer for a school system to put out there that has any impact on the vendors and the people who provide that service.
So a lot of times it's the building. You could be right next to a tower, and if the building's built the right way, the carrier can't do anything about it because there's a set frequency amount. But there are boost systems in a school, and where I was kind of going at is that would that create an enhanced opportunity, enhanced security for you guys if schools had the ability to internally do a boost for service?
It may or may not. I would not want to speculate on that because that's and again, it goes to some of the review of technology that has conflicting information, and to every pro there may be a con, and I wouldn't want to speculate as to whether that would be the path to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. And no, that was it.
Are there any public comments? So I just want to thank y'all again. This was great. I think the SROs, that partnership that we have with y'all, with the county, is one of the highlights of our school system. It's just wonderful. Y'all do amazing things in our community and keep us all safer, and of course Doyle and your team. So thank you both. Thank you all three very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Item 6.03 is a review item, award of contracts. Are there any board questions or comments? And I hate to do it, Mr. Shaknovich, I got a question for you. And it goes along with actually the presentation that we just had. One of these items is about the vestibules at the middle schools and for Magathie and Severn River. So how many of our middle schools at this time have the double vestibules or are in process? Or is it easier to say how many don't? I don't know.
Alex Shackno, Chief Operating Officer. I can get you that information under a separate cover, and I'll just provide it to you for all of our schools, elementary, middle. I'll get it through Ms. Connolly, and I would prefer that you receive it that way rather than me answer the question right now.
Thank you. That would be great. I'm just curious because I know we just approved some for high schools, and I'm just interested in the numbers. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think that's all. I don't think there's any other questions. So that brings our meeting to an end. Our next general board meeting will be Wednesday, January 23rd at 7 p.m. The next policy committee is Wednesday, January 16th at 1 p.m. There is a budget hearing tomorrow evening here at Riva Road at 6 p.m. Sign-ups begin at 5 p.m. There's a budget workshop next Tuesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. here in the boardroom. The public is welcome to attend, but no public testimony will be taken. Mr. Gilliland.
Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter and to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
All right, we are adjourned.
support to a student experiencing homelessness. And so the school counselor, the PPW may identify that there's a student in need, because certainly these students are transient, and we want to make sure that they're being able to be as successful as they can, and this program can provide that to them. So the counselor, the PPW may identify a student, and then there may be a teacher that says, yes, I want to provide that support to this student. And so we can pay for that teacher to provide that direct support to them, as well as we have an option of transporting that student from that academic support scenario. So from the school, after school hours, and so we tap into those funds as well. We do have funds available to provide money for field trips for our students to participate fully in that. We have funds available to provide for the parent to attend a conference of their students so that, again, they can be a full participant in the child's education. We do have a pot of discretionary funds that we can use to purchase certain things, maybe dress clothing. We've purchased for quite a few students. We've purchased a clarinet so that a student could participate in band, certainly paying for those field trips. We also have a mentor program that we use to support our unaccompanied homeless youth.
Wow, that's that's enlightening to hear all
That's
this
right.
different.
That's right.
It's really about access.
It is.
And
It is.
equity.
And so we tell our PPWs and those folks that are in the schools, if there's something that a student experiencing homelessness needs, reach out to us. Let's see what we can do. Let's look at the funds that we have available, and let's see if we can make it happen. And we always try to meet that need.
That's fantastic. So you talked a little bit about mentoring, so let's talk about a mentorship program that's available to students in Anne Arundel County that are experiencing homeless.
Yeah,
Sure.
do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So we have a program called the Power of One Mentoring Program, and we have this program for juniors and seniors that are in that category considered unaccompanied youth. So that means they're living with someone other than a parental guardian. Our program exists to try to help them meet up with some post-secondary goals, career paths, or possibly college and post-secondary education. So we match students up with a one-on-one mentor, and the mentors are people that are counselors or pupil personnel workers or social workers in our school system. They meet one-on-one with their mentee, and they work through lots of different modules about how to become ready for college, what to do to prepare for college.
Most recently, we had someone from the community college come and help our unaccompanied homeless youth fill out the FAFSA form. Because in the state of Maryland, if you are an unaccompanied homeless youth and you go to a state college or university, you receive free tuition. And so that's really important information for these kids to know, and they may not know that. And so we're really trying to get that information out there, because they will then have that opportunity to seek that post-secondary option. And so our program is really about building those relationships, and we're using our AACPS employees to do that. With the support of our grant funds, we're able to put this program in place. And we have seen really excellent results. Last year, we had 18 students in the program, and 11 of them had improved attendance, as well as we had a large chunk of them with improved academics. So we're pretty proud of the program, and we're still definitely a work in progress, but we've seen some really great results.
We have.
And it's probably the one thing that Allie and I love doing the most.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell. So I know that the students for the Power One Mentor Program also go on and they'll do some Naviance work as well with their mentor, their mentee. And so it really seems to be growing this year. This is what, year?
So we're in year 3.
Okay.
It was a pilot. Our first year was just a pilot program. And then I came on board last year with Allie, where we expanded it to more schools. And now we're in our 3rd year. We are at about 18 working mentor-mentee relationships now. And certainly each one of them are very unique in how they're working together. But yep, so they do some college exploration. Some of the students may not be interested in that post-secondary college, so we do a workshop for our mentors to learn about other options that they can discuss with their mentee. So we're not always saying that you have to go to that 4-year college. Here's an apprenticeship option, and sort of allowing our mentors or giving our mentors that information so that they can then relay that to their mentee as well.
That's fantastic.
What have the some of the mentees, have they communicated to you all in terms of the benefits of the mentoring program, or just some things that they've gotten from it?
Yeah.
Have they talked about that?
Yes. I would definitely say so. I think being able to develop that one-on-one relationship and really getting to know their student has been beneficial and powerful, and being able to direct a student who doesn't have that parental guardian to kind of be that guide, and here now they're able to be that person for them, and that's a pretty powerful relationship to have, and knowing that they can count on that person, that they're going to show up for that person, and I think that says a lot.
Each year we invite the mentees and mentors to come together to go to the Broadneck College Fair, which is a huge college fair, and when the kids, both years that we've done this now, the kids have been a little nervous about going into that big, huge auditorium and walking up to all those different college reps. But when we do the evaluation at the end, the most powerful thing they say is that having that mentor with them to approach the table and shake a hand and ask the right questions, they felt so much more confident going through that college fair. So I thought that was a really great thing.
It's that wonderful, because even though they're high school, they're children.
Right.
They're adolescents, and they're kind of on their own, and they have their own struggles. But having somebody, even if you haven't been priorly exposed to a college fair where there's 100 colleges, it can be pretty intimidating.
It can be.
So I think that is that connection is really is vital for our students, and just to help support them to that post-secondary option.
That's right. And then someone just to be able to continue to have that conversation with that has went to the college fair, experienced it with you, and now you can just continue to have that conversation. For these kids who don't have that adult that they can have those back and forth with, it's a really good
So
thing.
it's a good confidence booster.
It
a
is.
good
Yes.
just push and support, and have someone to kind of help them, guide them through that process.
Right.
Awesome. Can you all tell us about some of the other community outreaches that you've done, or any connections you have with other organizations? I know there was a homeless resource day that the county does in October.
Yep.
Can you tell about some of those initiatives?
Yeah. So we're very fortunate to work with Justin Byler, who is the homeless coordinator for the Department of Social Services for Anne Arundel County. And so he is an excellent resource for myself as well as the PPWs in the field. And most recently he did come to our department meeting to talk with the PPWs about homelessness here in Anne Arundel County, but also the new coordinated entry process. And that is, how does a family that is seeking shelter, how do they get that shelter? And so he was able to share with us the new process for families to do that. And basically what it is our families can call any of our shelters, Sarah's House, Lighthouse, Department of Social Services, and our Warm Line, and they can say, I'm seeking shelter, I need support, and they are put on the shelter list. And Justin was able to really talk with our PPWs about that process. So now they have that information. So when the family says to them, I'm seeking shelter, our PPWs are knowledgeable about that process and can relay that. Absolutely.
It's that communication.
It is, yes. Right. And he also was able to talk about rapid rehousing. So sometimes our families that are experiencing homelessness, they just need a little bit of support. They may have the finances to get themselves in a home. They just may not be able to put down that security deposit. So there are some other programs out there where they can be connected with housing. And so Justin was able to give us the Rapid Rehousing Program contacts, names, so then again when our PPWs are meeting with those families, if through their conversation they realize this may be a family that would be a good connection for a Rapid Rehousing Program, they can reach out and make contact with those right folks.
Because sometimes some of the families that I work with, when they try to get a new apartment or rental, they need first month and last month and a security deposit.
It's expensive.
And that is very expensive, for everyone.
We have a close relationship with the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. They do have a shelter diversion program and a prevention program run through the United Way. And so that is specific to our Meade area, our North County area, and some of our Arundel area. So that program, they can provide security deposits for families to stay housed, or if there is, they're one bill away from being evicted. Maybe they can't pay their electric bill, and that's going to cause them to be evicted. So that would be the shelter diversion. They would provide those funds to them so they can pay that electric bill, so now they can pay their rent.
Gotcha.
And so that's a program that we have with the Partnership. I also have the opportunity to sit on the Homeless Coalition with community agencies from Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, where we have a lot of conversation about supporting homelessness in the county, and it's great to be a part of that conversation, be able to hear what's happening, bring that information back, and then provide that input from the youth perspective. And youth homelessness has been a very important topic as well. And Anne Arundel County participated in the Youth Reach survey the last few years, where that's a survey that's given directly to unaccompanied homeless youth. And it's helping us to determine how we can support the unaccompanied homeless youth, not just in Anne Arundel County, but in the state of Maryland. And so I have the opportunity to sit on the youth committee, and that is through the Partnership as well, and really looking to see what kind of resources we can bring to this population of students.
So you have about another minute.
Okay.
And is there anything that you would like, when we think about the viewing audience, anything that you need? Because there are people out there that are always willing to help. That how you can help students and families in Anne Arundel County experiencing homeless, or
even how you would access your pupil personnel worker at school, just if you were a family that needed that support.
Absolutely. So one, access to your PPW. Our schools know who's the PPW assigned to them, and so that would just be a call to the school and asking the name of that PPW so that then they can reach out and connect with them. When we talk about what we might need for our students, we are fortunate to work with our 21st Century Education Nonprofit Foundation, and through 21st Century we do have a pot of funds where people can donate to that nonprofit for students and families experiencing homelessness. So you can access that on our AACPS website. Go to the 21st Century Foundation, click on Students and Families Experiencing Homelessness, and we will take any donation that you're willing to provide.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ms. LeKay and Ms. Matthews. We really appreciate your time and for this informative discussion. And we'd like to thank the viewers also at home. And this has been At Your Service. Thank you.